Chapter 37-36. The scene of Yang Kai killing the stone demon was naturally witnessed by many people. In an instant, the human race's morale was greatly boosted while many of the demon race's powerhouses had ashen expressions. On a battlefield with tens of millions of people, the effect a single half-saint could play was extremely terrifying. The loss of such a half-saint was very likely to change the direction of the entire battlefield. Even more of the half-saints were cursing the stone demon in their hearts. He had actually died at Yang Kai's hands. They didn't know how he had cultivated to this level. But then again, regardless of the number of false emperors in the star boundary, their overall strength was indeed stronger than that of a half-saint. This was because the demon race had the myriad demon pill. When half-saint of the demon race cultivated, they had the habit of swallowing myriad demon pills. However, the false emperors of the star boundary did not have such unique conditions and could not rely on external items. They could only increase their strength step by step. As a result, their overall strength was naturally more powerful than that of a half-saint. In the air, the three demon saints' expressions were extremely cold. Even Huabu, who was usually smiling, had an ashen expression at this moment. Needless to say, Fuyu and Xueli were even more so. The former was clearly rubbing his fingers together at a much faster rate while the latter was clenching his fists. If the stone demon half-saint had died at the hands of a false emperor, there would be nothing to say. Who could be blamed for being killed because of a lack of cultivation? However, the one who killed him was just Yang Kai. This made the three demon saint who had been paying attention to the battlefield feel as if they had been slapped in the face, especially when the two elders of the dragon race were present. Compared to the three demon saint, Zhu Yan and Fu Yu were also surprised. They more or less knew about Yang Kai's abilities, but they absolutely did not know that he was this amazing. Did he have some kind of fortuitous encounter in the demon territory in the past 3 years? Otherwise, how could he have such a huge improvement? In particular, the two elders of the dragon race paid attention to the black dragon spear. When Yang Kai appeared before them, they were attracted by the dragon breath. After observing it for a while, they became increasingly aware of the extraordinariness of the black dragon spear. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but as fellow members of the dragon clan, how could Zhu Yan and Fu Sui not be able to sense that the black dragon spear was actually refined from a huge dragon? Furthermore, when that huge dragon was alive, it might have been even stronger than the two of them. Which generation's seniors' remains were these, and who refined them into such a sharp weapon? If it were someone else controlling the black dragon spear, Zhu Yan and Fu Yu would definitely not tolerate it. Even if a member of the dragon race died, their remains were not to be desecrated. However, the owner of the spear was Yang Kai, so they could not do anything about it. There was no other way. Who asked Yang Kai to possess the power of the golden divine dragon? That was a power that even they had to look up to. If Yang Kai could fully develop this power, how could the demon saint be his opponent? Unfortunately, the time given to him to grow was too short, and the growth of the dragon race required a long time of the flowing time great emperor. But soon, the two elders of the dragon race calmed down and paid close attention to the movements of the three demon saint. A variable like Yang Kai had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and he had even taken the initiative to kill a half-saint of the demon race. No one knew if Xueli and the others would suddenly intervene, so they had to be on guard at all times. Fortunately, Xueli and the others were also somewhat apprehensive and were not willing to escalate the battle. Even if their expressions were not worried and their killing intent leaked, they had no intention of dealing with Yang Kai. Be careful. On the battlefield, Yang Kai instructed Lan Xun and the others. He raised his hand and with a whinny, Windchaser appeared. Yang Kai mounted his horse and pointed his spear at the place where the demon race was gathered. Windchaser snorted, breathing out hot air, and charged out with 4 flaming hooves. A golden light flashed. No one could see Yang Kai's figure, but wherever the golden light passed, the demon race fell like straws. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had charged from one spirit mountain to the other spirit mountain, plowing a long trail of death behind him. When Windchaser reappeared, the demon race that had been sent flying exploded into powder in midair, leaving not even their bones behind. On this spirit mountain, Li Wui was fighting 2 half-saints by himself. of these two half-saints. One was a shadow demon that appeared and disappeared unpredictably, while the other was a blood demon that had transformed into a boundless sea of blood that wrapped around Li Wui, creating an opportunity for the shadow demon to kill Li Wui. Yang Kai rushed all the way here with the might of killing a half-saint, and the boundless sea of blood involuntarily parted for him to pass through. Perhaps they were unwilling to face Yang Kai head-on, or perhaps they wanted to catch a turtle in a jar, but the latter was more likely. Although Li Wui was known as the strongest under the great emperors, he was still not strong enough to fight two opponents at once. He could protect himself, but it would be difficult for him to kill anyone. When the two sides met, Li Wui nodded slightly to Yang Kai. "You're back." "I'm back." Yang Kai grinned, rested the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, and looked around. "Do you have a good plan? We can't hold on any longer. We can only retreat with as much strength as possible." Li Wui sighed. It wasn't that the 14 armies of the star boundary were no match for the demon race. The difference in numbers and strength between the two sides was almost the same, so at most, both sides would suffer heavy losses. However, the demon land was rapidly eroding Star Soul Palace, and it would only take a few days for Star Soul Palace to be completely reduced to a part of the demon land. At that time, the demon race would fight in the demon land, greatly increasing their strength, and the human side would be suppressed. This was not a battle to begin with. Yang Kai nodded. "I understand. Since that is the case, then give the order as soon as possible. Where there is life, there is hope. Lend me a hand." Li Wui stepped forward. Although he was trapped in the sea of blood, Li Wui could still feel the battle between Yang Kai and the stone demon half-saint. He knew that after 3 years, Yang Kai was no longer the same as before, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Yang Kai grinned. "Good." Pulling Zhui Feng's body, he pointed the blue dragon spear and shouted, "Kill!" Zhui Feng flashed like lightning and rushed into the sea of blood. This time, the sea of blood did not split into two sides. The blood demon hiding in the sea of blood was eager to see Yang Kai walk right into his trap, so how could he let him go so easily? Falling into the sea of blood was tantamount to falling into his net, his life and death in his hands. Inside the sea of blood, Yang Kai surged like a dragon, stirring up the sea of blood, but he was still unable to catch a glimpse of the blood demon, often disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai coldly snorted, holding the blue dragon spear in one hand while opening his other hand and pressing it towards the void, sneering, "Devour!" Space principles fluctuated, and where the palm pressed down, a void vortex suddenly appeared. The sea of blood involuntarily surged into this vortex, disappearing in large patches. Seeing this, the blood demon hiding in the sea of blood's expression turned cold. With a thought, the sea of blood around Yang Kai became extremely viscous. At the same time, a ferocious giant beast suddenly condensed in front of him, opening its mouth to bite at Yang Kai. But this was not the end. Behind Yang Kai, a figure strangely appeared and a cold light pierced towards Yang Kai's back. It was the shadow demon hiding in the sea of blood that had made his move. Yang Kai only felt a chill in his heart and the hairs on his body stand on end. Although he sensed the shadow demon's attack, he didn't care, only thrusting his spear towards the giant beast in front of him. Just as the shadow demon was about to succeed, Li Wui suddenly appeared, his cold eyes staring at the shadow demon as he raised his hand and gently swatted at him. The black fog covering the shadow demon's face couldn't help but change, showing the struggle in his heart. If he didn't stop now, although he could severely injure Yang Kai, he wouldn't be much better off. In the end, his own life was more important. At this critical moment, the shadow demon immediately returned to defend, clashing with Li Wui. His figure quickly dissipated, and it seemed that he wanted to hide again. "Since you've come out, then stay here." Li Wui smiled faintly, the space principles fluctuating around his body, enveloping the shadow demon in a flash. The shadow demon's originally faint figure couldn't help but solidify, and in an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. At the same time, Yang Kai pierced the giant beast's figure with his spear and turned his head to look to the side. "Found you!" The blood demon was hiding in the sea of blood, concealing his aura, so he couldn't pinpoint his location. However, it was fine if the blood demon didn't make a move, but once he did, there would be traces. With his divine sense surpassing that of a half-saint, it wasn't too difficult to lock onto that fleeting aura. He jumped off Zhui Feng's body and stabbed his spear towards the sea of blood. A figure suddenly appeared in the originally empty sea of blood. It was the blood demon who was hiding here. His scarlet eyes were filled with shock, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to find his location with his cultivation. However, he had learned from the stone demon half-saint's example. He knew that Yang Kai's blue dragon spear was extraordinarily powerful, so how could it be so easily hit? He didn't move, but his figure floated backwards like a ghost. Yang Kai grinned at him and shouted in a low voice, "Grow!" before the blood demon could react to what was going on. The black dragon spear suddenly expanded and rapidly pierced towards his chest. The blood demon was greatly alarmed. Since he was caught off guard, it was already too late for him to dodge. He raised his hand and summoned a hook-like demonic artifact, guiding the blue dragon's spear to the side. Although his reaction wasn't bad, the blue dragon's spear still brushed past his body, opening a wound on his arm. This kind of injury was almost negligible, but Yang Kai just winked at him. "You're dead." The blood demon felt uneasy, but he couldn't say why. He could only wave his demonic artifact and fight with Yang Kai. He wasn't as careless as the stone demon, who had his hand pierced by Yang Kai and was at a disadvantage. The blood demon was on the defensive, as if he didn't want to make a mistake, making Yang Kai feel extremely gloomy. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would think that he was a half-saint and his opponent was a high-rank demon king. The blood demon's cultivation was clearly higher than his, but his fighting style was so conservative. This kind of person was really hard to kill. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. Apart from the initial wound, Yang Kai didn't cause the blood demon any harm. His current strength wasn't much weaker than a half-saint false emperor, but it would be difficult for him to kill a half-saint who was fully focused on defense, unless his opponent revealed an opening. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating whether or not he should exchange injuries with the blood demon's expression changed. He fiercely repelled Yang Kai with a single move, then lowered his head to look at his arm. With just a glance, his expression changed greatly. Chapter 37:37. The previous blood demon half-saint had been injured by Yang Kai's blue dragon spear, but it was only a small scratch. Such an injury was insignificant to anyone, let alone a half-saint. Therefore, the blood demon didn't take this matter to heart. But after fighting with Yang Kai for a while, he suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the wound. "Isn't it too late to notice now?" Yang Kai grinned and took advantage of the blood demon's unpreparedness to shoot his spear towards the blood demon's chest. The blood demon was uneasy, and with the previous example, he didn't dare to block this spear. Not only did he not dare to block, but he also didn't want to continue fighting. He just wanted to find a place to heal. He had a feeling that if he didn't heal soon, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, in the face of this dragon-like spear, the blood demon's body flickered and he began to rotate. The boundless blood sea also rotated and quickly converged. In the blink of an eye, the blood sea disappeared and the blood demon fled. Yang Kai's spear had missed, and although he was a little annoyed, he wasn't too disappointed. Previously, with the help of Lan Sun and the others, he was able to kill 1.5 blood demons, so how could he kill another? However, as soon as the blood demon left, the shadow demon's situation became a little awkward. Originally, he could hide in the blood sea and use the power of the blood demon to deal with Li Wui, but now that the blood sea was gone, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yang Kai galloping towards him. The shadow demon knew that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. At this point, the shadow demon's intention to retreat was born, and he no longer had any fighting spirit. Just as he was about to follow the blood demon, Yang Kai rushed into the sky and met him head-on. In mid-air, the blue dragon spear flashed and disappeared. Yang Kai quickly formed a seal with both hands and with a solemn expression, he sent a palm strike towards the shadow demon while chanting, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment, and his thoughts also stopped at this moment. The whole world receded like a tide, and all that was left in his eyes was Yang Kai's palm strike. If it was the Yang Kai of the past, he might not be able to display such great power when using the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. But in the ancient battlefield, he had witnessed the majestic appearance of the Flowing Time Great Emperor displaying this divine technique countless times. Although he did not dare to say that he had grasped the essence of it, it was already incomparable to the past. When the shadow demon came back to its senses, it discovered that its chest had caved in. Li Wui pressed his large hand against its chest with a calm expression on his face, causing the power of the law of space to wreak havoc within its body. In that moment of absent-mindedness, he did not notice when Li Wui had made his move. The shadow demon spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression horrified. Yang Kai summoned the black dragon spear once more, and a dragon's roar shook the heavens as he viciously thrust his spear forward. The tip of the dragonfang spear struck the shadow demon's body, and with a loud bang, the shadow demon exploded, turning into a cloud of black mist that scattered in all directions. Li Wui frowned and pointed his finger at his surroundings a few times. A muffled groan could be heard coming from the void, followed by silence. Li Wui sighed slightly. He still managed to escape. With his and Yang Kai's combined strength, they had a perfect opportunity. But in the end, it was all for naught. It wasn't that he and Yang Kai weren't strong enough, it was just that it was incredibly difficult to kill a half-saint. It was because of this that the humans and demons had fought for several days without losing a single half-saint. It was also because of this that Yang Kai's killing of a stone demon half-saint had caused such a huge commotion. The shadow demon was skilled at escaping, so it wasn't surprising that it was able to escape at a critical moment. If it had been a stone demon, power demon, or bone demon instead, it was likely that it would have died here. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. That's a pity. Then he changed the topic. But that guy is most likely heavily injured. It'll take him at least a year or so to recover. Li Wui nodded and looked around. Let's prepare to leave this place. These things may be useful to everyone. Yang Kai took out a large number of one-realm beads and handed them to Li Wui. Li Wui was overjoyed when he saw this and nodded. You came back just in time. Originally, he was still a little worried. After all, the 14 armies of the Star Boundary were gathered here, and there were too many people. Even if they evacuated, there would be many casualties. However, with the help of these one-realm pearls, they could minimize the losses to the greatest extent. The flag of the Jia army fluttered as orders were passed down one after another. The 14 armies of the Star Boundary retreated in unison and gathered in a valley within the Star Soul Palace. Although there were many of them, they were organized. When the demon race saw this, they naturally pursued relentlessly. The situation in the Vanguard army was even more tragic than it had been a few days ago. Without the persistence of the Star Realm beads, the Demon Land's expansion seemed to have accelerated significantly, quickly encroaching on the territory of Star Soul Palace. On top of a spiritual peak, 3 graceful figures were standing in a circle around the 3 girls. From the sky to the ground, the demons had gathered in an airtight encirclement. Pairs of ferocious eyes roamed around the 3 girls, flashing with light from time to time. After several days of fierce fighting, although the 3 young women were of high birth and had strong foundations, they could not hold on any longer. Their Emperor Qi had been depleted countless times, and they were now relying on pills to replenish their energy. In order to create an opportunity for their companions to retreat, the 3 young women were entangled with enemies 100 times their number. At this moment, they were isolated and helpless, like a tiny reef in a black tide. Green vines burst out from the ground and rolled back and forth like flood dragons. Anyone who got close to these vines would be strangled to death on the spot. The surrounding devils didn't dare to act rashly in the presence of such a deterrent force. They could only wait for the semi-sage experts to deal with this situation. Princess, I'm here to help you. With a shout, a man rushed out from the side, the long sword in his hand gleaming with a cold light as he cut down the demon race. The man was originally handsome, but at this moment he was in a sorry state. There were countless wounds on his body and blood blurred his eyes and body. His face was as pale as paper, but he was holding on by sheer willpower. One of the 3 girls in front of him had grown up with him. Ever since he was young, he had been determined to take her as his wife. He wanted to take care of her and protect her from any harm. However, this battle woke him up from a dream. Unknowingly, the gap between him and her had become so big, he could not intervene in the battle she was in at all, so he could only kill the demon race not far away and do his part. Now that he finally had the opportunity, he naturally spared no effort to rush here. Xiao Chun, don't come over. Lan Sun turned her head and saw Xiao Chun stumbling over and could not help but shout. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's pale face. Seeing her anxious expression, it turned out that she was still very concerned about him. While distracted, the already precarious situation became even more critical. Seeing a flaming skeleton head biting towards him, Xiao Chen's face changed as he knew his life was over. Ha! Lan Sun sighed and pointed her finger, causing an earth dragon to roll out from the ground and rush straight to Xiao Chen's feet. When it broke out of the ground, a green vine wrapped around the skeleton head and crushed it to pieces. However, this momentary delay caused the situation of the 3 young women to become dangerous. Without the protection of the Universe Tower spirit, the line of defense the 3 young women had managed to create collapsed as a dozen Demon King-led hundreds of demon race members approached. Xiao Qi Yuner. Lan Sun turned her head to look at her companions around her with a look of guilt in her eyes. I've implicated you. Mo Xiao Qi smiled and shook her head. It's useless to say more. Just kill. Lin Yuner, on the other hand, said naively, Uncle will come to save us. As soon as these words fell, everything around them seemed to come to a standstill and the demon race members also froze in midair. Lan Sun and the others looked at all this in surprise, only to see a cold light flash and a tall figure appear in front of them. With a sizzling sound, the stagnant world was restored again as the dozen demon kings and hundreds of demon race members burst apart at this moment, leaving behind hundreds of bloody flowers in the air. A beautiful sight to behold. See, I told you Uncle would come. Lin Yuner looked at Yang Kai, who suddenly appeared excitedly, as if she had already expected this. Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi were slightly stunned. Yang Kai held the blue dragon spear in one hand and Xiao Chen's collar in the other, as he glanced at the 3 women and gently nodded, It's time to go. Whistling to the side, a golden light flashed and chasing wind rumbled over from the distance, stopping in front of Yang Kai in an instant, raising its front hooves and neighing. Get on! Yang Kai called out. While Lan Sun and Mo Xiaoqi were still in a daze, Lin Yuner had already leapt onto Zhui Feng's back, bending down to pull her 2 sisters up. Although there were 3 of them, Zhui Feng was an ancient variant beast, so it was not crowded even with 3 people sitting side by side. Brother Xiao, do you still have strength? Yang Kai put Xiao Chun down and asked. Xiao Chun looked at him blankly before nodding. Let's run and meet up with everyone. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. Brother, what about you? Lan Sun sat on Chasing Wind's back and asked with her head down. Not enough. Let's go kill some more. Yang Kai grinned at her and patted Zhui Feng's buttocks. Zhui Feng's 4 hooves flashed like lightning. Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chun, who was still standing in place, and sighed slightly, knowing that he was probably exhausted. Just as he was about to put him into the mysterious bead world, he saw Chasing Wind return and snort discontentedly at Xiao Chun, as if blaming him for not keeping up with him. Opening its big mouth, Chasing Wind bit down on Xiao Chen's clothes and picked him up before running towards the meeting point again. The surrounding scenery flashed by as fast as lightning, and the sounds of fighting seemed to have disappeared along with it. Xiao Chun was indifferent to being bitten by Zhui Feng. Even his gaze was somewhat sluggish. His hands were spread out in front of him as he stared foolishly. He had always thought of himself as a proud son of heaven, and in fact this was the case. He was born in an overlord sect like Star Soul Palace, and his father was Star Soul Palace's elder Xiao Yuyang. Since childhood, he had an excellent cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. Among the younger generation, Xiao Chun was also one of the representatives of the Southern Territory. Chapter 37-38. But this glory only lasted until the Emperor realm. When the shattered star sea opened, the best of the younger generation of the star boundary broke through to the Emperor realm, and Shao Chun was no exception. Even then, he still firmly believed that the future of the star boundary would be filled with glory. But now, it seemed that the glory was just the last light, just like the afterglow of the setting sun. Today, among the younger generation, those who were related to the great emperors had all broken through to the second-order emperor realm, such as Hyoji, Lin Yuner, Mo Shaoqi, Li Shiqing, and Gao Zhan. Lan Xun was even more amazing. After refining the Universe Tower, she used the power of the Universe Tower and Star Soul Palace to break through to the third-order emperor realm. But he was still stuck in the first-order emperor realm, unable to make any progress. It would be fine if that was all, but these people all had extraordinary relationships with the great emperors. Some were the children of the great emperors, while others were the disciples of the great emperors. With the personal guidance of the great emperors, it was not a big deal for them to progress faster than him. His talent was still not inferior to anyone, and all he lacked was a unique advantage. This only stimulated his drive to catch up. But what about Yang Kai? He had no relationship with any of the great emperors. When Shao Chun first met him, his cultivation was much lower than his own, but now, he had reached a level where Shao Chun could only look up to him. Shao Chun tried his best but still couldn't get close to the princess. Instead, she was distracted to protect him, while Yang Kai easily slaughtered the enemies around him. Looking down at his hands, Shao Chun felt so powerless for the first time. He longed for power, longed to become stronger. The Star Boundary Army retreated towards the valley in an orderly manner. The One Realm Bead had also been distributed. Many of the commanders of the One Realm Bead received the soldiers who had retreated to the valley into the One Realm Bead. Everything was in order. But how could the demon race watch as the Astral World Army retreated without doing anything? Outside the valley, countless demon race swarmed over, determined to keep the Astral World's army of millions here. At the entrance of the valley, many people from the Emperor realm were defending with all their might in order to buy more time for the army behind them to prepare. After all, it wasn't easy to use the One Realm Bead to recruit people. It required a large amount of divine sense. At this moment, all the fake emperors and half-saint from the astral realm were fighting against the half-saint from the demon territory. They didn't want the demon race's experts to interfere with the matters in the valley. Therefore, the heavy burden of the astral realm's army's evacuation fell on the shoulders of many people from the emperor realm. When Zishan, Gao Shueting, Qiu Ran, Chan Qian, Ma Qing, Chan Wenhao Wuchong, and many others from the emperor realm used their bodies to form an impenetrable defense at the entrance of the valley, resisting the invasion of the demon race army. Fortunately, there weren't too many demon race that could swarm over them. Otherwise, with millions of demon race members on the battlefield, they wouldn't be able to resist. However, the current situation was precarious. After several days of fierce fighting, no one from the Emperor realm was at their peak. If they weren't careful, even the demon general could kill them. From time to time, some people were injured, but they didn't even have the time to heal their wounds. They gritted their teeth and persevered despite the bleeding. The brilliance of many secret techniques and secret treasures constantly flashed, illuminating the front of the valley with flowing colors. Amidst the hissing, Windchaser rampaged, cutting off the demon race army's frenzied attacks countless times. It was all thanks to Windchaser, otherwise, when Zishan and the others wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Without the intervention of a half-saint or a fake emperor, the existence of wind-chasing beast was simply unrivaled. It could only charge from the beginning to the end of the valley over and over again before turning back and continuing to charge. Every time it collided, it would leave behind countless corpses of demon clan along the way. The slaughter seemed to have made it extremely excited, and that rhythmic hissing sound did not stop for even a moment. On the ground, the blood of the demon clan was as thick as a paste, and its 4 flaming hooves stepped on it, causing it to evaporate into a nauseating smell. However, there was only one Windchaser. As more and more soldiers were loaded into the One Realm Bead and teleported away through the valley's spatial laws, there were fewer and fewer people in the Astral Realm army who could resist the enemy. Little Shueting, Take the people and leave first. When Zishan swung his sword and cleared a large area in front of him, he turned his head and shouted at Gao Shueting. I'm not leaving. Gao Shueting stood beside him, and the radiant sun mirror hung above her head. From the mirror, a scorching light shot out and hit the demon race with a sizzling sound. When Zishan was furious, you've been disobedient since you were young. Now that you've grown up, you've become even more disobedient. When will you listen to me again? Gao Shueting didn't even look at him. Her face was pale as she pushed the power of the radiant sun mirror to its limit and said indifferently, If you think I'm disobedient, then don't pick me up back then. I'm going to die from anger because of you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a puff as when Zishan spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Shueting was shocked and hurried forward to support his body. Her red lips trembled. You? How are you? I'm afraid I can't. When Zishan's expression was weak, the corners of his mouth twitched as if he wanted to smile, but he couldn't. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed as he said weakly, Be good and leave quickly. Gao Shueting shook her head. Her beautiful hair flew and her eyes were red as she said, Don't drive me away this time. I'll listen to you in the future. Really? Don't lie to me. Gao Shueting hugged his body tightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. She sniffled and said firmly, Don't die. I won't lie to you. When Zishan blinked, his originally dim eyes suddenly recovered a lot of light. He smiled and said, Remember what you said. Don't go back on your word. He suddenly stood up and swung his sword to the side. In the void, as the sword light slashed through, a shadow demon king's body was cut in half. Blood and internal organs spilled out. The shadow demon looked down at its lower body and was stunned. When Zishan spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, If I knew you were hiding in the dark, I wouldn't have pretended to be dead. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come out. As he spoke, he swung his sword and turned the two halves of the shadow demon's body into dust. The dejected expression on his face was swept away and he was full of satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt two scorching gazes behind him that seemed to want to burn him. When Zishan shrunk his neck and shouted to his left and right, Hold on! Even if we die, we can't let these demon bastards take a step forward. The elders of the Emperor Realm of Azure Sun Temple immediately responded, Yes. Only Murong Xiao glanced at Gao Shueting with sorrow. She saw that Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were still filled with tears, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The fierce sun mirror that was originally hanging above her head burst into a dazzling light at this moment. A flame spurted out from the mirror and blasted forward, brushing past When Zishan's head and burning dozens of demon race into flames. When Zishan swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to touch his hair, he felt a pinch of ash and the smell of burnt hair came to his nose. Brother One, there's movement ahead. Ma Qing suddenly shouted in a low voice and looked in a certain direction with a solemn expression. When Zishan couldn't care less and listened carefully. Sure enough, there was a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the demon race's army. Looking over, he saw a cloud of smoke rushing straight towards them. Wherever it passed, the demon race's army was split apart like a stream of water. It's one of us. When Zishan raised his eyebrows when he saw this, Ma Qing was stunned. There are still people who haven't retreated? Yang Kai hasn't returned. In a few words, when Zishan had already determined the identity of the person who came and was overjoyed, Yang Kai's cultivation was now extraordinary and his combat strength was great. If he could help, the pressure on guarding the entrance of the valley would be greatly reduced. When Zishan was right, the person who rushed from the rear of the demon race was indeed Yang Kai. But he was not alone. He was charging at the front, his azure dragon spear cutting a bloody path, followed by dozens of people. These were the Star Realm soldiers who had not been able to evacuate in time and were separated from the battlefield. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and covered the entire Star Soul Palace, finding everyone's location and going to them one by one to help them, which was why he had come back so late. Most of the people had been taken into the sealed world bead, leaving the Emperor Realm behind to provide support. Although there were only a few dozen people under the leadership of Yang Kai, They were like a mighty flood of steel, crushing the demon race's army with a rumble. Facing an enemy 10,000 times their number, they had not suffered a single casualty. The dozens of people from the Emperor realm were full of admiration and finally understood why Yang Kai could become a corps commander when everyone else was an Emperor realm master. This kind of strength was simply not something the Emperor realm could possess. The dense demon race army was penetrated by Yang Kai's people, and when the front was suddenly empty, they had already killed their way out and arrived in front of the mountain valley. When everyone saw each other, they were naturally overjoyed. Many of the masters who had stayed at the entrance of the mountain valley nodded to Yang Kai, their eyes full of gratitude. The dozens of people from the Emperor realm who were brought back by Yang Kai were all their companions and fellow disciples. They had thought that they would definitely die on the battlefield, but now they had returned unscathed. Naturally, it was all thanks to Yang Kai, so how could they not be grateful? With the momentum to kill an army of millions, Yang Kai turned around and swept his gaze across the front. The demon race army that had gathered like a tide involuntarily took a few steps back, as if frightened by his murderous intent. Is there anyone else? When Zishan wiped the blood from his face and asked Yang Kai shook his head and said, "This is the last batch." When Zishan's heart relaxed, "That's good." He called out to everyone, "Those who are exhausted and injured, evacuate first. We will follow later." Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "All of you leave, I will stay." Ma Qing was stunned. "You alone?" Yang Kai grinned. "One person is enough." When Zishan's expression was solemn, "Boy." Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him. "Master Li and the others are still entangled with the half-saint in the demon territory. If you don't evacuate, they won't be able to leave. Only if you evacuate first will they be able to escape safely." When Zishan hesitated, "But if you are alone?" Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Since I am staying, I am naturally confident. Also, once you evacuate, if I can't beat you, I can leave at any time." Hearing him say this, when Zishan also felt that it was true. Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space, so he could naturally escape at any time if he couldn't beat them. The others wouldn't have this convenience, so he didn't waste any time and nodded, "Then be careful." Chapter 37-39. They were all resolute people. Since they had made up their minds, they naturally wouldn't delay. With Wen Zishan at the head, the 14 armies of the Emperor realm retreated towards the valley. When they passed by Yang Kai, they all called out to him to be careful and take care, expressing their respect. In the blink of an eye, everyone in front of the mountain valley had left, leaving only Kai Yang alone. However, he still had a smile on his face. With his spear by his side, he faced the demon race's army of millions alone without any change in expression. The army at the front was in an uproar. Countless members of the demon race glared at Yang Kai. Although this human in front of them had indeed displayed extraordinary combat strength before, even killing a half-saint on the spot, he still dared to be so arrogant at this moment. Wasn't he being too arrogant? At the front of the army, dozens of high-rank demon kings had sinister expressions. Their divine senses surged, and after a simple exchange, they suddenly charged forward. Demon Yuan rolled, and the power of demon artifacts bloomed. Before the demon king at the front could even get close, the light of demon artifacts behind him had already enveloped Yang Kai. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was still alone. So what if he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a half-saint? In front of the demon race's army of millions, even a half-saint would have to retreat. With a rumble, countless attacks landed on Yang Kai's body, instantly drowning him. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge, and was directly hit by the power of those demon artifacts. The members of the demon race were overjoyed. The demon kings charging towards Yang Kai were also shocked. Yang Kai being so arrogant and not putting them in his eyes was something they were happy to see. After being hit by so many attacks, even if this guy was lucky enough to not die, he would inevitably be heavily injured. Before they could finish their thoughts, they saw Yang Kai's figure suddenly fade. The countless attacks actually passed through his body and hit behind him, but they didn't cause him any damage at all. The demon kings couldn't help but widen their eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure once again solidified. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon spear, thrusting it forward without any fancy moves. This spear was ordinary and mediocre. The speed wasn't too fast either, allowing everyone to see it clearly. However, when this spear was thrust out, the faces of the several dozen high-rank demon kings simultaneously turned aghast. All of them had the misconception that the spear was stabbing towards them. The might of the spear ignored the barrier of space. A miserable shriek rang out, sounding extremely mournful. When the demon king came back to his senses, he immediately discovered that Yang Kai's spear had already caught a figure. That figure was pierced through by the spear, the tip of the spear coming out from his back. His whole body was hanging on the spear, struggling endlessly, but how could he break free? A bone-chilling feeling spread throughout his body. The figure hanging on the spear was actually one of his companions. There were several dozen high-rank demon king, but not a single one of them clearly saw how he had been hit. However, there was no time to ponder over it. In this instant, the numerous demon kings had already pounced in front of Yang Kai. In an instant, he was completely surrounded. Demon king after demon king activated their demon chi. Sand demon burrowed into the ground. Shadow demon moved stealthily. Stone demons smashed their fists or summoned their demon artifacts. Bone demons raised their hands, their 5 fingers flying out, transforming into 5 eerie skulls. Corpse demons opened their mouths and spat out dense corpse poison. Flame demons controlled the burning heaven flames and attacked Yang Kai from all directions. A series of clanging sounds rang out. Apart from the several dozen demon race surrounding Yang Kai, no one could clearly see the situation on the battlefield. They could only see figures flying about, sparks flying everywhere, and dazzling like flowers. From time to time, a demon king would let out a blood-curdling scream as it was sent flying backwards, a huge hole appearing on its body. This shocking offensive only lasted for less than 10 breaths of time. When that circle of spear images that caused the world to change color burst out, all the demon kings either took the initiative to retreat or were sent flying. In an instant, the world was empty. In front of the valley, Yang Kai was bathed in blood. His already ragged clothes became even more tattered, and his hair was disheveled. His eyes, covered by his long hair, shone with a dark red light. He knelt on the ground with one knee, and the spear in his hand was mostly stabbed into the ground. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk fresh blood seeped out from the ground, as if there was a pool of blood deep underground. Yang Kai raised his spear and dragged out a hidden sand demon from the ground. His spear pierced through the sand demon's heart and back. When it was dragged out, the sand demon's face revealed a pained expression. His demon chi surged, and with a shake of his spear, the sand demon exploded into pieces. Before the pieces fell to the ground, they turned into gravel. A chill ran through their bodies, and all the members of the demon race who saw the scene kept quiet out of fear. The high-rank demon kings looked at each other, their faces sinking. Several dozen high-rank demon kings swarmed forward. What kind of powerful lineup was this? Yet they were still unable to kill Yang Kai. Even if he was injured, so what? In that short exchange of 10 breaths of time, at least 3 high-rank demon kings had died, and 7 or 8 had been injured. The guy in front of them was actually able to block the fierce attacks of several dozen high-rank demon kings by himself. If it was a half-saint, it wouldn't be strange at all. But Yang Kai was just a high-rank demon king. This kind of thing was a bit unimaginable. When they hadn't fought Yang Kai head-on, they hadn't noticed anything. But when they really fought him, they realized how terrifying that spear was. Not only was that spear incomparably sharp, it was also filled with a great majesty. It could move one's mind, making it impossible for them to display their full strength. With a light whoosh, everyone's heart jumped in fright. A streak of light flashed, shooting straight towards Yang Kai's chest. This light sound seemed to be a signal. Immediately after this sound, whoosh 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 sounds could be heard without end. In a split second, arrows flickering with cold light and carrying the aura of death shot towards Yang Kai. The feather demon race was proficient in E-arts, but not in close combat. Therefore, in the previous attack, there was no trace of a feather demon. After a great battle, one's mind would be relaxed. This was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai had just shaken the sand demon hanging on his spear into pieces when the first arrow arrived in front of him. The speed was so fast that even Yang Kai couldn't dodge in time. The moment the cold reached his body, Yang Kai stimulated his demon chi, and the flesh on his chest contracted. With a muffled thud, the 1 zhang long arrow penetrated 3 inches into his flesh. Yang Kai was pushed back a few steps by the huge force before he could stabilize himself. His spear danced, knocking away the rest of the arrows. The group of demon kings were dumbstruck. They looked at Yang Kai in a daze, crying out in alarm in their hearts. He didn't die even after that? The arrow that hit Yang Kai's chest didn't seem to have any abnormalities, but the red ribbon on the tail of the arrow clearly showed the identity of its owner. The one who shot this arrow was the strongest among the feather demons besides the demon saint and half-saint. Even a stone demon with a powerful innate defense would be penetrated by this arrow. Just how strong was this human's body? Yang Kai's face was gloomy. He reached out and grabbed the arrow that was still faintly fighting in his chest. He pulled it out fiercely and lowered his head to look at it. Sure enough, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. If it was him 3 years ago, even if he had a half-dragon body, he might not have been able to block this arrow. But in the ancient battlefield, dozens of years were like a day. After being tempered by the 2 forces, the growth of his body was no longer the same as before. Not to mention, his half-dragon body had already grown from 300 zhang to 100 zhang. The growth of his half-dragon body also meant that the origin of the dragon race was stimulated. Naturally, his body would become even more powerful. Even so, that arrow still broke through his defense. If it had penetrated 2 inches more, he might have been in danger. If a high-grade Demon King level feather demon could do this, then what about a half-saint level feather demon? Fuyu? With a clench of his fist, the arrow that was comparable to a demonic treasure broke into 2. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head. His scarlet eyes were like those of a wild beast. Through the barrier of the void, he stared at a figure more than 10 li away. Then he grinned maliciously. Facing this pair of terrifying eyes, the expression of the feather demon who had launched a sneak attack changed greatly. Without hesitation, he swayed his body and landed in the middle of the demon race army, trying to blend in and hide his tracks. A gust of wind came from behind. It scraped against his back, causing him to feel pain. It seemed that even a layer of his flesh had been removed. Looking back, he saw that Yang Kai, who was originally more than 10 li away, had already appeared at the place where he was originally standing. She already knew that to an enemy who was proficient in the law of space, a distance of more than 10 li was equivalent to being face to face. Therefore, as soon as she sensed that something was wrong, she fled. Now, it seemed that it was fortunate that she reacted quickly. Otherwise, it would have pointed to disaster. Oh! Seeing that the feather demon had unexpectedly dodged his attack, Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. His feet didn't move, but his figure followed like a shadow. He chased after the feather demon and rushed into the middle of the demon race army. In an instant, as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, the army of millions was in chaos. Countless members of the demon race were sent flying into the air, their bodies exploding one after another. That feather demon only felt a murderous intent locking onto him from behind. How could he dare to look back? He only knew that he absolutely couldn't stop. Otherwise, only death would await him. He didn't care about the casualties of the ordinary demon race. Wherever there were more people, he would go, hoping to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. Bastard! In front of the valley, a high-rank demon king who had been injured by Yang Kai flew into a rage. He wasn't angry at the feather demon. After all, the feather demon was also a high-rank demon king. He was angry that Yang Kai didn't care about the demon race and actually had the guts to rush into the army. As he cursed, he was about to turn around and fight again. However, a power demon pressed down on his shoulder. The power demon slowly shook his head and said, "This person is proficient in the law of space. You saw his strength just now. I'm afraid we can't do anything to him unless a half-saint master intervenes." There was something he didn't say in his heart. Perhaps even a half-saint might not be able to do anything. Instead of wasting our energy on him, why don't we chase after the remaining enemies? When the demon kings heard this, they all nodded. First of all, this power demon's words were indeed reasonable. Yang Kai had escaped from a demon saint. Although this old demon army was large, if he really wanted to escape, no one could do anything to him. Second of all, the battle just now had made them wary of Yang Kai. They would rather face Wen Zishan and the others and the 14 armies of the Star Boundary than fight with Yang Kai again. Chapter 3740. If they were to fight against that human, they would really die. With fear in their hearts and sufficient reasons, how could the high-rank demon king in front of the valley hesitate? Even though they knew that the demon Saint Master was secretly watching them, they still immediately issued the order. The demon race army that had been stagnant finally pressed towards the valley. A resounding dragon roar sounded, and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, as if a mountain was pressing down. The demon race army that had just arrived at the entrance of the valley felt their bodies sink, and it was difficult for them to move. This is, in the void, Zhu Yan, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a terrifying light bloomed in his eyes. He looked excitedly at the figure that was falling from the sky, falling towards the entrance of the valley. Fu Xiu's beautiful eyes also bloomed with extraordinary splendor. She felt that under that dragon roar, the origin of the dragon race in her body actually resonated with it, making people involuntarily have the thought of rushing forward regardless of everything and fighting side by side with him. Under the gaze of the two great elders of the dragon race, the figure that was falling from the sky suddenly expanded. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 50 zhang, 70 zhang, and even 100 zhang. Amidst the crackling sounds, his entire body was covered with golden dragon scales. The dragon horns on his forehead swelled up high. His hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and the dragon tail behind him swept in all directions. Who allowed? It was as if a small mountain was crashing down. When the dragon's body fell from the sky, the huge shadow in the sky blocked the line of sight of all the devils, causing them to see nothing but darkness. They couldn't see the slightest bit of light. You all? With a boom, his feet landed on the ground, and the earth trembled. Rocks from the mountains on both sides fell down, and cracks appeared on the solid ground with his feet as the origin. Countless demon race soldiers fell into the abyss. It's over. The 300-meter-long giant spear swept across. Regardless of whether it was a demon king or a demon commander, anyone who came into contact with it would either die or be injured. The demon race army that had just arrived at the valley was suddenly swept clean. The members of the demon race turned pale with fright. Those who charged at the front had already died a violent death. Only those demon kings who were quick to react had luckily escaped. At this moment, they had retreated far away and raised their heads to look at the huge monster blocking their way. A sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. If the demon kings were like this, then there was no need to talk about the weaker demon race. Their eyes were trembling, and their guts were torn apart. He stood alone in front of the valley, but it was as if there were a million lions behind him. He was so intimidating that the demon race's army couldn't advance even an inch. One of his large hands was holding onto a small figure, who was struggling with all his might but was unable to break free from the iron claws. Looking at the appearance and characteristics, it was the feathered demon king, who had launched a sneak attack on him. In just a few breaths of time, he had actually been caught by him from the thousands of soldiers and horses. The feathered demon turned his head, revealing a pleading expression, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly exert force in his hand. Kacha. As if a walnut had been crushed. The feathered demon's body emitted a crisp sound, which made one's hair stand on end. Blood dripped down from the gaps between the dragon claws. When Yang Kai opened his hand again, the feathered demon didn't even have the slightest bit of human form left. It had already turned into a mass of flesh and blood. The light in its eyes quickly disappeared, and its vitality dissipated. It fell from Yang Kai's palm to the ground. Cuff. Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out a scorching dragon breath, and he grinned at the numerous members of the demon race. He grabbed the tail of the azure dragon spear and raised it high. Seeing this scene, the hearts of every member of the demon race jumped. The complexions of the demon kings changed greatly, and they quickly shouted, "Retreat!" As the words fell, the numerous demon kings retreated with all their might. But even if they could run away, how could the demon army that was swarming over escape? Previously, when they swarmed forward, each one ran faster than the other. But now, when they wanted to retreat, there were many obstacles, and behind them were their own people. The army was in chaos, and they couldn't get into formation. The azure dragon spear brought out a straight cold light and heavily smashed into the ground. Kong. Where the spear landed, the earth collapsed, and countless members of the demon race were directly smashed into nothingness by this spear. The violent shockwave swept in all directions, and the demon race on both sides fell like straws. A terrifying shockwave came, and the fallen demon race were all sent flying into the sky, exploding into pieces. The power of this spear smashed open a death zone more than 10 kilometers long and several kilometers wide in the middle of the demon race army. None of the demon race soldiers in this range survived. Yang Kai didn't raise the spear and tightly held the end of the spear, the body of the spear close to the ground, and swept it again. After a round trip, with him as the center, the entire fan-shaped area in front of him was deathly silent. The sound of gulping could be heard incessantly, and many members of the demon race kept swallowing their saliva. With such a terrifying monster, who could fight against it without a half-saint? Even if they had an army of millions, could they stop the slaughter of such a monster? However, before Yang Kai could be complacent, Zhu Yan's cry of alarm sounded in his ears. "Yang Kai, be careful!" At the same time, a chill spread throughout his body, making him feel cold all over. Yang Kai even smelled the scent of death coming towards him. At the critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai was neither sad nor happy, and his mind miraculously fell into a kind of ethereal state. He straightened his body, withdrew the spear, and thrust it straight into the void. Driven by instinct, Yang Kai was still in a state of thoughtlessness, but when he thrust the spear, he felt an incomparable carefree feeling, as if all the essence, energy, and spirit in his body were released with this spear. He only felt that this was the most powerful attack he had ever used in his life, and it actually had a kind of meaning that was in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even if there was a half-saint in front of him, this spear could take his life. At the tip of the black dragon spear, a black light suddenly appeared, and within the black light, the power of the law of space fluctuated. When the black light first appeared, it was only the size of a broad bean, but as Yang Kai thrust the spear out, the black light quickly expanded, and suddenly turned into a black mass of more than 10 meters in radius. A cry of surprise came from the void in front of Yang Kai, followed by a fist appearing out of thin air and hurtling towards the black dragon spear. Compared to the black mass of more than 10 meters in radius, this fist was insignificant, but this was the fist of the demon saint, and in this world, no one dared to underestimate the power of this fist. When the fist came into contact with the black ball, strangely, there was no sound at all. The black ball suddenly shrank, turning into a black dot, and disappeared in a flash. The fist shook again, and then a heroic figure appeared. Kong. It was not until this moment that a dull, thunderous sound rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, deafening and causing their blood to boil. Yang Kai's 300-meter-long dragon body fell backwards, smashing into the ground with a bang, almost filling the entire valley entrance. When he fell, his dragon body rapidly shrank, turning back into his human form. His face was pale and bloodless, and golden blood was gushing out of his mouth and nose. His aura was also as weak as gossamer. In the void, Shueli, who had been knocked back by Yang Kai's spear, arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash, and slammed his palm down without hesitation. With his status as a demon saint, he would normally disdain to attack a high-rank demon king, let alone launch a sneak attack. However, when he observed the battle earlier, he had already sensed Yang Kai's terrifying potential. Now that Yang Kai was only a high-rank demon king, and he already had such power, what would happen if he was allowed to continue growing? This was why he had disregarded his status and brazenly attacked. However, what he did not expect was that Yang Kai was actually still alive after the power of his punch. He sighed inwardly at how tough this brat's fate was, so naturally, he would not hesitate to kill him. Two dragon roars rang out, and two killing intents locked onto Xueli. A strong wind came from behind him, and Xueli, who had slammed his palm towards Yang Kai, furrowed his brows imperceptibly. If this palm landed, Yang Kai would most likely die, but he would definitely not have it easy either. The strength of the two great dragon race elders was also extraordinary. Since he had already made his move, how could Zhu Yan and Fu Shun just stand by and watch? When he made his move, the two elders had already activated the dragon race's origin source, transforming into their dragon true forms and attacking. Huobu and Fu Yu's reactions were not slow either. The former's body flickered with a dangerous aura as he pounced towards the two elders of the dragon race, while the latter pulled back her bowstring and shot an arrow at Zhu Yan's dragon body. However, Zhu Yan acted as if he did not feel anything as he swung his dragon claws towards Xueli. In the end, that palm did not land. To the demon saint, although Yang Kai's potential was terrifying, he still needed a long flowing time Great Emperor to grow to a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. To put oneself in danger just to kill such a person was naturally a loss. His figure flashed, and Xueli disappeared from where he was, turning into a bloody light and escaping to the side. Zhu Yan's claw struck empty air, creating 5 cracks in the void. Fu Shun took the opportunity to open his dragon mouth and directly swallow Yang Kai. At the same time, Fu Yu's arrow arrived. Zhu Yan could not avoid it. Previously, he only wanted to save Yang Kai, so he did not care about the attack from behind. Now that Yang Kai was saved, it was too late for him to defend himself. In a hurry, he swung his dragon tail and slapped the arrow that was shooting towards him. Due to the force, the arrow changed its direction slightly and brushed past Zhu Yan's chest, bringing with it a large piece of flesh. Jade green blood splattered everywhere. Even the defense of the dragon race could not withstand the sharpness of that arrow. Huobu pounced over with a sinister smile. His originally rolling body expanded even more at this moment, but despite his bloated body, his body was indescribably nimble as he directly flashed to where Zhu Yan was injured. Boom! Huobu's entire body exploded. Zhu Yan's nearly 600 feet long dragon body was sent flying by the shockwave as he let out a painful roar from his dragon mouth. In the midst of the explosion, Huobu's body reformed. He was born in the Red Devil clan, and exploding to kill the enemy was his instinct. However, unlike ordinary Red Devils, this move of his was not suicidal, but allowed him to be reborn from the ashes. It was also because of this innate divine technique that he was able to survive the explosions time and time again, cultivating step by step to the demon saint realm. For countless years, the Red Devil clan had always been the weakest clan in the entire demon territory, but Huobu was an anomaly among this clan. The giant dragon claw slammed down, and Huobu's body had just reformed, so how could he avoid it? Turning his head to look, he saw Fu Yu, who had transformed into an ice crystal dragon, with cold eyes and a dragon roar that shook the sky. Chapter 37:41. Huobu turned pale with fright. He never thought that a moment of impulse would put him in danger. If he had known this would happen, he would never have rushed forward. The law of ice was rampant, seemingly freezing the flames in his body. Huobu tried his best to dodge, but the dragon's claws still slashed through his body. In an instant, several long wounds appeared on his body. The concept of ice wreaked havoc on his wounds, but not a single drop of blood flowed out from his flesh. Huobu let out a strange cry. Without waiting for Fu Tianyi's second attack, his rolling body turned into a red light and shot into the distance. He actually ran away. Trash! Fu Yu gritted her teeth when she saw this, wishing she could shoot this guy to death. Now that Zhu Yan was injured by his sneak attack, and Fu Tianyi had misgivings about Yang Kai, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the two great elders of the dragon race. Even if they had to pay a price, it was still acceptable. But Huabu was actually running away in a panic. Sure enough, a brat was not worth a scheme. With Yang Kai as the trigger, the three demon saint great elders of the demon race, who had been watching from the sidelines, hastily made their move. In a flash of light, Zhu Yan was injured, and Huabu fled. Dragon roars sounded again. In the sky, the azure dragon and the ice dragon's enormous bodies entwined with each other, as if they were one. The two giant dragon heads were raised high, overlooking the world. The two great elders of the dragon race were originally husband and wife. After countless years of being together, they had long been connected to each other and had their own set of joint attack techniques. Zhu Yan or Fu Tianyi alone had strength comparable to the great emperors, and when they attacked together it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If not for this set of joint attack techniques, how could they have been a match for the three demon saint great elders in the past few years? They had fought each other more than once, so when they saw the two great elders of the dragon race take such a stance, both Xueli and Fuyu sighed in their hearts. They knew that they had lost their best chance. Even if they fought with their lives on the line, they would not be able to do anything to them. At most, both sides would be injured. Under the connection of their auras, the cold power that spread out from Fu Tianyi's body sealed the wound on Zhu Yan's chest. The azure dragon's forte was recovery, and there was an inextinguishable vitality in its body. Therefore, even if it looked like he was injured, it would not be a problem for a while. Fortunately, Fu Yu's arrow was shot at Zhu Yan. If the target was Fu Tin, it would be troublesome. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flew through the air and stood beside the two great elders of the dragon race. They were the false emperors who had been entangling the half-saint of demon race. Led by Li Wui, nearly 20 false emperors and half-saint of the star realm broke away from their opponents and came to the front of the valley. They had been paying attention to the movements of the Star Realm army and felt that the time had come. Naturally, there was no need to fight with the experts of the demon race. Without their suppression, the half-saint of the demon race regained their freedom and came to Xueli and Fu Yu's side. Looking at each other from a distance, their auras collided silently, causing the void to fluctuate endlessly. It was as if it could not withstand the pressure and could collapse at any time. Xueli clasped his hands behind his back, his scarlet eyes glowing with a cold light. He said in a sinister voice, "Sooner or later, I will make you all die a horrible death." Fuyu snorted coldly. "It won't be too late to talk big when that day comes." After saying this, he slowly retreated to the back of the valley with Zhu Yan. Li Wui and the others scattered to the left and right to protect them. However, what made them feel slightly relieved was that the demon race did not make any movements even after everyone had retreated to the spatial array. They were just quietly watching. They knew that there was no point in continuing the battle at this point. Both sides were almost equal in strength, so no one could do anything to the other. However, to the Star Realm, this battle was a complete defeat. It was not that they were weaker, but that the demon land had already eroded the entire Star Soul Palace and was still expanding outwards. This holy land that had protected the martial arts of the Southern Territory for many years, this divine palace that symbolized the peak of martial arts in the Southern Territory, had finally been seized by the demon race. At the spatial array, there was a flash of light and everyone disappeared. Xueli stared coldly until everyone from the Star Realm retreated. Only then did he say, "We have to speed up." Fuyu put away her divine bow and said, "It's about time." "How much longer?" Xueli turned to look at her. "Based on the news we've received, 3 months at most." 3 months. The corners of Xueli's mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile. "Then we'll let them enjoy these 3 months." His mind was floating, as if he was in the middle of a vast ocean. All kinds of ideas flashed through his mind, and strange pieces of information appeared. They were things he had never understood before, but now, for no reason at all, he had inexplicably comprehended them. After an unknown amount of time, when a ray of light appeared in this muddle-headed state, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. "Husband!" A soft cry rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw several faces looking at him. Their beautiful faces were filled with nervousness and concern. His little senior sister's eyes were a little red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried. "Husband," Su Yan called out softly again. Although she tried her best to suppress it, her voice still trembled slightly. During the days that Yang Kai was unconscious, they had been by his side. Now that they saw that Yang Kai had woken up, they finally felt relieved. Great Elder Zhu Yan had said that as long as Yang Kai could wake up, then there would be no problems. However, if he remained unconscious forever, then it would be a little troublesome. After all, Yang Kai's injuries this time were related to the demon saint. It was completely different from before, and no one knew what would happen to him. Revealing a smile, Kai Yang reached out his hand to rub her face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yan seemed a bit reserved, but she still suppressed the shyness in her heart and reached out to hold Kai Yang's hand, allowing him to rub her face. "Why are you still crying?" Yang Kai reached out his other hand and grabbed Xianing Chang's soft hair. "I'm fine. It would have been better if he didn't say so." Once he did, little senior sister's tears gushed out again. She lay on the bed, her shoulders shaking as she tried to suppress her sobs. Affected by her, Luo, Shuiyu, and even Zhu Qing's eyes turned red. They quietly turned their heads and secretly shed tears. Yang Kai comforted them one by one, but it was to no avail. Just as he was feeling helpless, a cold voice came from behind. "What are you crying for? He's not dead yet. Get out." If it was someone else who said this, Su Yan and the others would definitely not listen. But it was Fu Si who said this, so how could they dare to disobey? This second elder had always been known for her coldness. Only in front of Yang Xiao would she show a trace of gentleness. Disobeying her would not end well. After exhorting Yang Kai a few words, the girls reluctantly left. Yang Kai climbed up from the bed. Zhu Yan, who followed Fu Si in, quickly said, "If you're not feeling well, just lie down. Don't move around." As he spoke, he coughed lightly. It was obvious that his injuries had not healed. Previously, he was shot by Fu Yu and injured by Huabu's self-destruction. Although his life was not in danger, his injuries were not light. Yang Kai said, "I'm not feeling uncomfortable. I feel fine." It was indeed fine. Although he had just woken up, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, his body was filled with strength. He did not know what was going on. Zhu Yan was stunned and looked over with Fu Si. Seeing that Yang Kai was indeed not abnormal, they could not help but click their tongues in wonder. How could an ordinary high-rank demon king survive after being targeted by a demon saint? However, Yang Kai had forcefully exchanged a blow with Xueli. Although the situation was a bit difficult, it was fortunate that he did not die. Who would have thought that there would be no after-effects? This was somewhat inconceivable. What made the two elders even more concerned was that Yang Kai's eyes had become much deeper. There seemed to be a restrained divine light, making people unable to see through them. "Is there something you two need?" Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart. If there was not something, how could Zhu Yan not heal and instead wait for him to wake up? "There is indeed something I need to ask you." Zhu Yan nodded. "Sit down and talk." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. There was tea on the table. Yang Kai took out a teacup and poured it for them, pushing it in front of them. He also filled a cup for himself. As he sipped, he recalled the feeling of blocking Xueli's punch with his spear. While he was unconscious, that scene had appeared countless times, allowing him to faintly comprehend many things. Fu Si said bluntly, "The reason I came to find you this time is mainly to ask about your spear." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear in his hand. He handed it to Fu Si and said with a smile, "Second elder, please take a look." An ancient and desolate dragon breath rushed towards him, as if a giant dragon had walked out of a scroll of history and arrived in front of him. The dragon race's origin in Fu Si's body actually jumped uncontrollably. He could not help but be startled as he hurriedly reached out to receive it. Zhu Yan also moved his head over and examined the black dragon spear with Fu Tin. Outside the hall, Su Yan and the others walked out one by one. A group of people immediately surrounded them and asked about Yang Kai's situation. Su Yen told everyone that Yang Kai had woken up and the two dragon race elders were talking to him. Only then did everyone relax. Shan Qing Luo saw a beautiful figure in the crowd and smiled. She walked to her side and gently poked her. Elder sister, husband is fine. Jiao panicked and nodded. I heard it. Shan Qing Luo sighed leisurely. When husband was unconscious, he kept muttering the names of us sisters. It really hurts. Jiao forced out a smile. Junior brother has you all in his heart. Even if he is unconscious, he will naturally think of you. Luo tilted his head and looked at her. Elder sister is right. She raised a finger and pointed it at her red lips. She had a cute and innocent look on her face, but she was also very charming. But elder sister, Lord husband also called your name. Ji Yao's tender body trembled and a blush appeared on her face. She asked in a panic, Did he? Yes. Shan Qing Luo blinked her big eyes and looked at her innocently. What's going on? Elder sister, do you owe husband money? No, no such thing. Ji Yao's face turned even redder. She suddenly felt like her adultery had been seen through and was at a loss. Shan Qing Luo thoughtfully said, Oh, then husband must be confused. Ji Yao forced a smile and said, It's good that brother Yang is awake. Honored master is still waiting for me to report back. I'll take my leave first. Looking at Ji Yao's fleeing figure, Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She really was a thin-skinned person. Chapter 3742. Star Soul Palace. Demonic chi filled the air. The sacred land of martial arts in the Southern Territory had now become a demon land. In a large hall, a half-saint and a dozen or so demon kings sat cross-legged. Their faces were filled with resistance. These half-saint demon kings had all been injured in the battle a few days ago. Without exception, they were all injured by Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, their injuries were not serious. The half-saint's injury could even be said to be negligible. It was the blood demon half-saint who had a cut on his arm by Yang Kai. However, in the past few days, this blood demon half-saint discovered that his wound could not heal no matter what he did. A strange energy was corroding his flesh and blood. Not only did the originally small wound not heal, it even expanded. What made him feel even more hopeless was that the more he tried to suppress it, the more it backfired. Xueli stood in front of him with his eyes slightly lowered. A large hand was placed on his shoulder, and the vigorous aura of a demon saint overflowed. Suddenly, Xueli's expression brightened. He raised his large hand into a claw and sucked at the blood demon half-saint's wound. An arrow of blood shot out from the wound and was absorbed into his palm. When the blood arrow entered his hand, it seemed to have a life of its own. It turned into a blood-colored snake and burrowed into Xueli's palm. Xueli's expression froze. He was surprised, but he was not shocked or afraid. He urged his devil essence to wrap around the blood snake and held it in his palm. To the side, Fu Yu looked at Xueli in surprise. Although Xueli's expression did not reveal anything, she knew that this action had consumed a lot of Xueli's energy. There was even a faint trace of exhaustion in the depths of his eyes. It was just healing someone, but it could make Xueli feel tired? What was it? Fu Yu's expression could not help but become serious. She looked at Xueli and asked, What's going on? Xueli stared deeply at the blood snake in his hand. He allowed it to writhe in his palm, but did not dare to touch it directly. His pupils shrank slightly as he said seriously, True intent. True intent? Fu Yu was stunned, seeming to have heard something unbelievable. Even her voice involuntarily rose a little. That brat actually comprehended true intent? Did you make a mistake? Xueli looked at her leisurely. He did not speak, but his meaning was clear. Fu Yu also knew that Xueli wouldn't make a mistake on something like this. She sucked in a cold breath. No wonder. Thinking back to when Yang Kai had first appeared and fought against the Stone Demon Half-Saint, the Stone Demon Half-Saint was still killed on the spot. Although there were 3 girls helping him at that time, the 3 girls didn't play much of a role. The one who truly decided the outcome of that battle was Yang Kai himself. Previously, he was still thinking that the stone demon half-saint was only good-looking but useless. He had a half-saint cultivation, but in the end, he actually died at the hands of a demon king. He truly deserved to die. Now, it seemed that he had wronged the stone demon half-saint. It wasn't that the stone demon half-saint was weak, but that the brat had actually comprehended true intent. This kind of power was something that even the demon saint feared and yearned for. Even Xueli didn't dare to recklessly touch it, let alone a half-saint. How could one not die after being corroded by true intent? I missed a good opportunity. A cold light flashed through Xueli's eyes, adding a trace of annoyance. If he had known that Yang Kai had comprehended true intent, he would have killed him at all costs. As he spoke, he raised his hand. The wriggling blood snake in his hand shot out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Although this was only a weak strand of true intent, it was not something he could easily refine. With his strength, he could only extract this strand of true intent from the injured blood demon at most. Furthermore, he could feel that this strand of Yang Kai's true intent was still very weak, but it had opened a new door. If Yang Kai was allowed to continue growing, he might have the strength to kill them in the future. That brat is only a demon king. How could he comprehend true intent? Fu Yu's face was ashen. She, a demon saint, couldn't do it, but Yang Kai had done it. Although she was angry, she was also envious. If he could comprehend this kind of power, then the first demon saint wouldn't be Huang Wuji, but her, feather demon Fu Yu. Xueli narrowed his eyes slightly. He disappeared for 3 years and seemed to have entered the demon territory. Before that, he didn't have this kind of power. It seems that he must have encountered some kind of opportunity in the demon territory. Demon territory? Fu Yu was shocked. If it was an opportunity in the demon territory, they should be the ones to obtain it. How could a human benefit so easily? She immediately felt extremely indignant. "Master, save me!" A cry came from the side, interrupting the conversation between the two demon saints. One of the demon kings could no longer endure the pain of the true intent of the martial way tormenting his body and opened his mouth to ask for help. He watched as Xueli's actions caused the blood demon half-saint's originally painful expression to calm down. The demon saint master clearly had the ability to eliminate his pain. That strange power was wreaking havoc in his wounds, causing them to worsen without any signs of improvement. No matter how high his cultivation was or how strong his body was, it was useless. Xueli walked in front of the demon king and patted his shoulder. The strength was very light, as if he was just comforting him. However, when this palm landed, the demon king immediately turned into a puddle of thick blood. The stench of blood instantly filled the hall. The remaining demon kings who were waiting to be treated were dumbfounded. They never thought that Xueli would not only not save them, but also kill them. However, before they could understand what was going on, they all revealed expressions of pain. They all felt the blood in their bodies boil. The demon kings were shocked and cried out, "Master!" Xueli was indifferent. He only looked at them coldly. He was the blood demon and a demon saint. He was a peak expert who could control blood. With a single thought, the blood in the demon king's bodies was under his control. Fu Yu watched coldly from the side. She had no intention of stopping him because she knew that Xueli would not waste his energy on these demon kings. From what she saw just now, it would take a great deal of Xueli's energy to expel the true intent of the martial way from a clansman's body. A half-saint was worth saving, but a demon king was not. The cries of pain gradually turned into screams. Then, a series of muffled sounds rang out. All of the injured demon kings exploded into a bloody mist. However, the bloody mist did not dissipate, nor did any blood spill out. Instead, it condensed into a giant ball of blood in front of Xueli. If this was in the past, a blood ball like this would be a great supplement for Xueli. However, now that he knew the true intent of the martial way was hidden within, why would Xueli bother himself? With a wave of his hand, the blood ball flew out of the hall and landed somewhere unknown. "Where's Huobo?" Xueli wiped his hands. His hands were slender and long, like a woman's hands. They were clean and untainted. It would have been fine if Huobo had not been mentioned, but when Huobo was mentioned, Fuyu became very angry. She said with a murderous expression, "Who knows? He disappeared 3 days ago. He's probably hiding somewhere to heal." "You can't do anything right." Xueli was obviously angry at Huobo as well. The two of them had a grudge since many years ago and had always disliked each other. Now, his desire to kill Huobo was even more pitiful. He pondered for a moment and said, "Find him and have him kill Yang Kai." Fuyu said, "It's not hard to find him, but it's probably not very possible to order him around. You know his guts?" Xueli sneered. "I can't order him around, but can that person also not order him around?" A hint of fanaticism suddenly flashed through Fu Yu's eyes. She nodded slightly. "I understand. If that's the case, he won't dare to disobey. However, if he goes alone and is killed by those 2 old dragons, our advantage will be gone." The corner of Xueli's mouth curled up. "It doesn't matter. Ken Yi is about to recover. Then I won't have to worry." Fu Yu pursed her lips into a charming smile. When the second war of the 2 realms had begun, Ken Yi had used himself as a bridge to connect the 2 realms and forcefully open a passage between the 2 realms. He had lured the demon saint and the demon race's army into the star realm and had paid a great price. In the end, he had been heavily injured. He had been hiding in the dark to heal his wounds and had never shown himself. The star realm was already at a disadvantage in terms of top fighting strength. They were completely relying on the 2 great elders of the dragon race to support the situation. If Ken Yi came out of seclusion, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another for the star realm. Outside the universe? In the side room, Fu Yu's eyes widened. She, who was usually cold and stern, suddenly revealed such a shocked expression. It was hilarious. Towering giants? Zhu Yan also had a shocked expression. The 2 great elders of the dragon race had long lifespans. Although they had spent most of their time on Dragon Island and didn't care about worldly affairs, this race was a noble creature that had existed since the beginning of the world. In terms of the race's accumulation and background, no other race could compare to them. On Dragon Island, there were many ancient books that recorded secrets unknown to others. The 2 elders had flipped through them when they had nothing to do for so many years. Not to mention that they both possessed the dragon race's origin, carrying the memories and experiences of their ancestors. It could be said that in the entire star realm, even the great emperors were inferior to them in terms of experience. However, after hearing Yang Kai's words, they were still quite shocked. "You really went outside the universe?" Fu Yu asked anxiously. "I can't guarantee it, but there's an extremely high possibility." Yang Kai recalled his previous experience and felt that there was no other reasonable explanation for the vast star field other than the universe. He had jumped out from the void crack in the demon territory. The demon territory was originally a universe, but after Yang Kai used the sealed world bead to devour it, this universe disappeared without a trace. Perhaps it was unintentionally connected to the outside world. "What's outside the universe like?" Fu Yu asked excitedly. Yang Kai scratched his head and didn't know how to describe it. Recalling everything he had seen, he sighed with emotion. "Vast and boundless, outside the cage." Fu Yu immediately revealed a yearning expression. "The 2 of you also know about the outside world?" Yang Kai looked at them and asked. From Fu Yu's words just now, he could tell that they knew there was always someone better than them. Fu Yu and Zhu Yan looked at each other. The former nodded and said, "There were only a few words recorded in the ancient books of the dragon race. However, the description was very vague, so we didn't dare to be sure." Chapter 3743. He had a cold for a few days, his head was dizzy, snot and tears flowed out together. When it was serious, he couldn't even open his eyes. It was rumored that the first generation of dragons came from outside the universe and left behind the flame of life of their race in this world. However, this kind of thing happened too long ago, so long ago that even Zhu Yan and Fu Sui couldn't confirm the truth. However, hearing Yang Kai's words at this moment, they had some confidence in the matter recorded in the ancestral records. "What about that giant?" Zhu Yan stroked the black dragon spear. Was this spear gifted by that giant? Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. Recalling that giant called Ada, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Now that he thought about it, he was still shocked by what he saw that day. His 100-zhang dragon body was already a huge monster, but in front of that charmingly naive Ada, he was as insignificant as an insect. He didn't know what kind of race it was to be able to give birth to such a huge body. Fortunately, Ada didn't have any evil intentions. Otherwise Yang Kai wouldn't have returned alive. The two elders glanced at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed the black dragon spear. The spear covered in dragon scales suddenly flashed with light. The dragon breath in the spear seemed like a sleeping dragon slowly waking up, causing the dragon race origin in Zhu Yan and Fu Sui's body to throb. Zhu Yan coughed lightly again. Great Elder's injury. Yang Kai looked at his abdomen. There was a faint trace of blood. Although it's nothing serious, it will take some time to recuperate. Zhu Yan waved his hand, indicating that his injury was nothing serious. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Maybe I can help the Great Elder recover as soon as possible, or even let the two of you increase your strength." As soon as these words came out, both Zhu Yan and Fu Sui looked at him in astonishment. The two of them had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and their strength had reached their current level. It was extremely difficult for them to make any further progress. The dragon race's strength did not depend on cultivation alone. Instead, it required them to stimulate the origin energy in their bodies. The more complete the fusion of the origin energy, the more powerful they would be. Ordinary dragon blood flower was already useless to them. Only the highest quality dragon blood flower could fuse with their origin a little. However, the highest quality dragon blood flower could only be found by chance. Even with the power of the Dragon Island, they could only cultivate a few dragon blood flowers in a few thousand years. Last time, all of them were swept away by Yang Kai. If he couldn't rely on the dragon blood flower, his bitter cultivation would be useless. He could only wait for time to settle down. Now that they suddenly heard Yang Kai say such words, their first reaction was disbelief. But when they thought of the 300-meter-long dragon body Yang Kai had revealed in Star Soul Palace 3 days ago, Zhu Yan and Fu Tan couldn't help but feel their hearts burn with passion. They still remembered that the last time they saw Yang Kai use the dragon transformation technique, his dragon body was only 300 meters long. It was inconceivable that he could grow to 300 meters in just a dozen years. Since Yang Kai could do it, they might be able to as well. They suddenly realized that Yang Kai had the origin energy of the golden divine dragon in his body. With the fusion of the origin energy, he would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance and memories of the dragon race's ancestors. Perhaps he had seen some profound secrets from it. How confident are you? Fu Tan suppressed the excitement in his heart, but his shining eyes revealed everything. That will depend on your endurance. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhu Yan chuckled and said, "If there is really such a good thing, this old man will let you experience the endurance of the dragon race." He and Fu Tan were fighting against 3 demon saints. Although they could barely maintain the situation over the past few years, they had suffered many losses. There were many times when the husband and wife duo relied on their joint attack technique to make Shueli and the others hesitate to attack and temporarily avoid their attacks. If they could really increase their strength while healing, then they wouldn't have to endure this. When the time came, they might not necessarily be at a disadvantage when fighting 2 against 3. Even if they couldn't take back the initiative in this battle, they wouldn't be so passive at the very least. All right, there is no time to lose. Let me prepare a little before we depart. Yang Kai put away the black dragon spear and stood up. Where are we going? Zhu Yan looked at him suspiciously. Dragon Island. At this critical juncture, Yang Kai and the 2 elders of the dragon race had to make a trip to Dragon Island, and a conservative estimate was that it would take at least a month. Such a confidential matter naturally couldn't be casually announced. No one could guarantee that there weren't any remnants of the demon sky path among the many armies in the star boundary. If the news was leaked, the demon saint would definitely take action when the 2 elders of the dragon race returned to Dragon Island. At that time, No one would be able to stop the attacks of Xueli and the others. From beginning to end, only Li Wui knew about this matter. It was announced to the public that Yang Kai and Great Elder Zhu Yan were in seclusion to heal their injuries. Fortunately, there was a space array so they could come and go without a trace. After a simple handover, Yang Kai, Zhu Yan, and Fu Tan embarked on the road back to Dragon Island. A day later, the three of them entered the small world of Dragon Island and headed straight for Dragon Palace without stopping. At this moment, Zhu Yan and Fu Tan finally understood Yang Kai's plan. In the spacious and cold Dragon Hall, many huge dragons coiled around the pillars. In the darkness, many pairs of dragon eyes looked down. The figures of the huge dragons were faintly discernible, and they were filled with awe-inspiring dragon might. You want to borrow the power of the dragon soul? Zhu Yan turned to look at Yang Kai. Is there any other way besides this? Yang Kai didn't deny it. This secret technique was only recently comprehended. It wasn't taught by anyone, but it was comprehended from the golden divine dragon's origin power in his body. The origin power seemed to carry this secret technique, but Yang Kai hadn't fused with it enough before, so he couldn't pry into its mysteries. Now that he had cultivated in the ancient battlefield for dozens of years, his dragon form had grown to 100 feet long, and his fusion with the origin power was much stronger than before. The information contained in the origin power was no longer obscure. There were two forbidden areas on Dragon Island. One was Dragon Palace, the other was Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb was the burial ground of the dragons. Basically, all the dragon race would be buried there after death. That was the tomb of the dragon race for countless years, burying the skeletons of many dragons. Only the great elders of the dragon race were an exception. The great elders were the strongest of the dragon race, shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding and continuing the inheritance of the dragon race. After the great elders of each generation died, their dragon bodies would enter the dragon tomb, but their dragon souls would remain in Dragon Palace, silently guarding Dragon Island. In Dragon Palace, there were now more than a dozen heroic souls of the great elders of the dragon race. These dragon souls still retained their majestic appearance when they were alive, but their consciousness was no longer there, only a trace of instinct left. They could be considered dead. Even if they were dead, they were still the heroic souls of their ancestors, and couldn't be blasphemed. Yang Kai said, "Star Boundary needs the two of you now. If the two of you can't protect yourselves, how can you protect Star Boundary? If something happens to Star Boundary, there will be no eggs left unscathed. Now, we have no choice but to do this. I believe that the spirits of the great elders in heaven will not blame us. Instead, they will be very gratified." Zhu Yan frowned, a hesitant look on his face. Although he knew that Yang Kai was right, it was inevitable that he would hesitate at this point. Instead, it was Fu Si who was more open-minded and advised via voice transmission. "Little Kid Yang is right. You're already injured now. If you don't hurry up and heal your injuries, then the situation we have to deal with will probably be even more difficult once those devil bastards are free. Shao is still young. If there's no pure land in this world, then how will Shao grow up?" Having lived together for countless years, Fu Tin naturally understood Zhu Yan the most. With Yang Shao, this great weapon of mass destruction, Zhu Yan finally let out a long sigh. "Forget it. If the spirits of the ancestors in heaven blame us, this old man will take responsibility." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "This is for the sake of the world. How can the seniors blame you? Moreover, this is also the wish of the seniors." Finished speaking, his expression turned solemn and a loud dragon roar sounded. Golden light flashed in the hall, and the cold dragon hall was instantly filled with golden brilliance, adding a trace of warmth. With a cracking sound, Yang Kai transformed into a 1,000-feet-long giant dragon, exuding an unparalleled dragon might. Complex dragon language was spat out from his mouth, echoing in the hall, as if it had caused some kind of resonance. The dragon souls coiled around the surrounding pillars raised their heads and roared. Huge figures swooped down and coiled around Yang Kai, wriggling slowly under their feet. The two great elders were dumbfounded. Even though they knew that Yang Kai possessed the power of the golden divine dragon source, they were still shocked to see this scene. The dragon race was proud and claimed to be the leader of all creatures. When had they ever bowed their heads to other creatures? But now, the dragon souls of the great elders of the dragon race were like subjects prostrating at the feet of their king. The complex dragon language became even more hurried, like a violent storm. And as Yang Kai chanted, a strange sound came from the depths of the dragon hall. The two great elders of the dragon race revealed a shocked expression and turned their heads to look in that direction. What they saw was that, in the deepest part of the dragon hall, there was a piece of ground slowly floating up. Zhu Yan couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Although the dragon hall was a forbidden area on Dragon Island, he had entered and exited here many times. But only today did he know that there was another mystery in the dragon hall. Something that even Zhu Yan didn't know. Needless to say, Fu Tin couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" Zhu Yan shook his head. Rumble. As the ground floated up, the entire dragon hall shook, as if it could collapse at any time. Finally, at a certain moment, the strange sound stopped, and the shaking dragon hall also stabilized. And in the vision of the two elders, there was something like a pool in the depths of the dragon hall. The pool seemed to be connected with the dragon hall. It was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. At a glance, it was obvious that it was an ancient object of the flowing time great emperor. Extremely complicated patterns were engraved on it. Zhu Yan and Fu Tin recognized at a glance that those complicated patterns were the dragon language. But with the two of them, they couldn't figure out the profound meaning contained in them. Do you think that the dragon souls of the great elders of the past were left here just to protect Dragon Island? Yang Kai's buzzing voice echoed in the hall. They were guarding against the decline of the dragon race. How many years of waiting, how many years of silence, just for today's rise. While speaking, Yang Kai pointed his hand and shouted, "Go!" As soon as he said this, the many dragon souls coiling around him seemed to have received some kind of guidance. They raised their heads and roared, soared their bodies, and rushed towards the pool. The dragon souls plunged into the pool one after another, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. And in the originally empty pool, some thick amber liquid gradually appeared. Chapter 37:44. And, as expected, he had a fever and would probably need at least a week to fully recover. What a tragedy. The pool was not very large, only around 100 feet in radius at most. However, the dragon souls that were several hundred feet in length and even over 1,000 feet in length all disappeared into the pool, and the amount of viscous amber-colored liquid in the pool also gradually increased. When the last dragon soul that was hundreds of feet long entered the pool, the liquid in the pool was almost full. Dragon Transformation Pool. This is the Dragon Transformation Pool. Zhu Yan was so excited that his face turned red as he muttered in a low voice. Even his body was trembling slightly. The Dragon Transformation Pool of the dragon race was different from the Dragon Transformation Pool in the outside world. It was rumored in the outside world that there was a mystical place in this world that could allow strange beasts with dragon bloodlines to transform into dragons, allowing them to leap over the dragon gate. This so-called mystical place was called the Dragon Transformation Pool. However, in the ancestral records of the dragon race, the real Dragon Transformation Pool was not like that at all, but what he saw in front of him. Zhu Yan did not know what this pool hidden in the depths of the Dragon Palace was. But after seeing the dragon souls of the past great elders fusing into it and transforming into pure dragon marrow, how could he not remember? It was rumored that the dragon god had once created the Dragon Transformation Pool. As long as the Dragon Transformation Pool was not destroyed, the dragon race would not be extinguished. The importance of the Dragon Transformation Pool to the dragon race was self-evident. Zhu Yan did not understand what this sentence meant before, but now he finally understood. With this Dragon Transformation Pool, how could the dragon race be annihilated? Perhaps it would decline, but as long as there was enough accumulation, there would be a time for it to rise again. If we don't enter now, then when? Yang Kai turned to look at the two elders of the dragon race. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi looked at each other and flew out together. In midair, dragon roars shook the sky. An azure dragon and an ice dragon revealed their true forms and rushed straight for the dragon transformation pool. The two great elders both had 10th-order dragon veins, and their true forms were around 500 to 600 meters long. Although they were not as large as Yang Kai and the first-generation Dragon Clan elders' 1,000-meter-long dragon bodies, they were still behemoths. However, the pool seemed to have the effect of storing Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. When the huge dragon entered it, it immediately disappeared. Soon after, a muffled groan came from the dragon transformation pool, as if it had suffered some great pain. Yang Kai strode towards the dragon transformation pond, and when he got close, he looked down and saw two giant dragons that had shrunk countless times in size swimming in the pond. Every time they wriggled, ripples would appear on the surface of the thick dragon marrow liquid, and dragon roars constantly rang out. Zhu Yan and Fu Zhen were obviously not having a good time. If one wanted to obtain more power, it was naturally impossible to do so without a price. Although the dragon marrow liquid in the dragon transformation pool was very magical, if one couldn't withstand the torture of washing one's muscles and marrow, how could one become stronger? Yang Kai sat cross-legged beside the dragon transformation pool and grinned at the two dragons in the pool. Both of you can enjoy it. That malicious smile made Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi couldn't help but shiver. Yang Kai made hand seals with his claws, and the complicated dragon language sounded again. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi didn't have time to think too much. An even louder dragon roar came from the pool, and the two dragons continued to roll. Countless small wounds appeared on their sturdy bodies, and the dragon marrow liquid flowed into their bodies from the wounds, stimulating the origin power in their bodies. High Heaven Palace, on top of a spirit peak, a graceful figure stood on a stone platform, looking towards the south. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her beautiful face, adding a trace of loneliness and sadness. As the wind blew, her black hair fluttered, and as she breathed in the slightly cold air, a chill ran down her spine. At Lan Xun's feet, a palm-sized little person pulled at her trousers and climbed up. It took a lot of effort for him to climb to her shoulder. Panting, he sat down on Lan Xun's shoulder and looked into the distance with her. "Am I useless?" Lan Xun suddenly asked, her eyes slightly red. Her father was dead, and the foundation he left behind was now gone. Her lofty dream of reviving the glory of Star Soul Palace had now become a fool's dream. With no direction in the future, she didn't know what to do. The little person couldn't speak, and after a while, Lan Xun shed tears. The little person was a little flustered, raising her two small hands to catch the tears that were bigger than her fists. Her face flushed red with anxiety. Lan Xun suddenly raised her hand to wipe her eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed her tumbling emotions. Light footsteps came from behind her, and Xiao Chen's weak voice came, "Princess, you came here again." Lan Xun turned her back to him and whispered, "The scenery of High Heaven Palace is good." Xiao Chen came to her side, stood side by side with her, looked around for a while, and said with a smile, "It's still a little worse than the Divine Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Princess, please forgive me. I didn't mean—" Lan Xun smiled and waved her hand. "It doesn't matter. The demon race is huge. The outcome of this battle doesn't mean anything. The one who laughs last is the winner." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It's good that Princess thinks so. We will take back the Divine Palace one day." "Yes, we will take it back." Lan Xun agreed casually. She didn't want to take it back, but now that Star Soul Palace had become a demon land, even if they took it back, what could they do? Without dispelling the demon intent in that land, who could survive there for a long time? Ah! The little one gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, as if cheering for Lan Xun. Lan Xun smiled and reached out to touch the little one's face. Fortunately, this little one had been with her these days. Otherwise, she didn't know if she could have persevered. With her, there was hope for everything. Xiao Chen turned his head and stared at the little one. Even though he knew that she was just the universe pagoda spirit, he still felt that it was incredible. The little one seemed to be unable to bear the gaze of others. Being stared at by Xiao Chun like this, her face turned red and she was at a loss. Her little body twisted and turned into a mimosa plant, and then disappeared into Lan Xun's body. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the side of Lan Xun's face, and the thick melancholy almost covered her cheeks. Why did the little girl of the past have to shoulder the heavy responsibility that made most people feel despair? The carefree princess of the Southern Territory in the past had a determination on her pretty face that many people didn't have before. Many years ago, in Star Soul Palace, a little boy met a little girl for the first time. The boy said loudly, "Follow me from now on. I will protect you." The little girl giggled. "I will become stronger. I can really protect you." The little boy's expression was very serious. Xiao Chun felt a little distressed. He wanted to take her into his arms and shelter her from the wind and rain, so that she could put down the heavy burden on her shoulders. "The sun has set. I will go back first." "Brother, you also go back early to rest. Your injuries are not healed yet." Lan Xun smiled at Xiao Chun and turned to leave. The hand that Xiao Chun had just raised fell down sadly. Looking at the darkness that was gradually swallowing the light, he clenched his hands into fists. "I must become stronger. I must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can I share her burdens and solve her problems, so that I won't feel so powerless." Eastern Territory, savage, desolate, ancient land. The 3 Saint Venerables of the monster race commanded the 3 monster race legions. Most of the soldiers under them were monster race or had monster race blood. There were very few real humans. The stone mongoose race and wood spirit race that originally lived in the savage, desolate, ancient land were also under the command of Luanfeng and the others. In the many battles against the demon race, the stone mongoose race played a huge role. Each of the 9 stone mongoose race killed countless enemies, and the little wood spirits of the wood spirit race's healing ability was valued by Luanfeng and the others, who knew how many soldiers were saved by them. Now, to the 3 Saint Venerables of the monster race, whether it was the stone mongoose race or the wood spirit race, they were all treasures, especially the wood spirit race. They would not allow them to be in danger. They were usually the priority targets of protection. Because of this, although the previous battles were tragic, the stone mongoose race and the wood spirit race did not suffer any casualties. At this moment, in Feng Luo Palace, Luanfeng, Fan Yi, and Song Go were all present. A monster general was kneeling in front of the palace, saying something. When he finished, Luanfeng suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" The monster general quickly said, "Reporting to Saint Venerable, this subordinate definitely did not see wrong. This subordinate has been keeping an eye on the blood gate all these years. Previously, there was indeed some strange movement at the blood gate. Although it was not obvious, this subordinate dares to guarantee that it is true. Tell me in detail." The monster general did not dare to delay and quickly described what he saw. All these years, he had been ordered to guard the place where the blood door was located and monitor the movements. No one knew the situation there better than him. Since the blood door disappeared, it had been almost 30 years, and it had always been abnormally peaceful. Who would have thought that some time ago, there would suddenly be a strange power coming from the place where the blood door was located? He had sensed it and verified it several times. After confirming that it was not his illusion, he hurriedly came to report. However, this was all he knew. He did not know anything more. After listening, Luanfeng glanced at Fan Yi and saw that Fan Yi was also looking at her. Their eyes met and there was no need for communication. Fan Yi stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." In any case, any strange movement at the blood gate was a big deal for the monster race of the savage wild ancient land. Since ancient times, there had been a saying in the savage wild ancient land, "Enter the blood gate, obtain a new life, awaken your ancestral bloodline, and transform into a divine spirit." The blood gate was a sacred place for all the monster race of the savage wild ancient land. That was because there was a celestial execution palace there, and the celestial execution palace was sealed with the origin energy of countless ancient divine spirits. The monster race of the savage wild ancient land had more or less inherited the bloodlines of ancient divine spirits. These bloodlines were hidden in their flesh and blood and could not be awakened. However, If they could obtain the divine spirit source strength in the heavenly punishment palace, they could perfectly merge with it and become a divine spirit, restoring the glory of their ancestors. This saying had been passed down for countless generations, but no one had been able to enter the blood gate for so many years. That was until a few decades ago, when a little girl named Zhang Ruoxi entered the blood gate with a little stone mongoose. Since then, the blood gate had disappeared. Thinking back to that day, Zhang Ruoxi was clearly just an origin-returning realm cultivator and could not withstand a single blow from Luanfeng and the others. However, when Yang Kai was forced into a desperate situation, she suddenly erupted, awakening her bloodline and summoning the heavenly punishment sword to kill Shihua. She then reached out and took Shihua's source strength. A dignified divine spirit, one of the 4 great monster race holy masters in the savage wild ancient land, was powerless in front of her. Chapter 37:45. Even now, the Luanfeng and the others still shuddered when they thought about it. It was rumored that the power of heaven's punishment was extremely effective against divine spirits and was the natural enemy of all divine spirits. They were originally skeptical about this rumor, but after seeing Zhang Ruoxi take away the stone fire essence with her own eyes, how could they remain skeptical? Now that the situation in the star boundary was critical and the blood door was acting strangely, they really didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse for the monster race in the ancient wildland. Although Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai were very close in the past, so many years had passed and her bloodline had awakened. If she came out of the blood door now, no one could say for sure what kind of attitude she would have towards divine spirits. If she were to kill all the divine spirits in the world like she did in ancient times, the Luanfeng and the others would be the first to die. The 3 monster race Saint Seniors moved extremely quickly and arrived at the place where the blood door had disappeared in less than 2 hours after leaving Feng Luo Palace. Before they even got close, the Luanfeng frowned. Looking down from the sky, she saw countless monster beasts running through the jungle and mountains below, all of them gathering in one direction. Most of these monster beasts weren't very strong and hadn't gained sentience yet, so they would only follow their instincts after being affected. The direction they were heading towards was where the blood door was. It seemed that there was indeed some movement at the blood door. Otherwise, why would these monster beasts act like this? When they arrived at the mountain where the blood door was located, they saw even more monster beasts gathered here, and many monster beasts were rushing over. Sure enough, there's movement. Song Dog frowned and stared at the mountain peak. He vaguely felt that there was indeed a trace of energy escaping from the mountain peak. This trace of energy was insignificant, but it was enough to make the monster beasts gathered here fight for it. As a result, a bloody battle broke out, and the weaker monster beasts were killed one after another, dyeing the entire mountain peak red with blood. But it doesn't look like it will open for the time being. Fan Hua looked pensive. The blood door was still nowhere to be seen. Only beams of strange energy diffused from another space. It was a sign that the blood door was about to reopen. No one knew how long it would take for it to fully open. There will be a day when it opens, Luanfeng said worriedly. We have to inform Yang Kai. If there was anyone in this world who could restrain Zhang Ruoxi, it would be Yang Kai. Decades ago, Zhang Ruoxi had killed Shihua with her feeble strength and had been cultivating in the blood sect for many years. Who knew what kind of strength she would have when she came out? Luanfeng was also afraid that Zhang Ruoxi would kill her as soon as she came out. It would be best if Yang Kai could watch from the side when Zhang Ruoxi came out. Then send someone to the High Heaven Palace. Fan Wu nodded. I heard that the demon race attacked Star Soul Palace more than half a month ago. On the day of the battle, he returned from demon territory. Now that there was a space array that connected the 4 territories, it was convenient to exchange information between them. There was no reason for the Eastern Territory to be unaware of what had happened more than 10 days ago. The Luanfeng shook her head and said, This matter is of great importance. I will go there personally. No matter what, I must have him come here to oversee this place. Fan Wu pondered for a moment before agreeing. All right. Luanfeng immediately set off and rushed to the High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help regretting that she had destroyed Phoenix Net Palace's space array. Now, if she wanted to go anywhere else, she would have to go to the Stone Mongoose clan's former residence. Only there was a space array that could cross territory arranged by Yang Kai later. By the time Luan Feng arrived at the High Heaven Palace, half a day had passed. Seeing Hua Qingxi, she explained the purpose of her visit and learned that Yang Kai was in seclusion to heal and couldn't be disturbed. After staying in the High Heaven Palace for more than 10 days, she still couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. In desperation, she could only ask Hua Qingxi to pass on a message to him to immediately go to the ancient wildlands after he came out. Hua Qingxi naturally agreed. In the depths of the Dragon Palace, in the Dragon Transformation Pool, the roars of the Azure Dragon and the Ice Dragon never stopped for a moment. Even the two elders of the dragon race had completely lost their voice after a month of pain. There was still half a foot of dragon marrow liquid left in the Dragon Transformation Pool. In the Dragon Palace, Yang Kai had been chanting the dragon language until now. The complex patterns and patterns engraved around the Dragon Transformation Pool were constantly flashing and releasing a strange power, helping Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi absorb the dragon marrow liquid. The time it took to consume the dragon marrow liquid was much later than expected. Until 1.5 months later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped chanting, a trace of deep exhaustion appearing on his face. The dragon form that he had maintained for so long also dissipated at this moment, and he once again returned to his human form. In the Dragon Transformation Pool, there was no sound. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi seemed to have died. Even their auras were extremely weak. At a certain moment, a resounding dragon roar suddenly sounded, and the weak auras of the two elders of the dragon race suddenly soared. Two rays of light, one azure and one white, shot out from the Dragon Transformation Pool. Once free, the azure dragon's body suddenly expanded, and its body that was originally about 600 feet suddenly turned into a giant of 100 feet. Although the white dragon's body was smaller, the difference was not by much. Dragon pressure filled the Dragon Palace, and the two huge dragon heads entangled with each other. The dragon roar was filled with joy and excitement. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, then threw a recovery spirit pill into his mouth and smiled. The two dragons seemed to have felt his gaze and rushed over, and when they got close, they both turned into their human forms and revealed their true appearances. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Congratulations to the two of you." He then looked at Zhu Yan and said, "Great Elder has become much younger." Although Zhu Yan was not considered an old man, his appearance was almost equivalent to an ordinary person about 50 to 60 years old. However, after 1.5 months in the Dragon Transformation Pool, Zhu Yan's current appearance was only about 30 to 40 years old. He was in the prime of his life, and his original white hair had turned black. Fu Tianyi's change was not very big, but he was obviously a few years younger. The two elders looked at each other, and actually half knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Greetings to Dragon God Master. Many thanks to Dragon God Master." To be able to open the Dragon Transformation Pool and make the heroic souls of the past elders willingly enter the pool to transform into dragon marrow liquid, such means could only be done by the legendary Dragon God, and the Dragon Transformation Pool was created by the Dragon God himself. The power of the Golden Divine Dragon was also the power of the Dragon God. According to legend, he was the one who continued the bloodline of the dragon race. Without him, there would be no dragon race in this world. Because of this, he was also called the ancestral dragon by the dragon race. It was absolutely impossible for the proud dragon race to lower their heads to a human. In the past, because of Fu Xian, the martial beast had a falling out with the dragon race, but the dragon race had never backed down. However, the current Yang Kai was no longer a simple human to the dragon race, but the inheritor of the dragon god's power. Even the two elders of the dragon race did not dare to be disrespectful. Glancing at them, Yang Kai raised his hand and said with a smile, "There is no need for the two of you to be like this. This is the legacy of the past elders of the dragon race, and it is appropriate for you to use it now. I am not the dragon god. I was just lucky enough to obtain the power of the dragon god." With the stimulation of the golden divine dragon's power of origin in his body, the many messages contained in the dragon god's power of origin gradually awakened, So Yang Kai was not too surprised by Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu's attitude at this moment. He chuckled, "What's more, I am Xiao Er's adoptive father, and you are Xiao Er's biological parents, so you are not outsiders." Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu stood up and looked at each other. Zhu Yan smiled and said, "That's true." In their hearts they were relieved. Facing the inheritor of the dragon god, they did not dare to be disrespectful. But Yang Kai had not grown up yet. If they were asked to always be respectful to Yang Kai in the future, they would not be able to bear it. But now it was for the best. This matter is over, but we don't know what will happen in the outside world. Don't delay, let's go out quickly. Yang Kai stood up and walked out. Although he was still weak, he had taken a spirit pill and was quickly recovering. Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu followed. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Yan said, "Since you already know that it is the dragon god's power of origin, then the other one, Su Yan." Yang Kai paused and turned back with a smile. "When we go back this time, I will help her awaken the phoenix ancestor's power of origin. It really is her." Fu Xiu revealed a look of understanding. He had suspected it before, but after all, he was not sure. Now that he heard it from Yang Kai, he knew that his guess was right. "How much do you know about the dragon god and the phoenix ancestor?" Yang Kai asked. Although the golden divine dragon source in his body had been greatly awakened, allowing him to learn many things that he did not know before, he still knew nothing about the origins of the dragon god and the phoenix ancestor. What puzzled him even more was how these two died back then, and in a low-level world like the central capital. Yang Kai and Su Yan's dragon and phoenix inheritances were first obtained in that world, and then they were completed in Tong Xian Realm's Dragon Valley and Phoenix Nest. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "We don't know about this. There is no record of it in the ancestral records." Yang Kai nodded and said, "It doesn't matter. There will be a day when we figure it out." The phoenix ancestor's power in his body had not been fully awakened yet, and when it was, everything should be clear. Right now, what he had to deal with was the demon race. After leaving Dragon Island, Yang Kai parted ways with Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. The two dragon race elders had been suppressed by the demon saint for years, so they had been suppressing their anger for a long time with nowhere to vent. Now that they had Yang Kai's help, their strength had greatly increased, so they naturally wanted to take revenge and test their own strength. A battle of this level was not something that Yang Kai could intervene in. After congratulating them on their victory, Yang Kai stepped into the space array. After Yang Kai left, the two dragon race elders turned to look in a certain direction before transforming into their dragon forms and flying off. They were not afraid that they would not be able to find Xueli and the others. Now that the 10 great demon caves were guarded by the demon towers, they were connected to each other. As long as they caused a ruckus in any of the demon caves, Xueli and the others would naturally come. Xueli probably would not have thought that Zhu Yan would recover from his injuries in such a short time. On the other hand, Huabu, who had suffered a blow from Fu Tin more than a month ago, was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate at this moment. 2 against 2, and after their strength had greatly increased, Zhu Yan and Fu Tin secretly decided to give Xueli and Fu Yu a big surprise. Chapter 3746. After returning to the High Heaven Palace through the space array, Hua Qingxi came to report the matter of the ancient wildlands. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately set off for the Eastern Territory. The current situation in the star boundary was not very good. Although the two great elders of the dragon race had greatly increased their strength after being purified by the dragon transformation pool, overall, the entire star boundary was still in a precarious situation. If there was one more master at this time, the situation might be very different. Yang Kai could not estimate how strong Zhang Ruoxi was now, but she had awakened the Tianxing bloodline and had been in seclusion for so many years. If she really came out, her strength would definitely not be too weak. What's more, she had brought Xiao Xiao in. The Stone Mongoose clan was also the descendant of an ancient divine spirit, and that divine spirit was a famous existence. Yang Kai was looking forward to the changes in Xiao Xiao and Zhang Ruoxi. When he arrived, he met with Luan Feng and the others. After asking a little, he found out that there was only a slight anomaly here and the blood door had not really appeared. Yang Kai could somewhat understand the feelings of Luanfeng and the others. After all, in ancient times, Tianxing had beheaded many divine spirits. Even after so many years, the supreme deterrence still existed. The fear and dread that originated from the bloodline still existed. They were more or less on guard against the descendant of Tianxing who was about to come out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Luanfeng and the others were a little relieved. No matter what, he had to stay here and not leave before Zhang Ruoxi came out. Fortunately, Yang Kai had nothing to do now. The GZ army was handed over to Hyoji, and the High Heaven Palace was managed by Hua Qingxi. The battle with the demon race would not be resolved in a short time, so he agreed. He also wanted to welcome Zhang Ruoxi when she came out of seclusion. Come to think of it, several decades had passed in the blink of an eye. The little girl that he had brought out of the Zhang family had now become an existence that even the holy spirits were very concerned about. His ears still seemed to be ringing with the crisp sound of her greeting, as well as the warmth of her red lips just before they parted. He sent a message to the High Heaven Palace, informing Hua Qingxi that he would be staying in the savage, desolate ancient land for a period of time. If there was anything important, she should inform him immediately. One day later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a mountain peak a dozen li away from the blood door, facing it. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as light footsteps landed on the ground. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at the woman who had landed beside him. Her expression was cold, and she was dressed in a pure white dress. She was like a lotus flower, untainted by dust. He smiled and said, "Senior sister." Su Yan gazed towards a spot a dozen kilometers away. "Is that the blood door?" Yang Kai nodded and said, but there's only a trace of it now. It hasn't completely opened yet, and I don't know when it will open. There are so many monster beasts. Were they attracted by that aura?" Su Yan looked at the monster beasts that covered the mountains and plains. Yang Kai smiled and said, "The monster beasts in the savage, desolate ancient land are basically descendants of ancient exotic beasts. Although they haven't awakened their sentience, their instincts tell them that there is something over there that can make them stronger." Su Yan nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. "Is that girl named Zhang Ruoxi inside? I heard that she is a descendant of Tianxing." Su Yan didn't know much about Zhang Ruoxi and had never seen her before. She had only heard Yang Kai mention her once. "Yes," Yang Kai sighed, recalling the scene when Zhang Ruoxi killed Shihua. Who would have thought that such a delicate girl would have such a powerful bloodline hidden in her body? Su Yan turned her head and looked at him. "I also heard that Tianxing is the nemesis of all divine spirits. In ancient times, it killed all the divine spirits in the world. I also have a divine spirit essence in my body. If she comes out of seclusion, will she kill me?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "How could that be? Ancient times are ancient times, and now is the present. Although that girl has Tianxing's bloodline, she is a different person from the Tianxing of that era. Just like how he inherited the dragon god's essence, he was still Yang Kai. Who knows?" Su Yan didn't comment. "Maybe she will see me with you and kill me in a fit of anger." Yang Kai looked at her in amazement and said in disbelief, "Senior sister, are you jealous?" Su Yan's white face blushed as she tilted her head and said, "Of course not. Don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai grinned silently and reached out to take Su Yan's little hand, pulling her into his arms as she cried out in surprise. Su Yan's face turned even redder, and she twisted her body slightly. "Don't mess around." "Oh." Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was covered. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened and her strength to resist gradually disappeared. She sighed in her heart and slowly closed her eyes. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't go too far, and soon let go of her and gently hugged her. This rare tenderness and tranquility made Su Yan completely relax. She rested her head on Yang Kai's chest and listened to his strong heartbeat, curling up like a kitten. There were no words, no passionate movements, just a peaceful embrace. But at this moment, she had the whole world. After a while, Su Yan opened her eyes and said with a look of nostalgia, "I should go back and cultivate." She had received a message from Yang Kai and rushed here. She didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, but now it seemed that Yang Kai didn't want to do anything to her. Although she was reluctant to part with him, in this chaotic world, this moment of tenderness was already a great gift. How could she dare ask for more? Yang Kai sighed and said, "You don't have to work so hard. I'll take care of everything." Over the years, the women around him had all been desperately cultivating in order to catch up with his pace. They didn't say anything, but how could Yang Kai not see it? This was especially true for Su Yan. As Yang Kai's first woman, she had put in more effort than anyone else. Su Yan quietly leaned on Yang Kai's shoulder and said softly, "Your pace is too fast. The sisters can't share your burdens, but at least they won't be a burden to you." Yang Kai wanted to say something more, but Su Yan raised a finger and blocked his mouth. "This is what everyone wants. You can't stop it. And we're all cultivators. How can we not cultivate properly?" "Hear what?" Phoenix cry. Fan Ku and Song Gu breathed a sigh of relief before exchanging a glance with each other and shaking their heads. "What phoenix cry?" Clearly, the Luan Feng frowned. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that the phoenix cry earlier was not heard by her ears, but rather, it came from her own body. It was the sound of her origin in her soul. Chapter 3747. That was the resonance of the source strength, so how could Fan Hua and Song Dog hear it? What happened? Fan Hua looked at the Luan Feng with a dignified expression. The latter didn't answer and instead flashed out of the hall and fixed her gaze in a certain direction. A trace of excitement involuntarily flashed in her beautiful eyes. In the Eastern Territory, on Spirit Beast Island, Zhou Feng, wearing a fiery red dress, was meditating. Last time, in the Southern Territory's Star Soul Palace battle, she was injured by a half-saint of the demon race. Although the injury wasn't serious, it couldn't be ignored. Fortunately, she was a holy spirit and had a strong physique, so it wasn't difficult for her to recover. When the clear phoenix cry resounded in the depths of her soul, Zhou Feng opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of the Eastern Territory's savage, desolate ancient place, tilting her head and revealing a suspicious expression. In the Northern Territory, in the High Heaven Palace, in the Earth's pit several 100,000 feet below the ground, magma tumbled as huge bubbles floated up and burst, making popping sounds. A beautiful fire phoenix was swallowing the power of earth fire in this magma, stimulating its own phoenix true fire and developing the source strength of the Phoenix clan in its body. Suddenly, the huge fire phoenix's figure twisted and transformed into a small person standing above the magma. Lu Yen listened carefully and her delicate brows quickly furrowed. When the phoenix cry resounded in the eastern region's barbaric desolation ancient lands, all existences with the Phoenix clan's bloodline in the entire star boundary resonated with it. The purer the bloodline, the deeper the feeling. The origin energy within their body actually fluctuated with a kind of jubilant aura, causing people to be puzzled as they didn't know what was going on. In the savage, desolate ancient place, the Luan Feng galloped forward, followed by the confused Fan Hua and Song Dog. When the Luan Feng flew near the blood door, it immediately saw a strange scene. On a mountain peak more than 10 kilometers away from the blood door, a huge phantom was suspended in the air. Its entire body was pure white and flawless, as if it was carved from jade. Outside the illusory figure, birds of various sizes circled around the mountain, constantly flying. These birds were all demonic beasts from the savage, desolate ancient land. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were as big as houses, and the small ones were as small as sparrows. Many of them were natural enemies, but at this moment, they were coexisting in harmony. There were also countless birds gathering from all parts of the savage, desolate ancient place. Not long after, the periphery of the mountain was surrounded by tens of thousands of birds, surrounding the huge phoenix figure like stars surrounding the moon. All kinds of strange cries could be heard, but within those cries, there was not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, there was a sense of joy. This is. Fan Hua looked at it in astonishment. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The Luan Feng's white face inexplicably flushed with excitement. If the dragon race claimed to be the leader of all creatures, then the Phoenix clan was recognized as the leader of all birds. Although she, the Luan Feng, also had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan and was extremely powerful, enough to make all the monster clans in the savage desolate ancient place submit to her, she absolutely couldn't make so many monster beasts who hadn't even developed intelligence surround her and worship her. Somehow, she felt that something big was about to happen in the Phoenix clan today, something big enough to attract the attention of the entire Phoenix clan. Dots of light suddenly flickered like fireflies, and multicolored fluorescent lights appeared out of nowhere, filling everyone's vision. These multicolored lights were formed by the purest world energy. The dazzling colors illuminated the entire savage, desolate ancient place, making it look like a divine realm. The fluorescent lights danced and gathered towards the phoenix in the sky. Gradually, the pure white figure was covered in a layer of seven-colored light. At first, this seven-colored light was not obvious, but as the fluorescent lights continued to fill the phoenix, the seven-colored light became more and more intense. The Luan Feng stared blankly at all of this and muttered, "When the world's first phoenix was born, the seven-colored divine light enveloped the world." What? Song Dog didn't hear clearly and turned to look at her. The Luan Feng slowly shook her head, showing no intention of explaining, but her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with fanaticism, causing Song Dog to be surprised. The seven-colored divine light became more and more dazzling, and even the Luan Feng and the others couldn't help narrowing their eyes. As the world energy gathered, the pure white phoenix in the sky gradually transformed into a seven-colored divine phoenix. The surrounding birds flew faster and faster, and their cries became louder and louder. As time passed, Yang Kai maintained his posture with his finger on Su Yan's forehead, not moving at all. The power of the golden divine dragon source in his body had been pushed to its limit, and Su Yan's pretty face, who was sitting in front of him, also wore a variety of expressions. The seven-colored divine phoenix wings behind her spread out lightly, giving her a noble and elegant appearance. It seemed that the only thing left in the world was the seven-colored light, and in front of such a beautiful existence, everything couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. After an unknown amount of time, a resounding dragon roar and a clear phoenix cry rang out, and the birds that had gathered around the mountain suddenly scattered in an orderly manner. Atop the mountain, two huge figures shot up into the sky, one a golden dragon and the other a seven-colored divine phoenix. The dragon and phoenix entwined with each other, their auras intertwining as they shot up into the sky, instantly tearing a hole in the clouds. At first glance, it seemed as if even the sky had been broken. Thunder rumbled as rain began to fall from the sky. These drops of rain were filled with the pure world energy of heaven and earth, and as they fell, all the plants in the ancient wild ancient lands were covered in a layer of vitality visible to the naked eye. Songgu reached out and caught a few drops of rain and sucked them into his mouth, raising his brow as he muttered, "It's sweet." Amidst the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, within the clouds, two huge figures were faintly discernible, as if they were playing, but no one dared to look directly at them. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk as the lightning fell, the two huge figures swooped down, and the majestic pressure that descended from the sky caused even Fan Ku and the others to pale. The two huge figures landed on the mountain peak more than a dozen kilometers away from the blood-red door and disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yan opened their eyes at the same time and exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Su Yan smiled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazed. She was originally a woman of the heavens and earth, and now that she had awakened Ancestor Phoenix's source, she was giving off an awe-inspiring and inviolable air of nobility. Any ordinary person who laid eyes on her would feel like they were blaspheming her. "Lord Husband," Su Yan called out softly. "Digest it well." Yang Kai patted the back of her hand. "I'll stand guard for you." Su Yan nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and immersed herself. The Phoenix ancestor source in her body was extraordinary, on the same level as Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source. But because their cultivation was not high enough, they had not been able to stimulate too much of it. Yang Kai had cultivated diligently in the ancient battlefield for dozens of years and had greatly developed the dragon race source. Now that he was using his own source to stimulate Su Yan's phoenix ancestor source, he could naturally help her. Whether it was the dragon god source or phoenix ancestor source, the many secret techniques and cultivation methods contained within them were extremely precious treasures. Only when the source was stimulated to a certain extent would these things gradually become known to the two of them. The growth of most divine spirits was like this, requiring the accumulation of time. Therefore, for divine spirits, as long as their source was not destroyed, their inheritance would never be severed. Compared to other races, although divine spirits were few in number, they had a great advantage in this regard. Not far away, Luan Feng looked around, seemingly having many questions to ask, but hesitating and not daring to step forward. Yang Kai got up and took a step forward, arriving beside Luan Feng. Yang Kai, the source in Su Yan's body? Yes. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai gave an affirmative answer. Luan Feng was startled for a moment before immediately showing a smile. Sure enough, when she saw the 7-colored divine phoenix, she had some speculations in her heart, but she wasn't certain. Having said that, Su Yan had the source of the Phoenix clan in her body, something she had known for a long time. She had even felt it when she first met Su Yan, and at that time she had faintly felt that Su Yan was very close to her, giving her an impulse to approach her. At that time, she didn't understand what was going on, but now she suddenly understood. This was the source of the Phoenix ancestor, and she also had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan in her body, so how could she not feel it when they were close? Luan Feng also remembered that the little girl named Lu Yen seemed to be very obedient in front of Su Yan. Logically speaking, Lu Yen was almost equivalent to a divine spirit, and her strength was even higher than Su Yan's. The Phoenix clan was proud and arrogant, so there was no reason for them to be so obedient. Luan Feng had previously thought that Lu Yen had only behaved like that because of Yang Kai's face. But now it seemed that Lu Yen had the same feeling as her, and couldn't help but want to get close to the person with the source of the Phoenix clan. Luan Feng never expected that the source of the Phoenix clan would awaken under such circumstances. As a result, there was hope for the revival of the Phoenix clan. In ancient times, dragons and phoenixes were revered, but until today, the dragon race still occupied Dragon Island and had their own gathering place. Chapter 3748. In the wild, desolate ancient land, there was a slight change in the blood door and the awakening of the progenitor phoenix's origin power in Su Yan's body. In this chaotic world, there was bound to be a sign of great prosperity. As the saying goes, a hero's true colors are revealed in the turbulence of the sea. The blood door was related to Yang Kai. The awakening of Su Yan's progenitor phoenix bloodline was related to Yang Kai, and the explosive increase in the strength of the two great elders of the dragon race was also related to Yang Kai. Just as Su Yan was concentrating on digesting the information contained in the progenitor phoenix's origin power, a shocking battle broke out in the Southern Territory. The fall of Star Soul Palace meant that the entire Southern Territory had been lost. This was no less than a humiliation to any cultivator of the Star Boundary. The two great elders of the dragon race felt it especially deeply. Therefore, as soon as they left Dragon Island, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui went straight to Star Soul Palace. When Xueli and Fu Yu saw these two uninvited guests, they thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It had been a few years since the second war between the two realms broke out, and it had always been the demon race that held the initiative. The demon saint could fight and leave whenever they wanted, while the Star Boundary could only passively endure, unable to seize the slightest initiative. For the past few years, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had been led around by the nose by Xueli and the others. When had they ever taken the initiative to attack? Therefore, when the two great elders of the dragon race arrived at Star Soul Palace, Xueli and Fu Yu did not receive any news at all. They thought that Zhu Yan was recuperating. Without any nonsense or greetings, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui immediately attacked. When the two giant dragons that were hundreds of meters long appeared, Xueli felt his scalp go numb. He and Fuyu both realized that they were in big trouble this time. After an earth-shattering battle, the two great elders of the dragon race, whose strength had skyrocketed, could finally hold their heads high. For the first time, they beat the two demon saint into a pulp. The aftermath of the battle swept through the demon race's camp, causing the demon race to suffer countless casualties. Xueli couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. It hadn't even been 2 months. Yet the bodies of these two old dragons had changed so much that their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the couple's joint attack technique, the two demon saint were suppressed to the point that they could not raise their heads. Fuyu had no choice but to send an urgent message to Huobu. After the last battle at Star Soul Palace, Huobo escaped after being injured and hid in the dark to heal himself. But it only took Fuyu half a month to find him. She had planned to wait for him to recover a little before letting him find an opportunity to kill Yang Kai. But now, how could she care about Yang Kai? The two old dragons of Dragon Island needed to be dealt with urgently. Even though Huobu was unwilling, he had no choice but to come to their aid. He also knew that if anything happened to Xueli and Fuyu, he would not have any good days ahead of him. With the combined strength of the three great demon saints, they were finally able to contain the ferocious momentum of the two elders of the dragon race. With the help of many half-saints, the battle lasted for a full 10 days before it finally came to an end. The two dragons retreated, but Xueli's scarlet eyes turned even redder as he looked at the messy demon race's camp. Xueli had only rested for a few days when he received a message from the Eastern Territory that the two great elders of the dragon race had appeared in a certain devil's den. Not daring to delay, he immediately went to stop them with Fuyu and Huobu, but even with the connection of the Demon Pagoda, they were still a bit late. In the Eastern Territory's Devil's Den, 2 half-saint died because of this. In the following month, the two great elders of the dragon race traveled all over the 4 territory of the star boundary. They arrived at one Devil's Den after another without warning, slaughtering the powerhouses of the demon race without any fear. Xueli, Fuyu, and Huobu came to their aid several times, but they were still unable to save the huge losses. The current situation was instantly reversed because of the sudden increase in the strength of the two great elders of the dragon race. The star boundary completely controlled the initiative. When the news spread, the 55 armies were all excited. But a demon saint was a demon saint, so how could it be led by the nose by the two great elders of the dragon race? 10 days ago, when Zhu Yan and Fu Sui came to a large devil's den in the Western Territory to slaughter the demon race, there were no traces of the 3 demon saint coming to their aid. This made Zhu Yan and Fu Sui feel uneasy. The news quickly spread through the space spirit bead. When the two great elders of the dragon race made their move, the 3 demon saint actually went straight to the place where the armies of the star boundary were gathered. They had the attitude of, "If you kill my clansmen, I'll slaughter your army." Zhu Yan and Fu Sui were shocked and immediately went to their aid. But in the end, they were still a step too late. When the two dragons arrived at the scene, they saw that the barracks of the Astral World army were filled with whales. The 2 legion commanders had also died in battle, and the 3 great devil saints of the demon race had long disappeared. Looking at the hellish scene, both Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had gloomy expressions. The demon saint could ignore the casualties of the demon race army, but they could not ignore the safety of the Star Boundary Army. The actions of the 3 demon saint were undoubtedly telling them that they could kill, and so could they. It was just a matter of who gave up first. After this battle, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui did not dare to act rashly. Once the news of them appearing somewhere spread, Xueli and the others would definitely take action. If they hid in the dark, Xueli and the others would still be wary and not dare to act rashly. A short period of peace passed by in the blink of an eye. In the southern region Star Soul Palace, Xueli's expression suddenly changed as he sat cross-legged in a secret chamber. He opened his eyes and tilted his head to listen to something. His expression was extremely focused, and there was even a faint trace of respect in his scarlet eyes. A moment later, Xueli grinned sinisterly. His figure flashed, and he turned into a bloody light and rushed out, arriving beside Fuyu in a flash. "Is something the matter?" Fuyu looked at him. Xueli chuckled. "It has begun." Fuyu was startled for a moment, then became overjoyed. It has finally begun. The two stood side by side on a mountain peak and looked at the vast world of the star boundary. Shueli slowly stretched out a hand and grabbed towards the sky, as if he was holding the entire world in his fist. He laughed softly. They're finished. Fuyu, who had been tense all this while, finally relaxed a little. She reached out to stroke her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, "That's right. They're about to be finished. It's a pity that they don't even know it." Eastern Territory, wild, desolate, ancient land. Yang Kai, who had been guarding beside Su Yan, suddenly opened his eyes. His brow furrowed as he turned his head and looked around. For some reason, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate at that moment, as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. This feeling came out of nowhere and without any warning. Yang Kai's first reaction was that a strong enemy was hiding nearby and wanted to harm him. However, when he scanned with his divine sense, he found nothing. With his current divine sense cultivation, even if a demon saint was hiding nearby, it was impossible for him to not find any trace of it. If the demon saint was like this, then there was no need to mention anyone else. Since he did not find anything, it meant that there were no enemies nearby. But what was with this palpitating feeling in his heart? In just a few dozen breaths, not only did this feeling of palpitating not weaken, it became even more intense. Even his chest felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He felt more and more that something was about to happen, but he could not find the source of it at all. Just as he was about to carefully investigate again, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out in his mind. The sound was extremely loud and resonated directly from the depths of his soul, instantly shaking Yang Kai's mind and making him dizzy. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai fell backwards. A jade white hand reached out and supported Yang Kai, Su Yan calling out in alarm, "Husband!" Although she had been absorbing and digesting the things contained in Ancestor Phoenix's source, she was not completely unaware of the outside world. So as soon as something happened to Yang Kai, she noticed. With a whoosh, the Luanfeng also flew over. When she saw Yang Kai bleeding from his 7 orifices and his pale face, she was shocked. What happened? Because of the Ancestor Phoenix's source, she had not left for the past few days, waiting for Su Yan to wake up so she could have a good talk with her, so she had witnessed Yang Kai's abnormality with her own eyes. I don't know. Su Yan's heart was in chaos, but she forced herself to calm down, grabbing Yang Kai's hand and probing it with her divine sense and Emperor Qi. But before she could examine it clearly, she felt a shocking power erupt from Yang Kai's body and repel her divine sense. Su Yan could not help but groan and stagger back a few steps. Yang Kai, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly straightened his body, his eyes widening as 2 streaks of blood flowed out from them. His eyes were unfocused and filled with indifference, and an aura that made people not dare to look at him directly burst out from his body as he muttered, "Heavenly fate change, profound heavens appear." Every word he uttered was like a thunderclap that exploded between the heavens and earth, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. What? Su Yan was stunned and reached out to grab Yang Kai. His current state was obviously a bit abnormal, as if he had lost his mind. "Don't touch him," the Luanfeng shouted, grabbing Su Yan's outstretched hand and slowly shaking her head. "Something's wrong. What's wrong with him?" Su Yan's little face was filled with anxiety and worry, even her voice trembling slightly. "I don't know." The Luanfeng shook her head, also confused, wondering if Yang Kai had become the demon race. But recently, Yang Kai had not done anything. All he had done was sit in front of Su Yan and protect her. So how could he possibly become the demon race? Moreover, he had already been contaminated by the demonic qi, so how could he possibly become the demon race? But after Kai Yang said those words, he suddenly fell back down, his eyes slowly closing. That sensational aura, along with his eyelids closing, disappeared in a flash. It seemed that everything had returned to normal, but whether it was Su Yan or the Luanfeng, both of them knew that this seemingly normal situation was actually the biggest anomaly. "He should be fine," the Luanfeng said hesitantly. Su Yan quickly broke free from her grip and rushed over to Yang Kai, helping him to lean against her body as she reached out to wipe the blood from Yang Kai's face, her eyes reddening slightly. She did not know what had happened to Yang Kai, causing such a strange change to occur just now. But in her heart, there was only one voice echoing, "Please don't let anything happen to him." Chapter 37:49. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he immediately saw Su Yan's concerned and nervous expression and asked in a daze, "Senior sister?" He didn't seem to have any recollection of what had just happened. Su Yan quickly inquired about Yang Kai's well-being, and only after confirming that there was nothing wrong with him did she relax. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, his heart still heavy. Seeing this, Su Yan asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I don't know, but I have a feeling that the great emperors are in a bad situation." He didn't even know where the great emperors were, but he could vaguely sense their current state, as if there was a faint connection between them. This connection allowed him to faintly sense the current state of the great emperors. "Don't you remember what happened just now?" Luan Feng asked. Yang Kai looked up at her and slowly shook his head. Luan Feng frowned slightly and explained what she had just seen and heard. The heavenly mystery changed and the mysterious heavens appeared? Yang Kai wore a blank expression. "Did I say that?" Su Yan and Luan Feng nodded together, indicating that he was right. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know when he had said those words, and now that Luan Feng had mentioned them, he didn't understand what they meant. Just as he was contemplating, though, the world suddenly trembled and a loud humming sound came from the depths of the clouds. Yang Kai was startled and quickly looked up, but he couldn't see anything. The humming sound was like the roar of the heavens and lasted for a full incense stick before disappearing. Luan Feng was also puzzled. What happened just now? Who could say for sure? At this moment, a space force fluctuation suddenly appeared, and a jade slip appeared in front of Yang Kai. From the jade slip, Yang Kai could sense Li Wui's aura, clearly coming from Li Wui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, immersing his divine sense into it, and after a brief examination, his expression changed. "What's wrong?" Luan Feng asked. "The demon land is expanding," Yang Kai quickly said. The Luan Feng frowned. "The demon land has been expanding. Ever since the 108 demon land appeared in the star boundary, the filthy land had been constantly expanding outwards. It seemed to be extremely contagious as it constantly nibbled away at the surrounding land. This was especially true for the demon land where the 10 great devil dens were located. The reason why the Star Soul Palace had fallen was not because the Star Boundary's army was inferior to the demon race, but rather because the entire Star Soul Palace had been corroded by the demon land and had become a part of the demon land. In the demon land, the demon race was like a fish in water, while the Star Boundary cultivator was restrained in every way. Naturally, they were not a match for the demon race. Moreover, the Star Soul Palace had already been invaded by the demon land, so defending it to the death was meaningless and would only increase the number of casualties. It's different this time. The speed of expansion is much faster than in the past. How fast? The Luan Feng's expression froze. "I don't know, we'll know once we go and take a look." The news came from Li Wui. It was said that the great devil dens in the eastern, southern, and western territories were all showing signs of expansion, so he was asked to investigate the situation in the northern territory. Saying so, Li Wui pushed his space principles and wrapped Su Yan and Luan Feng before disappearing. In a flash, hundreds of thousands of kilometers passed under their feet. After a stick of incense worth of time, the trio arrived near a great devil den looking down from high up in the sky. Yang Kai's complexion was extremely pale. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the great devil den was expanding at an unstoppable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered several dozen kilometers. This kind of expansion speed was simply appalling. Luan Feng couldn't help covering her mouth with her delicate hands, a look of horror flashing across her beautiful eyes. There was no need to compare. Although the size of the Great Devil Den was constantly expanding in the past, the rate at which it was expanding wasn't too fast, But now, this rate had increased by more than 100 times. At this rate, it was likely that within a year or so, the entire star boundary would be transformed into a demon land. When that time came, how could there be any place for the hundreds of millions of living beings in the star boundary? All of them would likely be eroded by the demon chi and turned into monsters. As far as the eye could see, on the ground and in the sky, countless birds and beasts were scrambling to escape. They were naturally sensitive to danger, and when the Devil Land expanded, their instincts made them choose to stay away from the source of danger. But how could their speed be faster than the expanding demon land? The darkness spreading behind them instantly swallowed them up, and under the erosion of the demon chi, these normally obedient and docile birds and beasts immediately became bloodshot and began fighting desperately. It wasn't just the birds and beasts. In the wilderness, there were also many humans fleeing for their lives. Although the Second War of the Two Realms had broken out several years ago and the demon race had wreaked havoc in the 4 territories of the star boundary, any cultivator with a bit of courage and sense of responsibility would join the army and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. But inevitably, there were still some people who wanted to take a chance and hide in the wilderness, hoping that the star boundary's army could drive out the demon race and restore their homeland. Such people were not in the minority. It could even be said that there were many of them. The star boundary was vast and there were hundreds of millions of living beings, so how many people were there in the 55 armies? Compared to the total number of people in the star boundary, the 55 armies didn't even have a fraction of the total number. Although they weren't strong enough and the various armies wouldn't accept them, it wasn't necessarily that there weren't any powerhouses among them. And at this moment, these people finally had nowhere to hide. The demon land was spreading and eroding their hiding places, forcing them to flee into the distance. How could they escape? The demon land was expanding too fast. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes a First-Order Emperor Realm Master being overtaken by the expanding demon land behind him. He had no choice but to circulate his Emperor Chi to resist the demon intent that was constantly eroding his body. With his First-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, he might be able to resist for a while without losing his mind, but as long as he didn't escape from the demon land, he would become a demon sooner or later. Yang Kai retreated again and again with Su Yan and the Luan Feng. He couldn't help but recall what Mo Shang once said. The demon territory wasn't called the demon territory at first, but the unmatched realm. Originally, the living beings who lived there were all humans, just like the star boundary, but after the unmatched realm spirit was swallowed by him, it became the demon territory, and the humans who lived there also turned into the demon race. He didn't know what it was like when the unmatched realm spirit was swallowed. But now, he was witnessing the star boundary being swallowed up. In other words, what he was seeing now was the process of the star boundary spirit being swallowed up, and the great demon god healing himself. The spirit was swallowed up, and the star boundary turned into the demon land. Didn't this mean that the great demon god's healing had reached a critical juncture? Yang Kai shuddered. Last time, the Flowing Time Great Emperor fought the great emperors against the great demon god. But in the end, they were destroyed. This time, who could resist the banner of the star boundary? The great emperors had already disappeared, and now, only the 2 elders from the dragon race could rely on them. But they were suppressed by Xueli and the other 2 demon saint, so they couldn't make a move easily. What's more, even if they made a move, would it really work? Unknowingly, the star boundary had reached a moment of life and death, and this time, the demon race would definitely not give the star boundary a chance to breathe. I have to return to the northern territory, Yang Kai quickly said. The great demon cave in the eastern territory had undergone such a change, so he didn't know what was going on in the northern territory. He had to quickly inquire about it. If the northern territory was the same, then he had to find a way out for the High Heaven Palace and his army as soon as possible. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai said to Luan Feng, "If things don't work out, you should evacuate as soon as possible." Luan Feng smiled bitterly. "Where can we go?" Yang Kai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Although the star boundary was large, if the overall situation was like this, where could there be a pure land? The only thing he could be sure of was that the world humming that lasted for an incense stick's worth of time was definitely related to the sudden expansion of the demon land. However, at the moment, he still couldn't determine why the demon land was suddenly expanding so crazily. After bidding farewell to Luanfeng, Yang Kai brought Su Yan back to the High Heaven Palace. Hua Qingxi had sent messages to him several times, so when he saw that Yang Kai had finally returned, he immediately came forward to greet him. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I know, General Manager. Please ask the commanders to wait in the conference hall while I inquire about the situation." "Yes." Hua Qingxi complied and left. Last time, when the Star Soul Palace fell, more than a dozen armies from the Southern Territory withdrew, half of them retreating to the Northern Territory and were settled in the High Heaven Palace, while the other half went to the Eastern Territory. Originally, the High Heaven Palace couldn't accommodate so many people, but now with the One Realm bead refined by Yang Kai, it saved a lot of trouble. Many soldiers usually rested in the One Realm bead, and although the environment there was equivalent to a Death Star, they didn't need to obtain anything from the surrounding environment. If they needed to heal or cultivate, they could directly use source crystals and spirit pills. After giving a simple order, Yang Kai set off again. Chapter 3750. The axe was only the size of an ordinary axe, but when it was brought out, it suddenly expanded. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from the axe and turned into a giant axe shadow that chopped down at Yang Kai. The power of this axe was enough to split a mountain in half. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He grasped the black dragon spear in the air with one hand and casually swung the spear at the axe shadow. There seemed to be a dragon's roar amidst the humming sound. With a loud bang, Yang Kai and the half-saint couldn't help but take a few steps back. The half-saint who came to greet him widened his eyes in shock. Even though he had been warned by Xueli and the others that Yang Kai couldn't be underestimated, he still found it hard to believe that Yang Kai had countered his attack with a single spear strike. This guy really did have the strength of a half-saint. His gaze involuntarily fell on the black dragon spear, and his pupils slightly trembled. Xueli and the others had warned him about this long spear with a strange origin. It was said that this long spear was extremely powerful, and now it seemed that this rumor was true. Yang Kai, with the cultivation of a high-rank demon king, wasn't at a disadvantage after taking his attack head-on. Perhaps it was because of the power of this long spear that Yang Kai relied on. Not only did Yang Kai's strength not make him cower, but it also stimulated the arrogance and bloodthirst in his heart. He shouted, "Again!" The axe was raised high, and the demonic aura in his body surged. It poured into the demonic treasure and chopped down again. "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted. He had come here to investigate the situation, so how could he have the time to engage in a meaningless battle with this half-saint? His figure flashed as he pounced at the half-saint. He shook the black dragon spear, causing spear shadows to fill the sky as he stabbed at the half-saint. He completely ignored the axe shadow that was chopping down at him. The half-saint turned pale with fright. Yang Kai's desperate attack from the beginning made him feel a little helpless. If he didn't dodge, both sides would be injured. Not to mention whether or not he could kill Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really stabbed him with his spear, he definitely wouldn't have a good end. It was said that this fellow had comprehended a type of profundity called martial Dao true intent. Once one was injured by him, the martial Dao true intent would corrode one's flesh and blood, causing one to suffer a fate worse than death. Even half-saints were helpless against it, and only devil saints had the ability to expel it. In the previous battle at Star Soul Palace, a blood demon was injured by this martial Dao true intent. In the end, it was Master Xueli who resolved it and saved his life. As for the demon kings injured by Yang Kai, it was said that they were all abandoned by Master Xueli and killed on the spot. This was because even if Xueli could dispel the martial Dao true intent, it would take a lot of energy. Wasting a demon saint's energy on a few demon kings was obviously not worth it, so they were all killed. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the half-saint of demon race made a prompt decision to withdraw. At the same time, he called back his demonic treasure axe and waved it in front of him, turning it into a protective shield. With a series of clanking sounds, two figures rushed into the demon land, one after the other. The half-saint of demon race's face became more and more shocked. The power transmitted from the long spear in front of him made him feel like he couldn't resist. His eyes couldn't help but widen. Was this a power that a human could possess? It was said that this Yangkai could transform into a dragon that was hundreds of meters long. Now it seemed that it was true. How could the one fighting with him be an ordinary human? It was clearly a giant dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It was natural for it to have such power. What made him even more frightened was the strange aura transmitted from the black dragon spear. Even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't distinguish what this aura was. This aura was mysterious and profound, as if it contained a great mystery that made it impossible for people to grasp. He vaguely guessed that it was the martial Dao true intent that the demon saint spoke of. He became even more frightened. He made up his mind that he absolutely couldn't be injured by this martial Dao true intent. Last time, the demon saint master was willing to dissolve the martial Dao true intent from the blood demon half-saint because the situation wasn't too bad. Now that the strength of the two elders of the dragon race had skyrocketed, the three demon saint master needed to maintain their peak state at all times to deal with powerful enemies. If they were injured this time, they probably wouldn't be so lucky as to have the demon saint resolve it. At that time, whether they lived or died would depend on their own luck. Because of this fear, the half-saint of demon race couldn't fully display his strength. He was completely at a disadvantage in the battle with Yangkai and was forced to retreat 1,000 miles. From the depths of the demon cave, several figures rushed out one after another, each of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. Obviously, they had seen their companion's sorry state and came to support him. However, before they could approach, they heard a roar. Golden light shone brightly as Yangkai's figure skyrocketed. A tall and sturdy figure stood between heaven and earth. Even the black dragon spear had transformed into 1,000 feet long object. Astounding pressure rumbled as it swept out, and it caused those half-saints that pounced over to feel suffocated and couldn't help but stop moving. The 1,000 feet long body brandished the 1,000 feet long spear and swept it over, causing heaven and earth to tremble. None of the several half-saint dared to face the spear head-on. Seeing the spear sweep over, their complexions changed greatly and they retreated. The half-saint fighting with Yangkai couldn't avoid it, and could only desperately urge the power of his demonic treasure to transform into a giant axe to meet Yangkai's attack head-on. His figure flew back and he vomited blood in midair. The radiance of the demonic treasure axe in his hand dimmed. Obviously, it had lost a lot of its spirituality. After he regained his footing, his face was filled with unwillingness and anger. If Yangkai was really a half-saint, it would be fine. After all, he was defeated because his skills were inferior. However, Yangkai's cultivation was only that of a high-rank demon king. This made him seem incompetent. In any case, he was a half-saint. When had he ever been so sullen? Fortunately, although his internal organs had been shaken and he had suffered some injuries, it was only a minor matter. He hadn't been injured by the rumored true intent of the martial Dao. He turned his head and looked at his several companions. Only then did his unsightly complexion calm down a lot. At this moment, his several companions also had a look of fear on their faces. None of them dared to rashly step forward. This lessened the embarrassment of his injuries. Yangkai held his spear. His body was like a small mountain. He coldly swept his gaze over them. His pair of light golden dragon eyes made people not dare to look directly at him. His muffled voice resounded, "If you want to fight, then come. If you don't want to fight, then scram." When the several half-saint heard this, their noses almost became crooked from anger. This was the demon den, the place where the demon race's army was stationed. Yangkai had barged into this place alone and actually dared to speak such arrogant words. If it was an ordinary person, even if it was a fake emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. They would definitely swarm him and let him know the consequences of speaking big words. However, he was Yangkai. Not to mention that he had just displayed strength comparable to a half-saint, he was proficient in the law of space. Who could stop him? If they fought with him, They would have to be careful not to be injured by his true intent of the martial Tao. They didn't care about ordinary injuries, but no one dared to taste the kind of injuries that even a demon saint would find troublesome. Right now, only the few demon saint could keep him in check. However, at this critical moment, how could the demon saint easily make a move? Therefore, even though their faces were ashen, the several half-saints still stood in place and coldly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted and didn't provoke them anymore. He had only come here to investigate the situation. The situation in the demon den in the Northern Territory was exactly the same as the situation in the Eastern Territory. However, he was still confused as to why such a huge change had occurred. Since he couldn't see clearly from outside the demon den, then he had to become the demon race's den deep inside. If not, why would Yang Kai take the risk alone? According to his intelligence, Xueli and the others were still in the Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. They seemed to be treating that place as their headquarters. It was unknown if they were deliberately humiliating the Star Realm. Although they could arrive here very quickly, Yang Kai would immediately escape if there was even the slightest abnormality. Naturally, he wouldn't give Xueli and the others a chance to attack. The Azure Dragon Spear stood beside him like a giant pillar. As if it had sensed Yang Kai's intentions, a dragon roar came from the body of the spear. The figure of an azure dragon appeared above the spear and coiled around the spear. Its huge dragon head was raised high, overlooking the world and monitoring its surroundings. Yang Kai closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. His divine sense spread out like a tide. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing in the demon land. Inside the demon den, demonic intent was everywhere. If one's divine sense left the body, it was very likely that it would be corroded by demonic intent and leave behind hidden dangers. However, he was different from ordinary people. All of his strength had been transformed into demonic yuan. How could he be afraid of the demonic intent in the demon den? Yang Kai's target was very clear. It was the demon tower that stood in the middle of the demon denver. Since the demon tower could connect to each other and create an effect similar to a spatial formation that could cross territory, allowing the demon race to travel back and forth quickly, it was natural that he could also use his divine sense to travel back and forth. With the help of the demon tower, Yang Kai could sweep away the fog in front of him and see the entire situation from a new height. From there, he could pry into the root cause of the demon land's expansion. He didn't have any intention of hiding his actions. The nearby half-saint who were watching covetously naturally noticed it. One of the bone devils turned his skull and glanced at the demon tower. The dark green ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped a few times. His teeth opened and closed as he spoke in a metallic voice. What a smart guy. He actually thought of this method. Hey, should we stop him? If this continues, I'm afraid he's going to discover something. How do we stop him? Another half-saint sneered. Do we go up and fight him? That's not impossible. The half-saint who spoke showed an eager expression. After all, he's alone. If we can't stop him, then what's the point? We also have to be careful of being injured by him. You also know what the true meaning of martial path is. Since the demon saint has already made a move, the astral plane will definitely find out the reason. What difference does it make if it happens a little earlier or a little later? This guy should be left to the demon saint to deal with. That's right. I've already ordered people to send a message to the three master. If the master wants to stop this, he will definitely come. If they don't come, then we don't need to do anything. After a simple exchange, the several half-saint quickly reached a consensus to wait and see. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was just that the true meaning of martial path was too difficult to deal with. No one was willing to take the lead and bear the risk of their lives. Without someone taking the lead, they naturally couldn't unite. Moreover, since the demon saint was the one making the decision, why should they take the risk? They only needed to wait for the demon land to expand and completely devour the star boundary. At that time, the star boundary would become the paradise of the demon race, and become the second demon territory. And the star boundary would follow in the footsteps of the unparalleled realm. He coughed lightly, and there was a fishy taste in his throat. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. After taking a blow from a half-saint, even with his dragon body, it was not good. At this moment, the ashen-faced half-saint seemed to have discovered something. They communicated with each other with their divine sense for a while, and their originally pale faces gradually regained their color. They looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. Yang Kai coldly stared at them, clenched the black dragon spear, and turned around to leave. He had already achieved his goal, and there was no need to stay. He might not be afraid of any half-saint in a one-on-one fight, but if it was one against many, he was still not strong enough. He hurriedly returned to the High Heaven Palace and did not have time to heal. He went straight to the conference hall. In front of the conference hall, a familiar figure was waiting. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his hands. "General Master, I heard that you went to investigate the situation of the demon dens. What did you find?" Li Wuyi asked anxiously. He had also received the report from Hua Qingxi, so he had rushed over. If there was anyone in the star boundary who could obtain the most accurate information about the demon race, it was Yang Kai. He was anxious and did not have the mood to wait for a reply, so he simply came to ask him face to face. "A little. Let's talk inside." Yang Kai responded and entered the conference hall with Li Wuyi. Inside the conference hall, Hua Qingxi had already gathered all the higher-ups of the Star Boundary Army and served them tea while waiting for Yang Kai to return. However, at this critical juncture of the Star Boundary's survival, who would be in the mood to drink tea? They were all looking outside anxiously, and when they saw Yang Kai appear, they all stood up. "Palace Master, are you injured?" Hua Qingxi noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth and his slightly pale face. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and asked everyone to take a seat. After that, he reported the information he had gathered. In the conference hall, everyone's expression turned ugly after hearing this. Wuyin Army Commander Fu Renjie gritted his teeth and said, "I knew that there were abnormalities in the 108 demon dens, but I didn't expect it to be like this. The demon race is really playing a big game of chess. Invading the star boundary, they really have a big appetite." Someone snorted. "I just don't know if they can swallow it." Yiwu Army Commander Shin Tuxing sneered. "Do they really think that the Star Boundary Army is just for decoration?" Jahai Army Commander Pan Gengyan frowned and said, "Now that the demon land is expanding, if we don't stop it, the Star Boundary will fall. At that time, no matter how many people the Star Boundary Army has or how strong they are, it will be useless." Shin Tuxing turned to look at him. "Master Pan, why do you have to boost the morale of others and destroy our own?" Pan Gengyan said lightly, "It's just the truth." Shin Tuxing was about to say something, but Yang Kai interrupted him. "Although I don't want to admit it, the demon race does have the ability to swallow the star boundary." The group of people looked at him. Yang Kai stood up and scanned the crowd, saying loudly, "Have you all heard of the Great Demon God?" "Great Demon God? What's that? A powerhouse from the demon race? Which demon race is so daring to use such a title?" The group of pseudo-emperor-level army commanders exclaimed. Obviously, they had never heard of the Great Demon God. Even Li Wuyi looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It could not be said that the pseudo-emperors of the Star Boundary were ignorant and inexperienced. If Yang Kai had not entered the dream world by chance and went back to the ancient war between humans and demons, he would not have known of the Great Demon God. This existence was a taboo even in the demon territory. When he first entered the territory that became the demon race, Yang Kai wanted to pry some information about the Great Demon God from Yu Rumeng, but Yu Rumeng immediately stopped him and avoided him. Now, it seemed that Yu Rumeng should know a little about the Great Demon God. After all, she was a demon saint. With her strength at that level, she could come into contact with some secrets that others did not know. However, she definitely did not know too much. Otherwise, she would not have not reminded Yang Kai. Just as they were discussing the crisis that the Star Boundary was facing, Yang Kai suddenly mentioned the Great Demon God. Everyone was confused, but they were not in a hurry to ask. Since Yang Kai mentioned the great demon god at this time, then the great demon god must be related to the current situation. Yang Kai glanced at him and pondered for a moment before replying, I'm sure all of you are familiar with that person's honorific title. The one who destroyed Mo Shang's body back then was the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The group of masters suddenly raised their eyebrows and showed looks of pride. Mo Shang's strength was above the demon saints, so if the Flowing Time Great Emperor could destroy his body, didn't that mean the cultivation of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor was almost the same as the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor? Someone frowned and said, Lord Yang, you just said that after that battle, Mo Shang's body was destroyed and the one who fought him was destroyed. Could it be? Yang Kai nodded and said, Yes, the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the great emperors died at the hands of others. Another round of gasps rang out. In the long history of Star Boundary, the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the great emperors were almost legendary. Since ancient times, Star Boundary had produced many great emperors, but there were only a few who were still famous today. Wukong could be considered one of them, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the great emperors could also be considered one. Although everyone knew that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was definitely no longer alive, no one knew how he died. They all thought that he had passed away in the Flowing Time Temple. Only now did they know that the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the great emperors were killed in battle. Li Wui said thoughtfully, Now it seems that the disappearance of the great emperors is also related to Mo Shang. Originally, there were still some doubts as to why the great emperors would disappear for no reason. Although the same number of demon saint had disappeared, such a big move was not something that could be done by ordinary means. It was only natural that there were traces of Mo Shang's involvement behind this. Yang Kai said, I was just about to talk to you about this. I went to the demon cave to investigate the situation and saw the great emperors. Many people stood up, and some even knocked over the tea on the table. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, It's not what you think. The great emperors are not in Star Boundary, nor are they in demon territory. Their whereabouts are very vague, and I only saw a few images. I can't pinpoint their exact location. Previously, when his mind was immersed in the demon cave and his divine sense was expanding, vague images suddenly flashed through his mind, and in those images, there were many great emperors. How is the situation with the great emperors now? Li Wui asked. With the current situation in Star Boundary, if the great emperors could return, it would be much better. Relying only on the two elders of the dragon race was a bit too weak. Even though their strength had increased, it was still not enough. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Not very good. The current changes in Star Boundary are also related to them. They seem to have been suppressed by the demon saint in a strange place, where a large array has been set up. The demon saint is refining the will of heaven and earth on the great emperors. The demon race had tried this kind of thing more than 20 years ago. The target of their attempt was the great emperors of Bright Moon who had already died. The great emperors of Bright Moon were trapped in the Eternal Heaven continent. The demon saint had sacrificed all the living beings of the Eternal Heaven continent and even set up the 12 Citadel Great Demon Array in order to refine Bright Moon and let the demon territory devour the will of heaven and earth on his body. If the demon race had succeeded back then, Star Boundary's will of heaven and earth would have been forever lacking a piece. At that time, the impact would have been difficult to estimate. It might have caused Star Boundary's heavenly Tao to be incomplete, the world's will of heaven and earth to be broken, and the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth to shrink. Meanwhile, the demon territory would have the opportunity to produce another demon saint. However, the demon race failed on the verge of success. In the end, Bright Moon fulfilled Yang Kai's wish before his death and transferred his will of heaven and earth to Yang Kai. After many years, a similar thing happened once again, and this time the scale was even greater than that of the past. The 7 great emperors were trapped in that indescribable space and array. It was as if they were in a furnace, and the will of heaven and earth on their bodies was constantly being refined. The demon race's methods had been secretly set up a few years ago. The reason why they waited until today to activate it was because they needed to prepare for the refinement. The will of heaven and earth on the great emperor's bodies was equivalent to the star boundary's self-defense mechanism. Without refining those wills, the demon land simply couldn't expand rapidly. And now, the speed at which the demon land was expanding was almost equivalent to the speed at which the wills of heaven and earth on the great emperor's bodies were being refined. And once they were completely refined, the entire star boundary would be in danger. Now that all the chess pieces of the demon race had been placed, the demon land was rapidly expanding and was devouring the star boundary's spiritual energy. A great disaster was about to befall the star boundary, and the heavenly secrets were unpredictable. But what did the heavenly secrets revelations mean? The literal meaning seemed to be that something was about to be revealed, but the heavenly secrets revelations were too vague, so no matter how hard Yang Kai racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. Inside the hall, everyone discussed for a while, but none of them could do anything about the current situation. Some suggested that they should immediately launch a general attack and mobilize the 55 armies to cooperate with the two great elders of the dragon race to exterminate the demon race. Others suggested that they should bide their time and see what the mysteries of the expanding demon land were first. Perhaps the great emperors would have a way to stop them. For a while, the hall was noisy, and Li Wuyi finally managed to calm everyone down. He then ordered the various armies to closely monitor the situation in the demon nest and prepare for war at any time. An hour later, everyone dispersed. Li Wuyi didn't leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Master, do you have any other orders?" Li Wuyi stared deeply at Yang Kai, a complex emotion flashing through his eyes. This confused Yang Kai. He had known Li Wuyi for so long, but he had never seen him show such an expression before. There was a trace of regret and envy in his eyes. "Senior?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Li Wuyi sighed softly and murmured, "The heavenly mystery has changed and the heavenly mystery has appeared. I wonder if this is a blessing for the star boundary or a disaster for the star boundary." Yang Kai's expression changed. "Does Master know something?" Li Wuyi didn't answer. He simply smiled and said, "Accompany me for a walk." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he headed out. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and then followed. Both of them were proficient in the Tao of space, and as their figures flashed, the ground beneath their feet rapidly changed, and the scenery around them constantly changed. After flying for an hour, they finally arrived at a desolate place. This place was completely barren and uninhabited. Most places in the Northern Territory were freezing cold, and this place was no exception. White snow covered the ground, and the breath they exhaled was so thick that it was visible to the naked eye. Li Wuyi stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky. Yang Kai also looked up, but all he saw was a gray sky and snowflakes fluttering down. He didn't know why Li Wuyi had suddenly brought him here, but it seemed that there was something he wanted to tell him. Moreover, Yang Kai was also very concerned about what he had just said, as if he knew the meaning behind those words. "Master!" Yang Kai called out. Just as he was about to ask for an explanation, Li Wuyi suddenly turned around, a murderous look on his face. If this attack hit, Yang Kai's head would most likely explode in an instant. Yang Kai had long known that Li Wuyi was the strongest person below the great emperors, and that he stood at the peak of the half-saint realm even among false emperors, but he had never really fought with him, so he did not have a clear understanding of who the strongest person below the great emperors was. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai truly understood what it meant to be the strongest person below the great emperors. The person in front of him was completely different from the half-saint false emperor Yang Kai had fought. His fierce attacks were almost suffocating. It was only when the principle of space was about to reach him that Yang Kai barely managed to raise his hand and send out a moon blade. The two space forces collided silently, and the two space forces disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he said, "Master, please stop." At this critical juncture of Star Boundary's survival, he really did not want to fight with Li Wui here. No matter who won, it would be Star Boundary's loss. What's more, facing Li Wui, Yang Kai did not have the confidence to win. Even if he used all his means, he would only be able to survive. Show me what you're capable of, or you will die here today. As Li Wui spoke, he suddenly clapped his hands together. Following this action, Yang Kai immediately felt his body tighten, as if he was imprisoned in place by an invisible force. Chapter 3754. The space around Yang Kai's body began to compress, and every inch of his flesh and blood was under great pressure, causing his bones to creak and groan. Yang Kai had always used Space Force to restrict the movements of his enemies, but facing Li Wui this time, he finally experienced what it was like to be restricted by his own Space Force. The Space Force coming from all directions was not something Yang Kai could resist with his physical body alone. If he tried to hold on any longer, he would be crushed into a meat patty sooner or later. Yang Kai roared angrily as the space principles in his hands began to fluctuate, slowly pushing them to the sides as if he was pushing an invisible door. As he moved, visible ripples spread out from his hands. The space force that was pressing down on Yang Kai immediately eased significantly. A hint of appreciation flashed across Li Wuyi's eyes as he suddenly flattened his palms and swiped them towards Yang Kai from afar. In the next instant, Yang Kai saw a void crack suddenly form around his waist, as if it had always been there and had only revealed its ferocious appearance at this moment. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but change as he thought to himself, so space principles can also be used like this. Before he had time to marvel at Li Wuyi's ingenuity, the void crack that was only a few feet long had already cut into Yang Kai's skin like an indestructible blade, causing him to feel a stinging pain. Even with the physical body that Yang Kai was so proud of, it was difficult for him to resist such an attack. The void crack was still pressing down on him, making it difficult for Yang Kai to even move. At this moment, it was already too late for him to retreat. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's mind was surprisingly calm, not showing the slightest hint of panic as he reached out and grabbed at the void crack. His hand transformed into a dragon's claw as Yang Kai grabbed hold of the void crack. The void crack that was a few feet long struggled and squirmed like a pitch-black spirit snake, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it attempted to attack Yang Kai. As Yang Kai clenched his hand, the void crack collapsed. Only Yang Kai, who was also proficient in the space principles, could do such a thing. If it were anyone else, how could they possibly grab hold of a void crack? Rashly touching it was destined to end in tragedy. On the other side, the admiration in Li Wuyi's eyes deepened when he saw how easily Yang Kai had neutralized his killer move. However, he hid it very well. The depths of his eyes were still cold, as if he would not rest until he killed Yang Kai. His palms, which were already flat, suddenly moved apart. The two palms slowly rotated, grinding against each other. Yang Kai's expression changed. He felt the space around him change drastically. The space around his upper body started to rotate clockwise, while the space around his lower body started to rotate counterclockwise. Although the rotation was slow, it was steady. As a result, the space around him was dislocated. Yang Kai's entire body was twisted into a very strange position. His upper body and lower body were rotating in different directions, and the bones in his body were making laborious sounds. Shocked, he once again urged the law of space to set things right. With Yang Kai as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 meters was in complete chaos. Countless tiny cracks flickered in and out of existence. Li Wuyi's expression also became solemn. His slowly rotating palms seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance, causing them to slow down until they finally came to a stop. With a roar, the void shattered and Yang Kai's twisted body returned to normal. Li Wuyi's palms also came together again. "Master, take this." Being attacked by Li Wuyi time and time again without holding back, Yang Kai was also enraged. No matter what Li Wuyi's intentions were, he couldn't allow himself to be beaten passively like this. Facing the number one master under the great emperors who was also proficient in the law of space, the best way was to fight instead of running away. In front of him, running away was useless, and blindly resisting would only accelerate his defeat. The best defense was to attack. Flicking his 10 fingers, Yang Kai sent a series of pitch-black moon blades towards Li Wuyi's head. The last one was incomparably huge and contained a terrifying power. In the face of this overwhelming attack, Li Wuyi's expression remained indifferent. He simply raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. His movements were elegant, as if he was brushing away dust. The power of the space laws was smoothed out, and the moon blades dissipated before they could reach Li Wuyi. Only the last moon blade was deflected to the side by Li Wuyi, brushing past his body. "Your moon blades are useless against me." Li Wuyi looked at Yang Kai and said in an indifferent tone. He and Yang Kai had once discussed the law of space together and exchanged cultivation insights, so he was naturally no stranger to moonblades. What's more, he had seen Yang Kai use this killer move more than once. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he threw out a punch. If moonblades are useless, then what about this move? As soon as these words fell, a black sphere suddenly appeared in front of Li Wuyi. This black sphere pulsed with an aura of chaos and nothingness, identical to that of the void. Li Wuyi raised his brow. He could clearly feel that the power of this move was much more terrifying than the moon blades. Excited, he tried to figure out the mysteries of this move, but the divine sense he released was swallowed by the black sphere. The next moment, the black sphere suddenly shrank and turned into a small black dot. Heaven and earth began to collapse towards this black dot. Li Wuyi, who bore the brunt of this collapse, could not resist the force of the collapse, and his body twisted as he rapidly shrank towards the black dot. With a swoosh, the black dot flashed and disappeared, and the collapsed heaven and earth disappeared. Under the plane, there was a huge circular gap with a radius of several hundred feet. Li Wuyi, on the other hand, was still standing in the same spot. The power of the space precepts around his body fluctuated and finally managed to resist the terrifying power at the critical moment. When the black dot disappeared, his distorted body also returned to its original state. Li Wuyi finally showed a smile. Not bad, but not enough. By the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and sent a palm strike towards him. Yang Kai's figure retreated explosively, flashing directly into the void, leaving behind an afterimage. After the afterimage was dispersed, Li Wuyi took a step forward and chased into the void. Chapter 37:55. In the Battle of Great Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, Wukong had killed 4 great emperors, but he himself had also been crushed. Although his soul had escaped and hidden in the depths of the Shattered Star Sea, for the star boundary, half of the 10 great emperors had died in that battle, which was exactly 5. There was a limit to the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth. The limit was 12 in the demon territory and 10 in the star boundary. Therefore, even though there were many competitors who were qualified to become great emperors when the mysterious Tian Temple opened last time, there were still only 5 who had the last laugh. Li Wuyi smiled and nodded. Yes, 5 great emperors died in the Shattered Star Sea, so it is reasonable for 5 more to be born in the mysterious Tian Temple. Now, the mysterious Tian Temple is about to open again, but the situation this time will be different. There won't be so many great emperors born. I'm afraid there will only be one. Yang Kai understood. Among the 10 great emperors of the star boundary, the great emperors of the secular world were missing, and the Night Shadow great emperors had defected to the demon territory, but they were still alive after all. Only the Bright Moon great emperors had died, leaving only one empty spot in the bottle of heaven and earth. Therefore, even if the mysterious Tian Temple opened and the day of the great competition arrived, only one person could become a great emperor in the end. In this way, the competition would be very fierce. Thinking of this, Yang Kai frowned and finally understood what Li Wuyi's previous words meant. At this critical moment of the star boundary's survival, if the mysterious Tian Temple opened, It was unknown whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the star boundary. If someone could obtain this opportunity in the end and make up for the 10 great emperors of the star boundary, it would be extremely beneficial to the current situation of the entire star boundary. Currently, the 2 great elders of the dragon race could join forces to fight against the 3 demon saints. If there was one more great emperor, it would be almost equivalent to an invincible existence. But before becoming great emperors, bloody and cruel competitions were required. There were quite a number of fake emperors in the astral boundary, but they weren't few either. On the path of martial arts, who wasn't courageously striving to reach the peak? Now that such a great opportunity was placed before their eyes, who wouldn't be moved? But if everyone was tempted and ran to that mysterious heaven palace to fight for the great Tao, then where would the 55 legions of the star boundary go? Without the presence of these fake emperors, the demon race would be able to wipe out the various armies in an instant. If they entered the mysterious heaven palace to fight for the great Tao, there would definitely be internal friction. This was something the current star boundary could not bear. For the sake of the star boundary's survival, the various legion commanders and fake emperors could obey Li Wui's orders and lead their subordinates into battle. However, if it was for their own opportunities and the goal of cultivation, how much use would Li Wui's orders be? Moreover, he couldn't order the false emperors to not participate in the struggle for the great Tao. Li Wui couldn't bring himself to do something like that. Thinking about it, Yang Kai quickly figured out why Li Wui was feeling so depressed at the moment. The timing of the mysterious heaven palaces opening this time really put the star boundary in an awkward position. Their previous hot-bloodedness and excitement quickly cooled down as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. In the past, there might be people who were jealous of the legacy of the great emperors in Yang Kai's body, but it was only jealousy. Once they entered the profound heaven palace, this jealousy was very likely to turn into robbery. And if they wanted to snatch that will of the world, they would have to kill Yang Kai with their own hands. Li Wui patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you won't fight alone. When the time comes, I will arrange for people to support you." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, master. Don't run around for a while, lest you give others an opportunity to take advantage of you. Go back to the high heaven palace and cultivate in seclusion. When the profound heaven palace opens, I will inform you." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Master, since you want me to participate in the battle for the Grand Tao, why do you want me to hide? Before the profound heaven palace opens, I can hide. But what about after it opens?" Li Wui was startled and immediately laughed. "Yes, I was thinking too much. All right, you can do whatever you want, but be careful, especially those who want to come into contact with you." "I know." Yang Kai grinned fiercely. "If someone with ulterior motives tries to approach me, I won't show any mercy." After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Master, if I really enter the profound heaven palace, what do I need to do? What do I need to rob?" Li Wui slowly shook his head. "I don't know. I only know that the profound heaven palace contains the key to becoming great emperors. As for the situation inside the profound heaven palace, I'm afraid no one in the star boundary knows." Li Wui frowned. "Perhaps you can ask the 2 elders of the dragon race. They have lived for a long time and should know some information about the profound heaven palace." "I will ask them when I have the chance." Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he said, "By the way, master, there is one more thing I need to ask of you." "Speak." Li Wui nodded. "Once the profound heaven palace opens, I don't know how long it will take to enter. Now, in the wild, desolate ancient ground in the Eastern Territory, there are some abnormal movements in the Blood Gate. I suspect that the Heavenly Punishment Palace is about to open." "The Heavenly Punishment Palace?" Li Wui raised his brow. "Master, please pay more attention to that side. If the Heavenly Punishment Palace opens, please tell the girl who came out from it to stay calm and wait for me to come back." Li Wui nodded. Okay. Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to Towering Firmament Palace. He didn't know if it was because he had learned something or not, but when he returned to Towering Firmament Palace, Yang Kai felt that there were some gazes that were paying attention to him. This made him sneer in his heart. It seemed that Li Wui's worries were not unfounded. Only half a day had passed since that maxim was revealed, yet there were already so many abnormalities. He was willing to take care of this woman as long as he could. However, after inquiring, he found out that the Rakshasa sect had disappeared without a trace more than 10 years ago. Calculating the time, it was a few years after Yang Kai helped Shang Yuzhu escape. Since then, the entire Rakshasa sect, including Shang Yuzhu, had disappeared without a trace. It was not until today that they met. After knowing that Shang Yuzhu was looking for him, Yang Kai realized that he had thought too much before. Since she appeared so openly and said such words, it meant that she had no malice towards him. What's more, it was not that Yang Kai did not inquire about Shang Yuzhu after the incident. Once, he mentioned this woman to Zhan Wuhen. When he learned that this woman was still alive, Zhan Wuhen was quite surprised. After all, after tens of thousands of years, most of his old acquaintances were no longer alive. Only a few of his old friends were still alive. Even though he had no friendship with Shang Yuzhu, he still smiled when he learned that she was still alive. Zhan Wuhen only had one evaluation of this woman. She was not a bad person. Since Zhan Wuhen said so, it was enough to prove Shang Yuzhu's character. Who else do you think sent it? Shang Yuzhu tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Ignoring the fact that she had lived for tens of thousands of years, just by looking at her appearance and expression, one would think that she was only 28 years old. What an old monster. Yang Kai cursed in his heart and said with a chuckle, "It's precisely because I don't know who sent it that I came to take a look." After a pause, he said, "It seems that Senior knows something?" Otherwise, she would not have said that Yang Kai was very bold before. Shang Yuzhu looked at him dumbfoundedly. "Since you can ask this question, it seems that you know something. Very good, it saves me the effort of explaining." How did Senior know? Yang Kai was suspicious. The news should not have spread so quickly. Shang Yuzhu stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled. "Did you forget what I told you? I have experienced such a thing once. I am more sensitive to the changes in the spiritual chi of heaven and earth than anyone else. I can feel that that thing is about to be born." Shen Tian Hall? Yang Kai looked serious. First, he had seen a trace of the heavenly mystery, then heaven's revelations, the words of the great emperors, and now Shang Yuzhu's words. It seemed that the opening of Shen Tian Hall was really imperative. Yes. Shang Yuzhu nodded. She was not surprised that Yang Kai knew about the existence of Shen Tian Hall. After all, although this matter was confidential, it was not unknown. Those fake great emperors who followed the great emperors all year round must have heard these things from the great emperors. It was precisely because of this that Li Wui knew about the existence of Shen Tian Hall. Over the years, I've been recuperating, and they've done their best to honor and worship me. I don't know if I'll be able to return after I leave this time. Moreover, the situation in the star boundary is changing, and there are a group of women who are wandering outside. If no one takes care of them, I'm afraid that sooner or later, they'll die without a complete corpse. I'd like to ask you to bring them back to Towering Palace. As if seeing Yang Yun's intention, Yang Kai explained, "Senior Shang Yuzhu is a person of the Iron Blood Master's era." 3 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai. "Are you kidding?" Yang Yun said. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I talked to the Iron Blood Master, and he also confirmed it." Hiss! There was a sound of gasps. If even Zhan Wuhen confirmed it, It meant that this matter was true. However, there was actually a fake emperor who had survived from that era to the present. That was the era of the last great Dao battle. So far, it had been 60,000 to 70,000 years. How did she survive? Yang Kai briefly explained the origin of Shang Yuzhu, and also said that he accidentally found her trace and brought her out of the void crack. Yang Yun, Zhou Feng, and the others listened with a sigh. That's right. That's why Senior Shang Yuzhu secretly invited me to meet here and gave me this thing. Yang Kai shook the jade slip in his hand. Check it carefully. Be careful of what she does inside, Zhou Feng said seriously. Yang Kai nodded. Don't worry about that. I've already checked it. There's only some information recorded inside. He didn't have time to check the specific content. He planned to wait until he returned to the High Heaven Palace. It's best if there's nothing. Anyway, in the current situation, you can't be too careful. Yang Kai said, Are you guys going to follow me into the Xian Tian Palace? Yang Yun smiled and said, I'll go in. The two of them can't. He pointed at Zhou Feng and Chongqi. Why? Yang Kai was puzzled. Why can't they go in? Yang Yun said, I don't know the specific reason, but there were no holy spirits who participated in the great Dao battle in the past. Maybe the holy spirits have their own original inheritance. As long as they continue to develop their bloodline, they will reach the top one day. So the Xian Tian Palace doesn't allow them to enter. So all the holy spirits can't go in? Yang Yun nodded and said, Yes. Yang Kai touched his chin. If that's the case, then wind-chasing wolf definitely can't go in. Although it's a demonic beast in the territory of the devil, it's also a holy spirit. What about the Dharmakaya? The Dharmakaya is the body of the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose is a descendant of the holy spirits, and now there's the origin of the stone fire in its body. Thinking of this, it's estimated that the Dharmakaya can't go in. The same goes for Lu Yen Tsk. If that's the case, I have to change my plan. Yang Kai originally planned to bring several powerful helpers around him into the Xian Tian Palace. He himself is not weak. With wind-chasing wolf, the Dharmakaya, Lu Yen, and Chongqi, the demon race will definitely have a headache. But if the holy spirits can't enter the Xian Tian Palace, all the helpers will be stuck outside the door. He will be the only one left. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai suddenly looked up at the three people in front of him and grinned. Chapter 3761. Lin Rusong said, Military Master, this old man is old and has been living in seclusion for many years, so I have lost the will to make progress. Although I was fortunate enough to obtain the qualifications to enter Profound Heaven Palace this time, even if I do enter, I'm afraid I may not have much of a chance. Why don't you let this old man give his qualifications to Lord Yang? Lord Yang is a rising star, a young talent, and has also received the favor of Bright Moon Master. If he enters Profound Heaven Palace, he will definitely achieve great things. Military Master, please enter Profound Heaven Palace together with him to preside over the overall situation. As soon as these words came out, many masters looked at him in surprise, and slowly, that surprise turned into respect. Lin Rusong was indeed not young, but he was far from the old age he claimed to be. Although he looked old on the outside, he was still a fake emperor after all and still had many years to live. Being willing to give up his qualifications at this time was undoubtedly an attempt to keep the peace. However, this price was really too great. No one could be as bold as him, so how could they not respect him in their hearts? Even Song Mo, who had made things difficult for Yang Kai, frowned and looked a little embarrassed. He was targeting Yang Kai for his own personal grudge, while Lin Rusong was sacrificing his own interests for the sake of the overall situation. Comparing the two, it seemed like he was looking for trouble. Fu Si's cold eyes became much gentler when he looked at Lin Rusong. Under the general situation where so many fake emperors were fighting for a place to enter, someone actually took the initiative to stand up and give up the qualifications he had already obtained. This kind of breadth of mind was difficult for ordinary people to match. Li Wui smiled and said, "This king appreciates Master Lin's kindness, but this was something I had discussed with the two elders long ago. There are many matters in Star Boundary that the two elders can't directly intervene in, so they need me to stay behind and manage, so I can't leave no matter what." After a pause, he cupped his hands and said solemnly, "In any case, many thanks, Master Lin." Lin Rusong sighed when he heard this. "Master is righteous. This old man admires you." Li Wui said, "I also admire Master Lin's magnanimity." Originally, he had been targeting Kai Yang, but because of Lin Rusong's appearance, he suddenly disappeared. The old man would rather give up his qualifications to settle this matter peacefully. So if Song Mo continued to harp on this matter, that would be too unappreciative. Does anyone else have any objections? Zhu Yan swept his gaze across the crowd. None of the experts responded. Since that's the case, once we enter the mysterious Sky Palace, we must support each other and avoid internal friction. This old man will wait for your good news outside. Zhu Yan nodded lightly. He also knew that it was impossible to completely avoid internal strife. Even if this group of people from the astral plane could kill all the half-saint in the demon territory, there would still be a fierce battle in the end. This time, when the Shen Tian Palace opened, there was only one chance to become one of the great emperors. The path of fighting for that chance was a path of bloody slaughter. However, before the half-saint of demon race was completely wiped out, the false emperors of the astral plane still needed to maintain their alliance and comrade in arms. While the people from the astral plane were communicating, the people from the demon race gradually gathered. Behind the three demon saint, demonic chi eerie figures appeared. Yang Kai looked up and sized them up. He couldn't help but frown. The number of half-saint dispatched from the demon territory was obviously higher than the number of false emperors from the astral plane. This was to be expected. This finger seemed to be a signal. When Xueli pointed, the dozens of half-saints behind him all flew towards the open door of Profound Heaven Hall. They arrived in front of Xueli in an instant and were about to charge into Profound Heaven Hall. As the laws of space fluctuated, Li Wui and Yang Kai's figures disappeared at the same time. When they reappeared, the two had already arrived in front of the mysterious Heaven Palace. Li Wuyi's black hair and clothes fluttered without any wind. The space around him distorted, and the power of laws fluctuated. Facing the dozens of half-saint from the demon territory charging towards him, his expression didn't change. He suddenly clapped his hands together and shouted, "Condense!" The void froze, and the half-saints who were charging forward paused in their tracks. However, no matter how strong Li Wuyi was, he was still only at the false emperor realm. How could he stop so many half-saint charging at him by himself? Being able to stop them for a moment was already an incredible performance. The half-saint were furious. After activating their secret techniques to break free from the restraints of space, their demonic chi surged. After 3 days, it would enter the void and disappear without a trace. When it reappeared, it would be the end of the battle of the Great Tao. Therefore, Li Wui's current mission was to guard the Shangtian for 3 days. It was not only to prevent the demon race from adding more demi-saints into the Shangtian, but also to prevent the fake emperors from the astral boundary from making a move. The battle between the two elders of the dragon race and the demon saint gradually came to an end. In the past, Zhu Yan and Fu Shun were suppressed by the three demon saint, but after entering the dragon transformation pool, the couple's strength had greatly increased, and now they had the upper hand against Shueli and the others. However, it was unrealistic for the two of them to kill a demon saint, just like how the demon saint could not kill them. Continuing to fight pointlessly would only result in both sides suffering losses. Therefore, after everyone who should enter had entered, the two sides gradually stopped fighting and stood on opposite sides of the Tianxian Palace, quietly confronting each other. The world was spinning and he was dizzy. The moment he stepped into the Tianxian Palace, Yang Kai felt as if his head was about to explode. This situation was clearly a sign of spatial teleportation. If he, who was proficient in the law of space, was like this, there was no need to mention the others. Yang Kai inwardly estimated that the others who entered the Tianxian Palace would be unable to think for at least several dozen breaths of time. The scenery in their field of vision distorted and changed, as if they were shuttling through a space-time tunnel. Their bodies kept falling down endlessly, making them feel uneasy. After an unknown amount of time, Kai Yang suddenly felt his body relax and his feet touch the ground. A cold wind blew and his whole body felt cold. Only then did Kai Yang discover that his clothes were soaked with sweat. Half kneeling on the ground, he gasped for breath. Without having time to size up his surroundings, Yang Kai immediately released his divine sense and sensed his surroundings. No one knew what was going on inside the Tianxian Palace, not even Shang Yuzhu. Although she had experienced a battle of the Great Tao, she had not entered the Tianxian Palace. Who could guarantee that there was no danger inside? Fortunately, there did not seem to be any danger in the place where Yang Kai landed. Under his divine sense, he detected some life auras, and they were all very good, but after all, they did not pose a threat to him. Within the range of his divine sense, there were no familiar energy fluctuations. Yang Kai could not help but frown and murmur, "Is this a random teleportation?" It was not the first time he had entered a similar secret territory. Many secret territories had such a restriction at the entrance. Although they entered together, the places they landed were completely different. This was reasonable. After all, this was the Tianxian Palace, a place where the Great Tao competition took place. In the past, all those who entered here were enemies. If they landed in the same place, they would immediately be beaten to death. As the dizziness gradually disappeared, Yang Kai had time to look around. What he saw made him raise his eyebrows. The place where he landed seemed to be in a forest, and around him, there were huge ancient trees that towered into the sky. Those trees had a diameter of at least a dozen people hugging around, and the largest one was more than a dozen times the size of an ordinary tree. The dense treetops were like huge umbrellas that covered the sky above. Each tree exuded an extremely ancient aura. The world energy in the jungle was so rich that it could not be dispersed. The whole jungle was shrouded in a mist of world energy, and one could not even see their own fingers. Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt his flesh and blood tremble with excitement. He raised his hand again and released the second Demon King. A few breaths later, the second Demon King followed in the footsteps of the previous Demon King and exploded into a bloody mist. Then, the third. Only after the third Demon King died in front of him did Yang Kai stop. Now, it seemed that the mysterious Heaven Palace's world-sealed world really had a special barrier. If one's strength wasn't at the level of a false emperor or half-saint, as long as they entered this place, they would die without an intact corpse. There was no reason to explain this, and the reason why he was safe and sound was probably because he had received the legacy of the great emperor's Mingyu, so he had the approval of the world will. Moreover, this mechanism should only be applied to outsiders. The three demon kings released by Yang Kai had all died, but the Monster King-level Golden Thread Wind Snake from before was still alive and well. The reason for this was that one had intruded without permission, while the other was a native. Since he had come to a conclusion, Yang Kai naturally didn't bother to probe further. But, "It's been so long, why haven't they come yet?" Yang Kai frowned slightly, and a bad feeling arose in his heart. This time, it wasn't that Li Wui didn't make arrangements for him to enter the mysterious Heaven Palace. With the world will, it was very likely that he would become the focus of the demon race's attention. Even if Yang Kai now had the strength comparable to a half-saint, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist the joint attack of many powerhouses of the demon race. Yang Kai could only work with others to turn the situation around. However, there were very few people who could work with him. Yang Kai didn't trust most of them. Originally, Li Wui had arranged for Yang Inflammation and Yang Kai to work together, but after confirming the candidates to enter the mysterious Heaven Palace, Bing Yun found Li Wui. After a long discussion, Bing Yun also became one of the allies. In other words, in this mysterious Heaven Palace, the only people Yang Kai could trust were Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun. According to the previous agreement, after entering this place, they would immediately use the Space Spirit Bead to teleport to Yang Kai's side. Then, they would hide in Yang Kai's small sealed world and act according to the situation. But in fact, Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun were nowhere to be seen. Under the fluctuations of space principles, Yang Kai's mind connected with the Space Spirit Bead. After a while, he sighed slightly. Sure enough, the worst situation had appeared. In this mysterious Heaven Palace, the Space Spirit Bead couldn't play a role. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was a force suppressing the Space Spirit Bead's teleportation, causing him to be unable to go to Yang Inflammation or Bing Yun. The situation was a bit bad. However, it wasn't that he hadn't considered this situation before. In a heaven and earth-sealed world like the mysterious Heaven Palace, there were bound to be all kinds of incredible barriers. The existence of the Space Spirit Bead was too unfair to the battle for the Great Tao. Perhaps the world had sensed something and made the Space Spirit Bead lose its function in this heaven and earth-sealed world. If the Space Spirit Bead can't be used, then what about teleportation? With a thought, Yang Kai took a step forward. His figure quickly blurred, and when his foot landed, he had disappeared. In another part of the jungle, Yang Kai's figure suddenly appeared. He touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. It was good news that his teleportation wasn't restricted. This way, even if he encountered many demon saints teaming up, he could still escape if he couldn't beat them. However, for now, it would be best if he could meet up with Bing Yun and Yang Yan. After that, he still had to search for the Heaven Void Cauldron. Inside this black ball was a chaotic void. Collapse. Using the Black Dragon Spear to control the secret technique of collapse, the power it displayed wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Heaven and earth were shrinking toward the black ball. The huge black ball flashed and swallowed the azure dragon that was pouncing down. Even the sandstorm was blasted into a huge hole. At the same time, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was Roha, but at this time Roha seemed to be made of sand. He opened his two big hands and slammed them toward Yang Kai's head. Although he had sensed it, it was already too late for him to dodge. With a loud bang, Kai Yang's body staggered as he felt a burst of dizziness. Not waiting for him to regain his footing, Roha once again punched toward Yang Kai's back. With another bang, Yang Kai staggered forward as if he was struck by lightning. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although his injuries were not light, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth still curled into a smile, his pair of golden dragon eyes staring at a certain spot in the sandstorm, grinning fiercely. Found you? If Roha didn't make a move, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to find him. But now that he made a move, Yang Kai will be able to find him. Turning a deaf ear to the huge sandman behind him, Yang Kai used his demonic chi and dragon yuan to shoot toward the side. Roha's figure appeared from the endless sand. His face was full of horror. He kept shuttling back and forth in the sandstorm trying to avoid this attack. But that long spear was like a maggot in a tarsal bone, constantly following him. With a bang, the huge sandman collapsed. All the sand gathered behind Zhouya. In the blink of an eye, a thick sand shield was formed. The spear reached Roha and the sand shield broke. Roja screamed in pain and used the force to escape. Yang Kai put away his spear and stared at the blood on the tip. He smiled coldly and chased after Roja. In terms of strength, the two of them were evenly matched. Roja should be slightly stronger than Yang Kai, but the true meaning attached to the blue dragon spear made Roja wary of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. At the very beginning, he was stabbed by Yang Kai's spear and suffered some minor injuries. In the following few exchanges, Yang Kai used a method of mutual destruction, not letting him off lightly, so how could Roja dare continue to entangle with him? Although Yang Kai's injury wasn't light, as long as he recuperates, he will recover. But Roja's injury wasn't so easy to deal with. There was no demon saint in the Shentian temple to help him. With his own strength, it would be difficult to suppress it. In just a few dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai could already feel the strange power from his initial wound wreaking havoc in his flesh and blood, and as his demonic chi circulated, that power seemed to penetrate deeper into his flesh and meridians. If this continues, even if Yang Kai won't have a good time, he's afraid that he won't have a good time. Hateful power! Roja's face was pale. If it wasn't for that true meaning, he wouldn't be so afraid of Yang Kai. And wanting to escape from an enemy who was proficient in the law of space is tantamount to a fool's dream. Now he can only count on meeting other demon saint. When that time comes, they can join forces and repel Yang Kai. As for killing him, the hope was too slim, so he didn't consider it. However, what made him despair was that he didn't know how vast the Shentian temple was. His fight with Yang Kai wasn't small, but it didn't attract even a half-saint. Even the fake emperor in the astral world couldn't be found. Fighting and retreating, Roja's heart sank. The longer he drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for him. His eyes flashed with a struggle. At a certain moment, the struggle disappeared and was replaced by a look of determination. He thought back to the time when he faced a half-saint and a pseudo-emperor. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. He couldn't even breathe properly. Once upon a time, he thought that he would have such power. But now, more than one half-saint died in his hands. The vitality of the demon race is really enviable. In this battle, half of Roja's body was shattered. If a human pseudo-emperor was injured like this, he wouldn't be able to recover. But the demon race was different. Even if Roja's body was turned into a pile of rotten meat, as long as his demon heart wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't die. Of course, even if he could use the demon heart to revive, his strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, the corrosion of the pugilist's will would be like maggots in the bones. Fortunately, he wasn't bad. Now that his power of the dragon race was greatly awakened, his body was greatly strengthened. The dragon race's body had a strong recovery ability. "Let me go," Roja said bitterly. While speaking, a lot of blood came out of his mouth. "I gave you a chance, but unfortunately, you didn't cherish it." Yang Kai reached out and held the black dragon spear. He gently twisted it. Roja's face showed pain, but he didn't scream. "Let me go, and I will tell you everything you want to know." "What do you think I want to know?" Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "Everything about the secret realm of heaven and earth. Didn't you make me submit to you because you wanted to find out about this?" Roja gasped for breath. Blood came out of his mouth. He looked very miserable. "Presumably, you don't know as much about the mysterious heaven temple as we do." Yang Kai snorted. "That's because you have a traitor." If the great emperors were still present, the people from the star realm who had entered the profound heaven palace this time would not be so confused about this mystery realm of heaven and earth. On the other hand, there was Kenyi on the demon race's side. Even if Kenyi was still recuperating, he should still be able to transmit some information. Presumably, the half-saints would have a much better grasp of the information regarding this mystery realm of heaven and earth that belonged to the star realm than the star realm. "As long as you swear on your pugilist's heart to let me go, I will tell you everything I know." Roja's eyes flashed with the desire to live. Even a half-saint would struggle to survive between life and death. Yang Kai said coldly, "Why do I need to swear? What do you want to know? Can't I get it myself? As soon as he finished speaking, his left eye suddenly turned golden and revealed a vertical line. Endless majesty filled the air and shook people's souls. The terrifying divine sense pressed down on Roja like a tsunami. In just an instant, it touched a layer of defense. It was obviously Roja's own divine sense defense. Don't! Roja was shocked. In an instant, he felt an incomparable pain in his head. It was as if thousands of needles were piercing his head. Chapter 3767. Shadow Demon, Bone Demon. Shang Yuzhu glanced at them and immediately recognized the identities of these two demons. Although she had been in seclusion to restore her fallen strength and had never participated in the war of the two realms, this did not prevent her from having the disciples of the Rakshasa sect collect information on the demon race. The demon race was known as the 100 Races, but only a few races were truly worthy of being mentioned. Each race had its own distinct characteristics and was extremely easy to identify. This is a bit troublesome. Being attacked by two half-saint of demon race, Shang Yuzhu frowned slightly, but unexpectedly, she did not show much panic. A strange laughter rang out as Bone Demon opened his mouth, making the sound of metal clashing. You are very unlucky to have run into us. Can I ask you to die here? His tone was polite, but his voice was bone-chilling. Shang Yuzhu pursed her lips and smiled. Are you that confident? Bone Demon said. It's 2 against 1. Why wouldn't I be confident? Don't talk nonsense. Do it. The Shadow Demon clan had always been stingy with words, just as they were stingy with revealing themselves. After speaking, he turned into a black light and rushed towards Shang Yuzhu. At the same moment the Shadow Demon moved, Shang Yuzhu also moved. Her delicate body showed an unimaginable speed as she rushed towards the Shadow Demon. At the same time, she clenched her fists in the air and summoned 2 scimitar-like artifacts. The scimitars flickered with a cold light, and an ancient aura fluctuated around them. The Shadow Demon was surprised. He did not expect this human woman in front of him to be so bold. She did not think about escaping when facing 2 enemies at once, but instead took the initiative to attack. However, this was exactly what he wanted. His opponent was alone, so she was always at a disadvantage. A dagger silently appeared. The Shadow Demon's figure flashed a few times, and the cold dagger cut through Shang Yuzhu's waist. There was no feeling of hitting anything. Instead, Shang Yuzhu's figure collapsed after being hit. The Shadow Demon was startled. He quickly looked at Bone Demon and shouted, "Be careful!" As soon as she finished speaking, Shang Yuzhu suddenly appeared in front of Guemo. Her figure flashed, and she appeared behind Guemo. The 2 swords in her hands drew a beautiful arc, and her cold voice sounded, "You should treat your seniors with some respect." Although the half-saint of the demon race had lived for many years, she had lived longer and was qualified to call herself a senior. Crack. A crisp sound came from the Bone Devil's neck as its head fell down. 2 balls of ghostly fire flickered in its eye sockets as its mouth opened and closed. What is this? He didn't even see how Shang Yuzhu attacked before his head was chopped off. Fortunately, he was a Bone Devil. If it were another member of the demon race here, they would have suffered a great loss. Amidst the roar, the Bone Devil's headless body raised a hand to catch its falling head, while its other hand shot out 5 bony fingers. They expanded in the wind, turning into 5 Bone Devils clad in armor and wielding devil artifacts of different shapes. Each of these Bone Devils emitted dense devil chi, far surpassing the level of a high-rank Devil King. Although they had yet to reach the semi-true saint realm, the combined strength of these 5 Bone Devils shouldn't be underestimated. You're really hard to kill. Shang Yuzhu turned around and let the 5 skeleton demons surround her. She stared at the bone devil half-saint with her beautiful eyes. The bone devil half-saint put his head on his neck and turned it around slightly. After confirming that there were no hidden dangers, he shouted in exasperation, "I'll make you pay the price." Although Shang Yuzhu's attack didn't injure him, it still gave him a fright. The power of this punch seemed to be. In the next instant, 2 figures flashed by, and the corpse exploded into pieces. Shurimo half-saint's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered in disbelief, "How could this be?" After all, they were refined corpses of fake emperors. Even if they were refined in a hurry, they should not be so weak. When he found these corpses, he felt like he had found a treasure. However, before he could examine them carefully, he was discovered by Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor. They chased after him and refined the corpses while escaping. Therefore, he did not know what exactly happened to these fake emperor corpses. Only now did he realize that the things he regarded as treasures were as fragile as paper. Fu Renjie and the middle-aged man obviously also noticed this. So after breaking through the encirclement, they didn't immediately leave. Instead, they glanced at each other, turned around, and split up, each of them rushing towards a fake emperor corpse. After 2 loud explosions, the 2 fake emperor corpses targeted by Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor corpse exploded, completely unable to withstand a single blow. Although they exuded fake emperor aura during the refinement process, it was just a facade. They were strong on the outside but weak on the inside, as if they were empty shells. It was laughable that Shurimo half-saint thought these 4 fake emperor corpses were his trump cards. Looking at the face of Shurimo half-saint, the 2 knew that the other party was also very surprised. Fu Renjie smiled faintly and looked at Shurimo. "You're in trouble now." Shurimo thought that the other party would make a comeback and he could only run away, but who would have thought that such an accident would occur? Without the 4 fake emperor corpses, how could he and the middle-aged fake emperor be afraid of Shurimo? Perhaps it has been too long, but the 4 fake emperor corpses have already decayed, Fu Renjie thought. Shurimo obviously also sensed that something was wrong. With a thought, the rest of the corpse army rushed towards Fu Renjie and the middle-aged fake emperor while he turned around and fled. Hearing the various movements from behind and feeling the disappearance of the brand corpses, Shurimo half-saint's heart bled. The corpse army was his lifelong collection. This time he was afraid that all of it would be lost. Losing this batch of corpse army would greatly reduce his strength. There was only one question hovering in the depths of his heart. What was the matter with the 4 fake emperor corpses he found? Even if they had been eroded by the flowing time great emperor, they shouldn't have been so weak. Moreover, under his urgent investigation, he found that the body of the last fake emperor corpse had already decayed. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. He could no longer care about the fate of his corpse army. The only thing he could do now was to find his companions as soon as possible and join them in the demon territory. Chapter 3769. As for whether or not Old Chun would keep anything to himself, there was no need to worry. Since he had sworn an oath on his martial heart, he would have to pay a price if he tried to deceive him. If a flaw appeared in his martial heart, then he would have no chance of becoming one of the great emperors in this lifetime. It could be said that as long as they could obtain this first-hand information, then the 3 of them would definitely be able to gain the upper hand in the upcoming Great Tao battle and have a better chance of becoming one of the great emperors. Thinking of this, whether it was the middle-aged woman or the other man, they couldn't help but stare at the stone demon with burning eyes, as if what was in front of them was not the demon race that everyone hated, but a plate of delicious delicacies. At this moment, the expression of old Chun, who was exploring the secrets of the stone demon's knowledge sea, suddenly changed and his aura suddenly erupted. The middle-aged woman and the other man, who were focused on suppressing the stone demon, were caught off guard and were sent flying. "What are you doing?" The other man was furious, thinking that old Chun had discovered some incredible information and was unwilling to share it with them. So he suddenly attacked them. If this was really the case, then it could only mean that old Chun was short-sighted. But after a glance, they found that the situation was not as they thought. Old Chun's condition. Old Chun seems to be a bit off. The middle-aged woman also noticed the situation and said while staring ahead. At this moment, 2 streams of blood flowed out from old Chen's eyes. Not only that, but his face was also flushed red and a violent divine sense swept out like a tide, as if it had become the demon race. Shweli. Old Chun gritted his teeth and roared, his figure staggering back as if he couldn't stop himself. Then, he fell to the ground with blood gushing out of his mouth and his aura rapidly weakening. What? The middle-aged woman's beautiful face turned pale as she instinctively checked the situation around her. What did Shweli mean? The false emperor of the star boundary naturally knew. This was the demon saint of the demon territory, an existence on par with the great emperors. But could a demon saint enter the profound heaven temple? Soul restriction. On the other hand, the man was quick-witted and immediately thought of the key point. He exclaimed, "There's a soul restriction spell in the stone demon's sea of consciousness. We've been tricked." When the middle-aged woman heard this, she realized that Shweli had not entered the profound heaven palace. Instead, he had left some kind of restriction in the stone devil's mind, causing Elder Chun to be killed. Save me." Blood kept flowing out of Chun Laochi's orifices as he cried for help. Even the 2 fake emperors next to him could clearly sense that his divine thoughts were fighting against some kind of power. Needless to say, that power must have come from demon Saint Shweli. The middle-aged woman and the man looked at each other and saw the struggle in each other's eyes. The demon saint's fame was too great. They really didn't have the courage and confidence to fight against them. It wouldn't be worth it if they couldn't save old Chun and got themselves trapped instead. However, they couldn't bear to see old Chun like this without doing anything. Moreover, Shweli had probably only left a soul restriction spell in the stone devil's sea of consciousness. The power he could use should be limited. After a moment of hesitation, the 2 of them moved to old Chen's side and each pointed a finger to the left and right sides of old Chen's forehead. Their divine thoughts surged. At this moment, the 2 of them couldn't care less. Their soul avatars rushed into old Chen's sea of consciousness. Then, the middle-aged woman and the man's expressions changed. Although he had managed to survive with the help of his 2 companions in the battle of spirits, his spirit had been severely injured. This kind of injury had already severed his martial path. As for the injury to his spirit, it was likely that he would never be able to recover in this lifetime. It was only a matter of time before he fell to the level of a fake emperor. It could be said that this battle of the Great Tao no longer had anything to do with him. It was also fortunate that old Chen's mental fortitude was extraordinary. If it were someone with a slightly weaker mental fortitude, they would probably have gone mad immediately. This is fate. However, to be able to obtain such information, this old man's sacrifice was not in vain. Old Chun laughed self-deprecatingly. Old Chun laughed at himself and then looked at his 2 companions with a solemn expression. This information, no matter what, must be passed out and told to the other colleagues. Let them be vigilant and don't follow in my footsteps. Don't worry. If we meet anyone else, we will definitely tell them. The middle-aged woman nodded solemnly. The man sighed. It's a pity. If only the space spirit bead could be used. After they had entered, they had immediately discovered the drawback of the space spirit bead being unusable. As a result, they could not even pass on such an important piece of information. The 2 of you have accompanied this old man for several days. Don't waste any more time here. Please leave quickly. If you miss this opportunity, This old man will die 1,000 deaths. I can only trouble the two of you to bring this old man along." The middle-aged woman said, "If old Chen trusts us, I will naturally risk my life to ensure old Chen's safety." Old Chen smiled. "Why would I not trust you?" The middle-aged woman nodded and took out the One Realm bead. She extended her hand toward Old Chen and said, "Excuse me." Old Chen relaxed and was instantly pulled into the One Realm bead. In the cave, the middle-aged woman and her only companion looked at each other and said, "Let's leave. It's more important to quickly find the others." The man had no objections. Inside the One Realm bead, Old Chen's expression was gloomy. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. In less than 10 days since the opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace, battles had broken out everywhere. Whenever the fake emperors and half-saint encountered each other, there would be a fight. The fake emperors of the astral boundary were more restrained. After all, there were more half-saint. They knew nothing about the situation inside the mysterious Heaven Palace and were behind in terms of information. Before they had a clear understanding of the situation, they did not want to cause too much trouble. However, if they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, such as Old Chen's group, they would not mind eliminating 1 or 2 half-saint. Compared to the fake emperors, the half-saint were much more aggressive. Whenever they had a slight advantage, they would be ruthless and ruthless. In just 10 days, the number of fake emperors and half-saint that died in the mysterious Heaven Palace had reached 5 or 6. This number was extremely terrifying. One had to know that the battle between the 2 realms had been going on for so many years. Hundreds of millions of cultivators from both races had participated, but only a dozen or so fake emperors and half-saint experts had died. The cruelty and bloodshed of the battle between the Great Tao could be seen. As time passed, fake emperors and half-saint experts found their companions and traveled together. No matter how big the mysterious Heaven Palace was, it had its own limits. Everyone was in the same secret realm, so there would be times when they would encounter each other. Chapter 3770. In the forest, a giant wolf about 10 meters tall was jumping between the trees. The giant wolf's fur was silver and spotless. It was soft and smooth, and its body was strong and graceful. The aura it emitted was at the peak of the Monster King level. Its 2 green eyes flickered with a cold light as it looked around from time to time, revealing a human-like expression. At a certain moment, the giant silver wolf suddenly stopped running and listened. After a while, it turned around and ran in a certain direction. Thousands of miles away from the silver wolf, in a valley surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, violent energy was rampant. Several figures were intertwining and fighting without end. The aftermath of the powerful force stirred up a foul atmosphere in the valley. This should have been a place with extremely beautiful scenery, but now it was full of ruins. The sword energy was biting cold, and the sword intent was cold. The entire valley was shrouded in a chill, and the ground was covered with frost. With a crisp sound, a slender figure was pushed back dozens of meters. She barely managed to stabilize herself, and her white face was slightly red. She suppressed the roiling blood in her heart and frowned, staring at the 2 enemies in front of her, one tall and one short, who were surrounded by demonic qi. Bing Yun sighed. This was going to be troublesome. She unexpectedly encountered these 2 half-saint in the mysterious Tian Palace. She was alone, and the other side had 2 people. Naturally, there was nothing to say, and a great battle was about to break out. Although Bing Yun wanted to escape, the 2 half-saint obviously wouldn't give her the chance. They chased her all the way and blocked her path in the valley. Bing Yun had no choice but to fight. Although she was also a fake emperor, she had only been promoted for a short period of time. It had only been a little more than 10 years. How could she compare to the 2 veteran half-sages who had accumulated over many years? If it was just one person, she would have a hard time dealing with them, let alone 2 people working together. She couldn't escape, she couldn't fight, and the road ahead was full of obstacles. However, Bing Yun's face was indifferent. After cultivating for so many years, She had long been indifferent to life and death. Along the way, she had experienced the beautiful scenery. She was lucky enough to participate in this grand event that only happened once in tens of thousands of years. Even if she died in the mysterious Tian Palace, she would have no regrets. The only thing she cared about was Yang Kai. Before entering the mysterious Tian Palace, she and Yang Inflammation would protect Yang Kai and compete for the only opportunity to become great emperors and solve the crisis in the star boundary. Unfortunately, she had been here for more than 10 days. She had found many good things, but she hadn't found Yang Kai. But, forget it, she had no time to think too much. He took a deep breath and placed his sword behind his back. The law of ice began to circulate around him. Opposite her, the two half-saint of demon race looked at her coldly. The taller one had a pair of scarlet eyes, and even his hair seemed to be stained with blood. He was from the blood demon race. The shorter one had bulging muscles all over his body and was brimming with explosive power. He was clearly a member of the Power Demon clan. With the two of them working together, suppressing Frozen Cloud would be a piece of cake. If nothing unexpected happened, Frozen Cloud was destined to fall in this battle. The only thing the two of them needed to do was to pay the smallest price possible. Staring at the spotless woman in white, Blood Demon stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Such a cold taste. Her blood must be delicious. Don't kill her later. I want to drink every drop of blood in her body. The Power Demon snorted. Kill her first. A ferocious look flashed across the Blood Demon's face. Yang Kai, if you know what's good for you, you'll let this king go. Otherwise, if this king fights to the death, you won't have it easy either. Yang Kai grinned at him. The wail of a stray dog is really unpleasant to hear. When the last word fell, an afterimage was left behind. The Real Yang Kai held the blue dragon spear and rushed in front of the Blood Demon. The Blood Demon roared and his body exploded, turning into a sea of blood that surrounded Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned and gritted his teeth. You really have the courage to cut off your own wrists. The spear danced, and the boundless spear seemed to fill the sea of blood. On the tip of the spear, one black ball after another flashed and disappeared, and large amounts of blood disappeared without a trace. By the time Bing Yun arrived, she was just in time to see Kai Yang cleaning up the last of the blood. A trace of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. You killed him? For the Blood Demon, the Sea of Blood was his foundation. Now that even the Sea of Blood had been destroyed by Yang Kai, how could the Blood Demon still be alive? It was likely that his soul would immediately scatter. But this was too inconceivable. Yang Kai was able to heavily injure the Blood Demon in one move because he had caught the Blood Demon off guard. This was the result of a careful calculation. But killing a Blood Demon half-saint in such a short time was shocking. Even if Li Wu Yi personally came, he wouldn't have the ability to do so, right? For a moment, Bing Yun even felt like she was in a dream. Yang Kai knew what she was thinking. He slowly shook his head and said, "We fell for his trick. This isn't his main body. I don't know if it's an avatar or something like that. As a half-saint, how could he not have some life-saving skills?" Even Yang Kai didn't see through the Blood Demon's avatar. He chased after the Blood Demon all the way here and thought that he had intercepted the enemy. He didn't want to fight the Blood Demon alone. What happened a few days ago was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to go into seclusion to heal. It shouldn't take much effort for Bing Yun to deal with the Blood Demon. As long as he could delay until Bing Yun came to his rescue, Yang Kai was confident that he could take down the Blood Demon in a 2-versus-1 battle. The price he would have to pay would be negligible. However, as soon as they started fighting, Yang Kai sensed that something was wrong. The Blood Demon's strength was much weaker than before. Even if he sensed the Blood Demon's strength, it was useless. He sighed and said, "What a pity. Bing Yun said, "There's nothing to pity. After this battle, the blood demon will have to pay a heavy price. He shouldn't have anything to do with the Great Tao battle anymore. He can only find a place to lick his wounds." Senior is right. Yang Kai nodded. The depression in his heart dissipated. He turned his head to look at the thing in her hand and grinned. Senior is so fast. He originally planned to find Yang Inflammation again, but who knew that Bing Yun would actually meet her? Bing Yun pointed in a direction and said, "We found something interesting over there during the day's journey. She stayed behind to deal with it while I came out to look for you." Something that even a false emperor found interesting was definitely an extremely precious treasure. This was not strange. This profound heaven palace was a place where the will of heaven and earth was created. Yang Kai had seen a lot of good things along the way. Let's go and meet up with her. It's always more convenient to work with more people. That's what I was thinking. Bing Yun smiled slightly. The two immediately set off and rushed in the direction that Bing Yun came from. Halfway there, Yang Kai asked around for information. He also knew what it was that actually attracted Yang Inflammation to stay there. Bing Yun did not intend to hide anything and told him the truth. According to her, after she met Yang Inflammation in the profound heaven palace, she began to look for Yang Kai. In the end, she did not find Yang Kai. Instead, she accidentally found a strange pool. The pool was milky white, a few feet deep, and exuded a charming fragrance. Smelling it made one feel refreshed. According to Yang Inflammation, that pool of water was most likely the legendary worldly elixir. If it was an ordinary treasure, it would be fine. However, it was a rare opportunity to fight for the Great Tao. Unless it was easy to obtain, who would waste precious time on an ordinary treasure? However, that was the worldly elixir, a treasure that was born at the beginning of heaven and earth. This thing was extremely useful to great emperors, let alone false emperors. If one could consume it, they would definitely comprehend the way of heaven and their strength would increase greatly. However, there was a natural formation beside the pool. The formation was extremely mysterious. Unless one broke the formation, one would not be able to get close to the pool, let alone obtain the worldly elixir. Yang Yen was a top artifact array master, and whether it was in artifact refining or the Tao of spirit arrays, no one in the entire star boundary could compare to her. If there was anyone in this world who could break this natural spirit array, it was none other than her. Therefore, Yang Inflammation stayed there to break the formation. Bing Yun could not help much, so she came out to investigate Yang Kai's whereabouts. Worldly elixir. Yang Kai's eyes turned red when he heard this. He had heard of this item before, but he never thought that he would actually be able to find it. After all, it was a treasure that could only be born at the beginning of the world. Even if it had once been born in this world, after countless years the world would have changed, and the clouds would have changed. It was likely that it had long since gone extinct. The mysterious Tian Temple was a secret realm of heaven and earth that was born with heaven and earth. It was not impossible for it to retain some things from the beginning of heaven and earth. No wonder Shang Yuzhu said that as long as the false emperors who participated in the Great Tao battle did not become great emperors, their strength would increase greatly as long as they could come out alive. This worldly elixir was undoubtedly a good thing that could increase one's strength without any worries. Yang Inflammation alone might not be able to obtain such a treasure. If it was discovered by the half-saint, there would be a fierce battle. Even if the other false emperors discovered it, there would be some trouble. After knowing that it might be the worldly elixir, Yang Kai immediately sped up and rushed forward with Bing Yun. The journey was peaceful. They only took half a day to reach their destination. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun found the pool of worldly elixir in a forest. Chapter 3776. Yang Kai turned into a streak of light as the surrounding scenery flashed past him. He flew at full speed, occasionally glancing back as if something dangerous was approaching him from behind. There was indeed danger behind him. A blood-red light was hot on his tail. Two figures were hidden within the blood-red light. No matter how Yang Kai changed directions, the blood-red light was like a maggot in his bones, unable to shake it off. The distance of 100 kilometers between them seemed very far, but for a half-saint pseudo-emperor rank powerhouse, this distance was only a matter of a few breaths. Moreover, as time passed, the distance between them grew closer and closer. The law of space fluctuated, and Yang Kai's figure flickered, instantly disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had pulled away again, but he still couldn't shake off the blood-red light's pursuit. A flustered and exasperated shout came from within the blood-red light. "Yang Kai, you're dead. Today, even if the heavenly emperor comes, he won't be able to save you. I'll definitely catch you, then suck your blood dry bit by bit and cut off your flesh piece by piece." Only a half-saint of the Blood Demon clan could use the blood escape technique. Even in the entire demon territory, the blood escape technique was an extremely outstanding escape technique. It was extremely fast, and ordinary people simply couldn't shake off the blood demon's pursuit. In fact, Yang Kai's speed alone was inferior to the blood demon's blood escape technique, but he had the law of space. Every time the distance between them reached a critical point, he would teleport and pull away. This situation had happened many times, and the blood demon chasing behind him was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Normally, the blood demon wouldn't chase after him like this. Who didn't know that Yang Kai had the law of space and could come and go like the wind? Who didn't know that Yang Kai had comprehended the true meaning of martial Tao, which was strange and difficult to deal with? If they wanted to deal with him, they would need to gather the strength of at least 3 or 4 half-saint realm experts to kill him in one fell swoop, not giving him the slightest chance to resist. However, this was the mysterious Heaven Palace, and there were all kinds of natural restrictions. The blood demon saw with his own eyes that although Yang Kai's teleportation was effective, he couldn't move very far in an instant. This gave him the opportunity to chase after them. What's more, Yang Kai was currently injured, and his entire body was riddled with scars. Even the aura he exuded was somewhat unstable. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai had encountered before this, it was obvious that these past few days were definitely not peaceful. How could he miss such a good opportunity? As long as he could kill Yang Kai here, he would be able to seize the will of the heavens that belonged to him. This would definitely be of great help to the upcoming battle of the Great Tao. Since ancient times, humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. With such a temptation in front of him, how could Blood Demon not be moved? Moreover, he was not alone. He had companions. Within the bloody light, there were 2 figures. A long night is fraught with dreams. We can't wait any longer. Within the bloody light, the voice of another half-saint of demon race came out. When the blood demon beside him heard this, his expression turned terrifyingly sullen. However, he knew that the blood demon was right. They had spent half a day chasing after the blood demon and caused such a huge commotion. If others discovered this, they might end up benefiting from it. Blood demon said solemnly, "I will have to pay a great price to use that secret technique." The second half-saint said, "I'll let you kill him and I'll take the credit." Yang Kai had concealed such strength, but still pretended to be weak and fled for half a day. It was obvious how vicious his thoughts were. He clearly intended to kill the 2 of them here, which was why he had been patiently waiting for the right time to strike. It was 2 against 4. Even if he was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for them. Furthermore, Blood Demon had activated a secret technique that damaged his Yuan Qi. Blood Demon's heart was filled with regret. He only wanted to run as far away as possible. As for his companions, he couldn't care less. However, one of the women threw out 3 flames, which directly turned into 3 huge rings of fire that wrapped around him. They sealed the world and cut off his hope of escape. Yang Inflammation! Blood Demon roared. He had fought with many false emperor powerhouses in the astral boundary for several years. He knew what kind of powerhouses they had, especially this Yang inflammation. Even among the false emperors in the astral boundary, his strength was second to none. His 3 blazing rings of fire were extraordinarily powerful and had a binding effect. He had once killed a half-saint of demon race. Yang inflammation smiled like a fox that had stolen a chicken. She was extremely happy. "I've really caught a lot of fish these days." Blood Demon's face became even gloomier. He took a deep breath, and his blood started to churn violently. In this situation, if he couldn't escape before his companions died, he was afraid that he would be doomed. The only thing he could do now was to fight with his life on the line. With a loud roar, he turned into a blood-red light and rushed toward the 3 rings of fire. Yang Yen put away the smile on her face and faced this situation solemnly. Although in her plan, she only needed to trap this blood demon and not give him a chance to escape, in this life-or-death crisis, the strength of a demon race half-step saint was not something she could underestimate. If she wanted to delay the other party, she would need to focus all of her attention. On the other side, Yang Kai joined forces with Bing Yun and Gon Li to deal with the second half-saint of demon race. This half-saint was a feather demon. Regardless of gender, all feather demons had good looks. The feather demon half-saint in front of them was outrageously handsome. However, under the combined attacks of Yang Kai and the others, his handsome face was filled with malevolence. The feather demon race was most proficient in Go techniques. If they were allowed to distance themselves, any feather demon would be able to defeat the stronger one. When Boya was a mid-tier demon king, she was able to kill a high-tier demon king by relying on the feather demon's innate Go techniques. As for the feather demon, whose strength had reached the half-saint realm, it was even more incredible. Previously, when they were chasing, Yang Kai had been injured by him several times. It could be said that a large part of her injuries were due to this feather demon. Previously, she had pretended to be weak and could only endure being injured. Now it was finally time to settle the score. Fighting 1 against 3, no half-saint of demon race could withstand it, let alone the feather demon, who was not good at close combat. After fighting for a while, he was first eroded by Bing Yun's cold intent and slowed down. Then, he was hit by Gon Li's palm, causing him to spit out blood. Yang Kai took the opportunity to close in and thrust out his spear. The feather demon was unable to dodge and his chest was pierced. He barely managed to avoid being hit, but the true intent of the martial path had already eroded his body. There was no path to heaven and no door to hell. The feather demon was filled with grief and anger. He had nowhere to vent his anger. As time passed, his injuries worsened and the true intent of the martial path eroded, causing the feather demon to become weaker and weaker. Moreover, Wei Wufa was an old acquaintance of his. He wasn't weak. If they really fought one-on-one, Gon Li didn't have the confidence to beat him. Of course, if it was a life-or-death battle, it was a different story. Everyone had their own trump cards. No one knew who would win or lose until that moment. However, Wei Wufa's death was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Since entering Mysterious Heaven Temple, he hadn't encountered anyone, let alone a battle. That was until he accidentally fell into a trap and was saved by Yang Kai. After that, he stayed in the Mysterious Heaven Small World and cooperated with Yang Kai, Bing Yun, and Yang Inflammation to kill enemies. They had won 3 battles, and his side had paid a negligible price to kill 4 half-saint. Could be said that everything had been smooth sailing. He didn't expect that Wei Wufa would die so inexplicably. On the night before entering Mysterious Heaven Temple, he was drinking wine with Wei Wufa and talking about the many opportunities in Mysterious Heaven Temple. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. If he hadn't teamed up with Yang Kai and the others, he might have been the next Wei Wufa. Since his good friend had perished, the joy he felt from killing those 2 half-saints had been diluted greatly, and he couldn't help but feel a trace of sorrow. In this competition for the Grand Dao Pseudo-Emperor's half-saints, and other experts were only steps that others used to ascend the peak. So, was he a person that ascended the peak or a stepping stone beneath the feet of others? Not many people can resist the cooperation of a blood demon and a feather demon alone. Yang Kai took something to wipe the blood off his body. He didn't change his clothes. His clothes were ragged and he looked very miserable. "Aren't you going to heal your wounds?" Yang Inflammation asked. "I'm afraid there's no time to heal." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I have a feeling that the secret of mysterious Heaven Temple will be revealed soon. The key to becoming great emperors will also gradually become clear. At that time, there will be a desperate struggle. Before that happens, it's important to eliminate as many of the half-saint of demon race as possible." Mysterious Heaven Temple had been open for almost a month. Although this amount of time was nothing to the half-saint fake emperors, for the entire star boundary, it was an urgent matter. This time, the opening of the Mysterious Heaven Temple was a mechanism for the star boundary to protect itself. The star boundary was hoping that a great emperor-level powerhouse would come out of the Mysterious Heaven Temple and bring order to the star boundary. In the star boundary, demon intent was constantly nibbling away at the territory of the star boundary. If the struggle in Mysterious Heaven Temple continued for too long, even if great emperors were born, they would be powerless to reverse the situation. Unfortunately, Song Imo was scared out of his wits by the pursuers behind him and directly used his companion as a shield. "Kill!" Yang Kai's eyes were blood red. As he roared, he grabbed the black dragon spear and stabbed it towards Song Imo. After grabbing his companion and throwing him behind him, Song Imo realized what was going to happen next. So he didn't run in the direction of Yang Kai. Instead, he turned around and fled. In any case, the half-saint of demon race behind him had already discovered Yang Kai. In comparison, Song Imo was sure that the demon race was more interested in Yang Kai and shouldn't chase after him. As long as Yang Kai could attract the attention of the demon race, he could sit back and relax. But he didn't expect Yang Kai to act like this. Yang Kai shot out his spear from a few dozen kilometers away, ignoring the barriers of space and distance, instantly breaking through and arriving in front of Song Imo. A dragon's roar rang out, causing Song Mo's face to change greatly. In his field of vision, a huge azure dragon swayed its head and wagged its tail as it pounced towards him, opening its bloody maw as if wanting to swallow him whole. The dragon's fangs flashed with a cold light, as if a casual bite could crush him to pieces. Heaven and earth collapsed as he swallowed the dark green netherworld ghost flame. Fighting against three half-saint by himself, although Yang Kai was able to resolve the attack at the first moment, the blood in his body roiled and he tasted something sweet in his throat. However, Yang Kai did not delay at all. With a light tap of his foot, he pounced straight towards Song Imo, roaring, "Die!" Yang Kai was the focus of the three half-saint of demon race, while Song Mo's situation was much better. Of the four half-saints' attacks, only the succubus demon's spiritual energy attack was targeted at him. Song Mo's eyes glazed over for a moment, but in that moment, Yang Kai had already closed in on him with his spear. His murderous intent caused Song Mo's skin to turn cold. Angered, Song Imo roared, "Since you don't want me to have an easy time, don't think you'll have an easy time either." With a loud bang, a violent emperor chi swept out. Song Mo's entire body seemed to swell up as some strange patterns appeared on his exposed skin. Reaching out, Song Imo grasped at the void and a long sword appeared in his hand. Then he slashed down, sending a sword chi forward. A loud bang rang out as energy raged, causing heaven and earth to turn upside down and shatter. Yang Kai's huge body was forced back a dozen steps, while Song Mo's entire body was sent tumbling. Not giving Yang Kai any time to breathe, Jia Long and the other two half-saint attacked again. Asterisk schwa 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 asterisk 3 figures appeared beside Yang Kai. Icy principles filled the air, colliding with the boundless corpse chi. Bing Yun formed a seal with one hand, her expression solemn. The 3 blazing flame rings flew out from Yang Yun's wrist, turning into 3 huge rings of fire that flew towards the bone demon. Gon Li's figure flickered as he rushed towards the feather demon. In an instant, they engaged in battle. You! Song Mo, who was sent flying backwards, widened his eyes as he stared at the 3 figures that suddenly appeared. The expression on his face was extremely interesting. He instantly understood how Yang Yan's trio had appeared. Clearly, they had been hiding in Yang Kai's sealed world bead for some time now. Such strength, such an ambush. Song Mo almost ground his teeth to pieces. If he had known that Yang Kai was hiding 3 ambushers, he would not have used the man surnamed Feng as a shield. As long as they could join up with Yang Kai, they would have the strength of 6 false emperors. No matter how strong Jia Long was, the disadvantage in numbers was enough to make him give up. But at that time he only saw Yang Kai alone and was fleeing. How could he have thought so much at the moment of life and death? He only thought that he could use Yang Kai to attract the attention of the demon race while he took the opportunity to escape. He did not know if his previous actions were seen by Yang Yun and the others. If they had seen it, he was afraid that he would no longer have a foothold in the star boundary. If it was only Yang Kai who saw it, he was not afraid. Without any evidence, he would never admit that he had done such a thing. Even if the demon race revealed something, it would only be regarded as sowing discord. It was not trustworthy. Treacherous little beast. Song Mo's heart was filled with grief and indignation. He secretly blamed Yang Kai for not showing his full strength at the beginning, causing him to make such a choice when he could not see any hope. But now, Yang Yun and the others were entangled with the 3 half-saint of demon race while the succubus demon was still dealing with him. Yang Kai was no longer restrained and a huge sense of crisis instantly enveloped Song Mo. In his life, he had only felt this way when he was suppressed by Cheongqi. This time, it was really a disaster. At this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A huge buzzing sound rang out and the entire profound heaven temple trembled violently. For a moment, grief welled up in Song Mo's heart. He only knew that this time he was really doomed. If Yang Kai wanted him dead, how could Jia Long let him live? At this moment, he was surrounded by enemies on all sides, a situation where there was no chance of survival. Seeing Yang Kai in front of him thrusting his spear towards him again, filling his field of vision with the silhouette of a giant black dragon, Song Mo's eyes filled with despair. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed past him. Then, a huge monster suddenly blocked in front of him. The huge monster that suddenly appeared emitted an extreme stench of corpse. Large pieces of rotten flesh fell from its body and landed on the ground, creating deep pits one after another. This behemoth was none other than Jia Long. At this moment, Jia Long had used some kind of secret technique and his body suddenly expanded by more than 100 meters. Although it was not comparable to Yang Kai's 100-meter-long dragon body, it was still extremely extraordinary. A monstrous aura burst out from his body and met Yang Kai head-on. In an instant, a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger ensued. Seeing this scene, Song Mo was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Jia Long did not take the opportunity to kill him, but instead bypassed him to face Yang Kai. He was delighted that no one had the time to pay attention to him at this moment. Without stopping, Song Mo used the power of Yang Kai's spear to quickly escape. Even after flying a long distance, he could still hear the rumbling sounds behind him, as well as Yang Kai's angry and unwilling roars. After surviving the disaster, Song Imo found that his clothes were soaked in sweat. At that moment, he really thought he was going to die on the spot. But who knew that at the last moment, there was a glimmer of hope. However, on second thought, for Jialong to let him go so easily, it was likely that he did not have good intentions. The joy on his face faded and was covered with a layer of haze. However, it was useless to think about this now. The most important thing now was to rush to the place where the giant cauldron was revealed. Such a heavenly vision was undoubtedly a kind of guide. Now, all the false emperors and half-saint stage cultivators who were still alive in profound heaven temple were converging there. If he was late, he was afraid that others would beat him to it. Thinking of this, Song Imo threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart and stuffed a few spirit pills into his mouth, recovering as he hurried along. In the battle just now, he was not injured. Although Yang Kai's attack was terrifying, he was not a pushover. Although he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, it was not a big deal and would not affect him in the upcoming battle. At this moment, Yang Kai and Jialong each had 3 helpers by their side. Each of them had found their target and were fighting in full swing. Watching Song Imo escape without being able to do anything, the anger in Yang Kai's heart surged fiercely like an erupting volcano, as if it wanted to burn the world together. He showed no mercy in his attacks, using the Space Divine Technique, Soul Attack, Dragon Race Secret Technique, and various other methods to beat Jialong until he was overwhelmed. However, in the end, Li Wuyi was the focus of Yang Kai's attention. This guy was indeed more powerful than the other half-saint of demon race cultivators. No matter what kind of method he used, he was able to resolve it at the critical moment. Even Yang Kai could not leave a single wound on him. Jialong obviously knew that the true meaning of martial Dao was treacherous and difficult to deal with. So in any case, it was impossible for him to let Yang Kai hurt him. As a result, the battle between the two seemed a little funny. Jialong's cultivation was obviously higher than Yang Kai, but the scene of the battle seemed to be suppressed by Yang Kai. However, he was like a sturdy wooden boat, cutting through the waves in the stormy sea. It seemed that he was in danger of capsizing at any time, but in fact, everything was under his control. After fighting for a while, Jialong suddenly laughed loudly. "Let's stop here. No matter what, you can't do anything to this king." While speaking, he jumped out of the battle. Yang Kai held the spear with one arm, his eyes cold. Although he wanted to kill the enemy, he knew that Jialong was right. His cultivation was currently his biggest shortcoming. Facing a half-saint of demon race cultivator like Jialong, it was really difficult for him to use his abilities. Continuing to fight would only be a waste of time. However, Jialong's actions made it seem as if he was deliberately saving Song Imo. He could have taken the opportunity to seriously injure or even kill Song Imo, but he let him go. Instead, he went to entangle Yang Kai, making it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. His intentions were so obvious that anyone who was not blind could see it. At this time, Song Imo had probably run off to God knows where, so there was naturally no need for him to continue entangling. What's more, the Heaven Void Cauldron had already been revealed, so who would have the heart to fight here? Therefore, when Jialong retreated, Yang Kai did not stop him. As soon as they stopped fighting, the other 3 battlefields also stopped fighting. In the blink of an eye, the storm calmed down. 8 pairs of eyes collided in the void, causing sparks to fly. Jialong grinned and said in a booming voice, "The key to the battle of the Great Tao has been revealed. But this is just the beginning. Yang Kai, I hope you have the ability to survive until the end. This king wants to kill you with his own hands. Don't worry, you will only die in my hands." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Jialong said, "Then I'll take my leave first. See you later." Corpse Chi swept up the other 3 half-saint realm cultivators, turning them into filthy objects, and flew towards the giant cauldron. "Let's go too." Yang Kai's huge figure quickly shrank and gradually turned into his original body. Under the surge of space principles, he wrapped Yang Inflammation and the others and teleported away. Seeing this, Gonli secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, he felt a little self-deprecating. feeling that he had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness. Just now, he was worried about what to do if Yang Kai asked them to enter the mysterious small world again. Previously, he was willing to stay in the mysterious small world because he considered that there was strength in numbers and it would be safer to stay together. Now that the Heaven Void Cauldron had appeared, if he entered the mysterious small world again, it would be tantamount to handing everything over to Yang Kai. Chapter 3781. With a loud crash, the giant cauldron shattered and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He stopped abruptly and stared blankly ahead. What's going on? The Heaven Void Cauldron was the key to the battle of the Great Tao. After waiting for so many days, it finally appeared, but it suddenly shattered. If this was the case, wouldn't it mean that everyone would return empty-handed this time? But soon, Yang Kai calmed down because although the giant cauldron had shattered, the aura of the great Tao in the world had not disappeared. Instead, it had become even denser. Moreover, the giant cauldron was only an illusion, as if it was a projection of the real Heaven Void Cauldron. The collapse of the illusion did not mean that something had happened to the Heaven Void Cauldron itself. Therefore, he only paused for a moment before continuing to fly forward. As time passed, Yang Kai's expression gradually became strange. The aura of the great Tao in the world was so dense that he had an impulse to stop and take a good look at it. But if he really did so, it would be a foolish thing to lose a watermelon for a sesame seed, so even though he longed for it, he suppressed it. However, the wanton aura of the great Tao could indeed provide great benefits to all false emperors and half-saints. Although they were limited by the world and could not advance to the level of great emperors or demon saint, with the nourishment of the aura of the great Tao, as long as they could leave the profound heaven temple alive, their strength would definitely improve greatly. What a pity! Yang Kai suddenly thought of Li Wui. With Li Wui's ability, if he had come here, the benefits he could have obtained would have been unimaginable, and there was a high chance that he could have obtained the only opportunity. However, for the sake of the star boundary and for the sake of the common people, Li Wui took the initiative to give up this opportunity. Such a sacrifice could be said to be cutting off his own path, which was both admirable and distressing. Fortunately, Yang Kai had collected a lot of worldly source liquid this time. He could give some to Li Wui later and it should be able to make up for his loss. The aura of the worldly source liquid contained in it was not inferior to the aura of the great Tao in the profound heaven temple. Do you smell anything? Frozen Cloud suddenly asked. As she spoke, the wings of her nose twitched slightly. A fragrance. Yang Yun immediately replied. She had obviously also sensed it. After the two of them finished speaking, Gon Li's surroundings were indeed filled with a faintly discernible fragrance. It was a fragrance that he had never smelled before. It was indescribable, but it made him feel happy. Even the fatigue from the previous battle was swept away, making him feel refreshed. Although Yang Kai was hurrying along, he was still able to smell this fragrance. At first, this fragrance was not very obvious, but as he moved forward, it became more and more distinct. Of it. With his divine sense, Yang Kai could sense that many powerful auras had broken into his monitoring range. These auras included false emperors from the star boundary and half-saints from the demon race, but now, everyone was attracted by the Heaven Void Cauldron and was rushing over from all directions, so no one was in the mood to fight with others. At this moment, everyone in the profound heaven temple was doing one thing: rushing to the location of the Heaven Void Cauldron. The Heaven Void Cauldron was located in a bronze hall. The bronze hall was majestic and ancient, and no one knew when it had existed. Just by looking at it, one would feel an ancient and desolate aura, as if it wanted to pull one into an extremely ancient era. Yang Kai had the space divine technique, so although he was relatively far away, he had arrived early. He thought that he and the others had arrived first and could enjoy the benefits of being in a favorable position, but who knew that this was not the case. At this moment, he turned his head and saw passages appearing all around the hall. From these passages, figures flew out one after another. Among these people, there were pseudo-emperors from the Star Boundary and half-saint of Demon Race. Obviously, they had just arrived here and arrived almost at the same time as them. It was just that they had not come through the same glimmering passage. Those who attacked him were all from the half-saint of Demon Race. Although the pseudo-emperors of the human race were fighting for the initiative, it was not yet time for them to kill each other. Even so, the man surnamed Zhou felt his scalp go numb. There were at least a dozen divine technique attacks aimed at him. Although things had happened in a hurry, how could he block so many attacks? With a pale face, he raised his hand and summoned many artifacts, turning them into layers of protection around him. Chapter 3783. With a series of rumbling sounds, as the energy wreaked havoc, the layers of seemingly decent defenses crumbled like paper, layer by layer, unable to withstand a single blow. With a muffled groan, a figure was sent flying back, covered in blood and with a weak aura. Luo Meng reached out and caught this figure before his heart sank. At this moment, this man surnamed Zhou's Emperor Qi was fluctuating. His face was as pale as paper, and his body was covered in wounds. He was obviously seriously injured. This was not surprising. With so many half-saint of Demon Race attacking together, even Li Wuyi would not be able to resist, let alone this man surnamed Zhou, who was completely focused on the Heaven Void Cauldron. Everything had happened in a hurry, so it was already his limit to arrange layers of protection, but those layers of protection were not completely useless. At the very least, they had saved his life. Being seriously injured at this time was tantamount to losing the qualification to compete for the Great Tao. Brother Luo, the man surnamed Zhou, opened his mouth and coughed up another mouthful of blood. His face looked even more dispirited and his eyes were filled with regret. He had cultivated for a lifetime and reached this point, but he had failed at the last moment. How could he be willing to accept this? He regretted being the one to stand out, but who would have thought that so many people would be here? Brother Luo, go ahead. This Zhou will heal first, the man surnamed Zhou said with difficulty before turning his head to look at the Heaven Void Cauldron. What he saw was another false emperor from the Star Boundary rushing towards the Heaven Void Cauldron with a fiery look on his face. His figure flickered as he rushed towards the Heaven Void Cauldron. However, before he could get close to the Heaven Void Cauldron, he was stopped by an invisible force, as if there was an invisible barrier around the Heaven Void Cauldron. If this barrier was not broken, no one could approach it. During this delay, many more attacks came. The man's face changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged, but he was still hit several times, causing blood to spurt out from his wounds. More people rushed to the Heaven Void Cauldron, but without exception, they were all stopped by the invisible force. At this moment, the half-saint of the demon race attacked fiercely, completely disregarding the great opportunities contained in the Heaven Void Cauldron and taking advantage of the opportunity to kill the Star Boundary's false emperors. One side was scattered like sand, while the other side came prepared. The result could be imagined. In the blink of an eye, the astral realm suffered a great loss. In just a dozen breaths of time, a false emperor from the astral realm died tragically on the spot. After suffering a few losses, the many fake emperors of the Star Boundary no longer rashly approached the Heaven Void Cauldron. Everyone could see that although the Heaven Void Cauldron had appeared, it was not yet the critical moment. It was meaningless to fight for it at this time. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to kill a powerful enemy. Chaotic battle broke out. Lights flickered everywhere in the huge hall. The might of emperor treasures and demonic treasures blossomed, causing endless rumbling sounds to ring out. Miserable cries could be heard from time to time. In this battlefield that only belonged to fake emperors and half-saints, any carelessness could become a fatal flaw. As the battle continued, both sides suffered casualties. Corpses fell from the sky one after another. Before they could land on the ground, Their vitality disappeared without a trace, turning them into dried corpses. The heaven-void cauldron that stood in the middle of the hall seemed to be rotating at a slightly faster speed. All things in the world, even a tree or a grain of sand, have their own Tao. This Tao is their destiny, their existence, their Tao. What is Tao? At first, Yang Kai needed to think for a while to answer, but as the voice asked, Yang Kai answered faster and faster, as if he was no longer asking questions, but asking questions from his own heart. As the words came out, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel as if the dark clouds had been lifted and the moon was revealed. Many thoughts in his mind suddenly became clear, and he felt refreshed. What is Tao? Yang Kai lowered his head and grinned. What is Tao? After a slight pause, his lazy gaze became firm. Don't ask. If you keep chattering like this, I am Tao. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk as if something had exploded inside his body. The surrounding space suddenly shattered, like a broken mirror, peeling off piece by piece. The fog in front of him was swept away, and he suddenly appeared in a large hall. Before Yang Kai had time to investigate his surroundings, he felt many gazes focus on him from all directions. Turning his head, Yang Kai grinned. There are quite a lot of people. Inside the hall, two groups of people were clearly separated. One side was the false emperor of the star boundary, and the other side was the half-saint from the demon territory. In each camp, there were more than 10 people, and the demon race had slightly more half-saint than the star boundary side. But at this moment, almost all of the false emperors and half-saint present were injured. Yang Kai saw Jialong in the demon race's camp. Even this guy had a huge and ferocious wound on his chest, showing what kind of cruel struggle he had experienced. In addition to these two groups of people, there were also dried corpses scattered around the hall. Judging from the clothes of these dried corpses, there were false emperors from the star boundary and half-saint of demon race, and there were more than 20 to 30 corpses. This time, no more than 70 people had entered the mysterious Tian temple. Among these 70 people, there were 30 false emperors from the star boundary and 40 half-saint of demon race. If the masters who had died outside the mysterious Tian temple before were included, then those who were still alive and still had the strength to fight were gathered here. The battle of the Great Tao finally revealed its ferocious fangs here. It had only been a little more than a month since the mysterious Tian temple opened, and in this short period of time, the number of masters who had died in the star boundary and demon territory was as high as 40 to 50. This kind of thing was unimaginable in the past, but in the mysterious Tian temple, death had become a common occurrence. Yang Kai, are you okay? Yang Inflammation's voice came. When she saw Yang Kai appear here, she was pleasantly surprised. Although she felt that Yang Kai was in good condition, she was still a little worried that he might have encountered some accident. Yang Kai shook his head. I'm fine. Not only was he fine, after the strange experience just now, he felt surprisingly good, as if something in his body had loosened. Looking over, he saw the concerned eyes of Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun. Not only that, he also saw Shang Yuzhu in the crowd. When their eyes met, Shang Yuzhu smiled slightly while Yang Kai nodded. His eyes swept across the crowd, and when he saw one of them, his face immediately turned cold and murderous intent surged. Old dog Song Emo, you still have the face to show up. Song Emo looked at Yang Kai with a face full of resentment, but he did not say a word in the face of his curses. This was because he knew what he had done. At this time, arguing with Yang Kai would only expose what he had done. When the time came, there would be no place for him in the star boundary. Many false emperors frowned when they heard this. Chapter 3785. There were only 3 battles left, so the remaining people could rest up. Although they didn't know how long they could rest, at the very least, they would be able to avoid the risk of dying here. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they most likely wouldn't have a good ending. It was very likely that they would miss out on this battle of the Great Tao. This was a lifelong pursuit, so no one would be hot-blooded enough to take on such a task. After all, this wasn't a battle to determine victory or defeat, but a battle to determine life and death. If the source heavenly fruit wanted to fully ripen, people must die here. Sweeping his eyes over the crowd, Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Yang Yen interrupted him. Since that's the case, we'll agree to their proposal first. As for who will go on stage, we'll see what they choose first. Everyone nodded. Yang Inflammation fiercely glared at Yang Kai, warning him not to speak carelessly. Yang Kai helplessly sniffed. Turning around, Yang Kai looked at Jia Long and said, "We've discussed it. What do you think?" Jia Long put his hands behind his back and smiled indifferently, as if he already knew that the Star Boundary side wouldn't refuse his proposal. "We can accept your proposal." Jia Long chuckled. "That's good. But these 3 battles." Just as Yang Kai was about to carefully discuss the candidates, a sudden change occurred. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground, causing him to pause abruptly. He vigilantly looked forward and saw that Jia Long's expression had also turned solemn. For pairs of eyes met, and both saw the confusion in each other's eyes. They knew that the other side shouldn't have done anything. In the next moment, ripples appeared on the ground. In the originally spacious hall, a huge piece of foundation suddenly floated upwards, rising more than 300 feet in an instant before stopping. Then, 2 translucent light curtains descended from the sky, covering the Star Boundary side and the Demon Territory side respectively. It happened so suddenly that no one could react in time. By the time they saw the light curtains descending, it was already too late to escape. Roars rang out one after another as Emperor Qi and Demon Qi surged. Both sides tried their best, but without exception they all failed. 2 semicircular light screens descended, separating the human race false emperor from the half-saint of demon race. Yang Kai furrowed his brows and his body swayed. At that moment he seemed to have become illusory, but he soon solidified again. This was undoubtedly a sign that he couldn't use teleportation. The sudden appearance of the semicircular light screen actually had the effect of sealing the heaven and earth. No matter which side it was, all of them were in a state of chaos at this moment. Divine technique was constantly being launched at the screen of light, but the screen of light's toughness was far beyond their imagination. Those who launched the attacks were all fake emperors and half-saint realm experts, yet they were unable to do anything to the screen of light that sealed the world. Another series of rumbling sounds rang out as the ground within the range of the 2 light curtains rose until it was more than 100 feet above the high platform in the middle before stopping. At this moment, both sides were standing on a high platform. The high platform was surrounded by a light screen. In the center, there was another high platform, but this one was much larger. When all the changes stopped, the more than 20 fake emperors and half-saint realm experts all looked at each other in confusion, none of them knowing what had happened. Kai Yang furrowed his brow and looked towards the center of the high platform, but before he could get a clear look, he suddenly heard a soft rustling sound beside him. Then, a figure appeared on the side of the high platform near him.